A shimmering projection of a girl erupts before the dark-haired boy, Adriana Balaborzi, declaring him her heir and promising to give him as one who shares her gift. Great magical power that can conquer anyone and the ability to wield a magical artifact. The boy wrapped in Greek-style cloth stares transfixed, while a black-haired girl behind him keeps her eyes cast down, and a purple orb ringed with drifting motes is placed in his hands. How he uses it is his choice. Clad in a blue dress and apron, the black-haired girl proclaims she's finished every last chore. The young man calls to the girl named Automata, eyes fixed as she crumples and slips into unconsciousness. The scene snaps to the dark-haired boy as he says his name, Nido Jin, and he almost died. Then he frantically pries around inside the electrical panel with a screwdriver. The screwdriver slips from his hands. Nidojin shoots his hand out to grab it. His foot betrays him and he crashes to the floor. The boy crumples. The girl's eyes flare as she leans in and whispers what she found, and the light flickers. The dark-haired man snaps awake, hurling himself upright on the bed as confusion claws at his mind. He has no idea where he is. Nidojin snaps awake to find himself lying naked under a blanket with no memory how. A girl with long dark hair and blunt bangs approaches and calls him master, and shock slams into him. He clamps a massive towel around his naked body and blurts, "Who are you?" She beams, sweet as syrup, says, "I'm Automata," and that they're in her mother's research room, and Nidojin, eyebrow raised, spits out, "An automaton doll?" She yanks him toward her mother and hauls him to a small orb where an automaton cries, "Mother!" The orb suddenly flares. Surrounding mechanisms lift and hover. A voice greets the young man on the wind, and thus Naito Jin inherited the power of a magician. He'd just inherited the mantle from a predecessor dead for thousands of years. Newly empowered but still wary. Arms crossed, he fired off questions. Rescued by a last-second teleport and miraculously healed. Yet where is Klus? He feels absurdly exposed, wearing only a single towel. Nido Jin locked his gaze on the cabinet, a flash of memory telling him mages can conjure things from nothing. Maybe he could too. He reached for magic, and the hand lying on the towel burst into a soft light. A strange swirl of threads erupts around the towel as the cloth tears itself into a whirlwind of filaments, and the young man beams, declaring he can create anything he imagines. The young man walked away with trousers, a shirt, and a coat, and when the air ran his hand over them, he froze. Those hems were stitched without a needle or sewing machine, like pure sorcery. He crackles with new power and storms to the automata. It's her turn. Her skin and clothes lie in tatters, so he must rebuild her from rags, and first he tears every scrap apart. Muscles stripped away, tendons torn to ribbons, bones shattered beyond use. Nidojin stares at the half-destroyed skeleton, stunned that any of it has survived 1,000 years. He spotted a mechanism embedded in the skeleton. Could this automaton be the previous mage's handiwork? He imagined what material she'd needed, and knowing the heir had been gifted, hammered one truth home. There was an enormous supply of it. He sweeps his gaze across the place they brought him, combing every corner. His predecessor's research room has to be here somewhere. The dark-haired man throws one of the doors open. The room is pitch black. Is this the vault? A blinding flash erupts, slicing through the dark. The young man looms over the intricate mechanism, mind racing. Could his predecessor really have made all this? He sifts through the tiny pieces, pops open a box, and a mechanical dog springs out. Nidojin spots the threads needed to build the muscles, but they're snarled deep inside. The young man clamps down and yanks with all his strength. A dungeon spider lunged into view right in front of him. Terror froze the young man. He had no idea what to do. Then the spider started making noises and he bolted away in blind panic. Before he could run far, the young man stumbled and skidded to the ground. A spider inched toward him. Nidojin slammed his hands over his face. He'd just been saved. Could this really be the end? The spider didn't attack. It only grazed his leg. The spider coils its legs around Nidojin's leg. He exhales, relieved he won't be killed twice, cradles the spider and scratches it like a pet, then sweeps the vault and freezes at a towering mountain of ore. This ore should be enough. His bones are forged of metal, his muscles spun from thread. Whispering the words, the young man summons magic. The young man discovers a tiny orb cradled in his palm and realizes he can reprogram it. He already knows the settings he wants, but he's far too lazy to jot down every detail. Nidojin, scribbling symbols onto the ball, suddenly realizes he's been writing in Japanese and hopes it won't cause problems. He really doesn't want to rewrite it all. He launches it, and the ball begins to glow. It worked! The young man shoved the ball away, squinting against the blinding light as the air rippled and the ball began gulping down magic, and it even responded to Japanese. A Mobius strip materializes before the boy. Hiragana, katakana, and kanji sprawl across its surface, and he must comb through every symbol. He clutches a bone mechanism in his hands. The number of words stays the same while speed and volume surge and dip. He must speed the process up somehow. Grinning, Nidojin vows to build an automata far superior to its predecessor, plunging back into magic as he pries open the mechanism to decipher its secrets. He must crank efficiency through the roof, slash power consumption, harden bones into far stronger, more durable structures, weave enchanted filaments into muscles to boost strength and resilience, and infuse the skin with magic so it can stretch on command. It hits him. He's been completely swept up in all of it. Granted that power, Nidojin can summon anything he dares to dream with terrifying ease, the gift obeying only his will. At last, everything's in place. She's sprawled on the table, eyes closed, hair a wild tangle, her body laid bare. Only the automata's outfits are left. First, he must hunt down silk. Nidojin almost forgot he'd glimpsed a spinning contraption in the storage room. Realizing he might need it, he ripped through the clutter and found it waiting in the dust. He leans in, methodically probing every gear to decode how it works. And as he teases out its secrets, the young man begins to believe that a plain, ordinary man like him has become a magician. What does Adriana Bologgiori want from him? Day by day he ground forward like a soulless machine, and at last he had to face the brutal truth. He knew nothing about this world. Jin, wielding the power bestowed on him, will remake everything for the better. The automata's outfit waits, and the young man dresses her with meticulous care before clipping a pair of bunny ears atop her head. She's primed. The moment of truth has arrived. He gathers a pulse of magic into his palms and thrusts it into her waiting hands. The launch screams into the sky, then disaster rips through the mission. The girl still lies there, her eyes sealed shut. Magic balance flawless, metabolism razor sharp, energy conservation locked. So why's the boy's stomach roaring? Hunger slams into Jin after hours of work. He bolts off hunting for food, dashing through room after room only to find each one empty. A cold truth hits him. This place has sat abandoned for ages, any food long since turned rancid and inedible, and Jin spots a teleport gate he suspects may lead to the city. He craves to use them. The young man floods them with magic, then funnels energy into the teleport center and ignites them. Unreadable glyphs explode into being around the young man, snaring him in a glowing ring as a blinding flash detonates. Overload. A colossal sphere of light detonates in the clearing, and the blonde girl with the basket spins around, eyes wide with surprise. She reels as a young man suddenly materializes from there. He's unconscious and crumples to the ground. Jin snaps awake, tangled beneath a blanket on the bed. He rockets upright, eyes hunting for where he is. Then a girl appears in the doorway. The moment the young man stirred, she cried out and dashed from the room. Jin froze, asking himself what had just happened, but one truth hit him. This wasn't his research room. An older woman storms into the room, a girl clinging to her arm, and explains the young man blacked out at the forest's edge, so they carried him here. The woman reveals one of his finders, a girl with pigtails now clutching her hand. The young man beams at the girl, gives his name, and declares he's delighted to meet her. Jin blurts a grateful thank you for saving her. The girl, momentarily dazed, screams and scrambles behind her grandmother, who brushes it off and tells them not to worry. She rakes a calming hand through Hannah's hair, a girl with pigtails, and demands to know how the boy wound up unconscious at the edge of the forest. Before the boy can answer, his stomach erupts in a thunderous rumble. He scrambles for excuses, cheeks burning, while the grandmother smiles, eyes full of understanding, and says she already knew he was hungry. Hunger roared, deafening him to every word. The grandmother darted to the stove to cook. The young man thanked her, voice raw with gratitude for cooking and filling his belly. Jin hurls out a tale about a teleportation gate. Grandmother stares, never having heard of it. Maybe it's a dark relic, though their village has none. Maybe it's the religion of an age long dead. These magical artifacts were forged before the Great Demon War, and the young man can't fathom what that war was. Grandma narrows her eyes and snaps, "You haven't heard about it?" He stammers that he's only heard bits and asks her to tell him about the event. About 300 years ago, humans clashed with beings from another planet in a war so brutal 2/3 of the population perished. Then demons unleashed a cataclysm that wiped out half of those who wielded magic on this planet. The cataclysm hurled their civilization back 1,000 years, wiping countless technologies from history. Jin reminded himself it happened after Balabossa's death and, with so much time spilled, no one could be expected to remember. Jin's only way home is a teleportation gate, so he bolts into a desperate hunt. His grandmother urges him to stay with them, and he humbly protests he has no way to repay their kindness and food. But she smiles and says she didn't save him for a reward. The grandmother beams at Hannah and, looking at the shy girl, says that when someone like her saves another, it fills her with joy. Orphaned when her parents died, Hannah drifts through life shrouded in a constant gloom, and Jin steps forward to offer his friendship. Grandma beams at the offer. She'd be over the moon if Jin would escort Hannah, show the boy around, and grab some water on the way. The genie flashed a grin and asked if she'd show him the village. She stammered, cheeks aflame, breathed a shaky yes, and they set off, walking together. The young man swept his gaze across the ruins, spotting crumbling doors and splintered fences, then came to a dead stop. This place's economy is a wreck, nowhere close to the research room's level. The war ripped through research and technical development. A man strides up and booms, "Hannah's child," as he checks on the boy. Jin smiles and asks if he's a villager, and the boy, Oshiku, confirms he is. Barbara and her grandfather strode up to Jin. The grandfather, Kibeku, the village elder, stepped forward to ask what the young man planned next, and Jin admitted plainly he'd be staying at Grandma Hannah's house for now. Kibeku snapped a hard warning. They'll take him in, but the instant he causes trouble, he's out. The place sat pin-drop quiet, calm, like a held breath. He claws at his head as his new acquaintances slip away, and Hannah rushes over, voice tight with worry. "Are you okay?" He squares his shoulders and vows to handle it all alone, then asks where they get water, and Hannah points as a well suddenly comes into view. The genie watches as the girl sends the bucket down the well, then yanks the rope and hoists it up, brimming with water. The boy yanks the rope himself and leaps in to help Hannah. Jean hefts a water bucket and asks if she always has to do such grueling work, and Hannah, cool as ever, answers that it's just her everyday routine. The young man hoists the wooden bucket and whispers, summoning a power that bestows magical blessings, the gift to link enchanted tools, and the genie grins. He fires a question at his grandmother about the man who works with copper and iron. She pauses, then tells him to scour the creaking old workshop in their house. It's packed with leftover tools and scraps. The workshop is hewn entirely from stone. The house's former owner ran it as a forge, hammering steel here until he died. The young man can use anything he wants. Jin thanks his grandmother. The dark-haired man snatches a strange lump from the forge, channels his magic to probe it, and his arcane sight snaps into focus, an alloy of copper and tin. The boy handled the materials like old tools, Hannah leaning in with hungry curiosity as Jean conjured magic and reshaped a piece of alloy, and Hannah gasped, half terrified, half astonished. Hannah's eyes sparkle as she asks, "Are you a wizard?" He stammers, grins sheepishly, and admits, not far from the truth. Her eyes lock on the boy's handiwork. It's a water pump, heavy enough they'll need a cart, and the genie touches the wooden boards. A small cart clatters into view right in front of the startled girl. Jean urges her to step in and push the handle, and Hannah carefully complies, pressing the handle as instructed. It springs to life. Now they must mount a pump on the well, while Hannah steadies the young man with a reassuring smile. The grandmother and the girl, with her hair pulled back, stride to the well. Barbara frowns and asks if she's afraid to leave her granddaughter with the boy. The grandmother shrugs it off. Jean doesn't seem like a bad person. And they spot Hannah and Jean at the well, hunched over some strange device. Barbara explodes. "What did he put on their well?" Jean begs her to wait until he finishes, but the girl keeps bristling with indignation. The young man grins and says it's a water pump that will make fetching water easy. Barbara scoffs. Hannah, following Jean's instructions, cranks the handle up and down, and a steady stream of water gushes out. Jean studies the results of his work with pride blazing in his chest, and Hannah's smile lights up her face with pure joy. The girl yells that water is gushing everywhere, and the grandmother's jaw drops, convinced it's some kind of magical artifact. The boy shrugs. It's just a plain hand pump. He lifts and drives the handle and water rushes into the cylinder, and the grandmother finally understands why he needed the copper. Hannah beams at Jean, thanking him. Now she can gather water in no time, and the young man grins, telling her to put it to good use. A few weeks later, Oshiku strides up to the young man and pours out a fierce thank you for the cart. The headman beamed when Jin rebuilt the stalls, and with a generous smile, let the young man stay in the village a little while longer. The young man stands back, pride burning in his chest, as his handiwork springs to life under the villagers' hands and lights up every face with joy. A bolt of understanding hits the young man. The master of magic's mission is to make people happy. Suddenly, Jin spots strange smoke spiraling up from the mountains. Hannah snaps, "Why does the boy always stare at the mountain of death?" John fires back, "Why is it called that?" "Because any bird that flies near it drops dead instantly." She grins and drops the bomb. The mountain's miasma is poisoning the air. Maybe it's volcanic gas? Is this a hot spring? Hannah summons him home. Before long, the young man has already made himself at home here. He sacrificed every last scrap of bronze ore to forge a water pump. And now, with no choice, he boils water in a kettle on the stove and scrubs himself clean. No special tools can find the geyser, so Jin pins his hopes on magic. The young man steels himself and plunges into the geological dimension to try. Jean's itching to nail down the source's exact spot, but the real mission is finding the minerals. Once he locks onto them, he can swoop in and dig them up, though he might have to buy a permit first. The young man bursts into the headman's house demanding the hot spring's secret, but Kibeku scoffs that no one has ever pulled hot water from any of these wells. Barbara burst into the conversation, insisting a hot spring would work miracles for the residents' health. The headman declares that if it's for the villagers' sake, he won't block the young man from taking what he needs. Then he gratefully thanks Jin for the water pump and says a caravan of merchants is due soon, bringing salt and sugar every 2 months, plus food, wares from distant places, and clothing. Jin notices there isn't a single coin. This tiny village runs on barter, neighbors swapping goods and favors, and if the boy needs anything, the chief and Barbara tell him to ask. The chief quietly hopes the boy will throw himself into helping the village. The genie shoved the cart down the path. Without a single coin to trade, it sat useless, and the young man was powerless to change it. He let out a ragged, despairing sigh, aching to help the villagers more. Suddenly Hannah and a gaggle of kids, a dark-haired girl and 2 tousled boys, materialize beside the cart. One boy, flustered, stammers, "When did you manage to hide there?" Hannah snaps, "What are you doing?" And the dark-haired boy, sheepish but honest, admits he's planning to build a hot spring. The kids blinked, baffled, while Jin, all nerves, fumbled an awkward plea for silence and urged them to follow. First, the boy must hollow out a bathing area. Jin gently nudges Hannah by the shoulder. The first step is magic. The boy condenses a tiny clod of power in his palm. 2 rectangular holes split the ground and the boys exploded into surprised shouts, calling him amazing. Could he really create a water source that fast? Jin smiles awkwardly. This is only the beginning of the work. Then he drives his magic downward, forcing it deeper until a fountain of water rockets up from beneath the earth. The boys erupt in endless cries of astonishment, their eyes glittering with curiosity as the young man finishes. He plunged his hand into the water and flinched at the searing heat. He needs more water, but the children, stripped of their outer clothes, are already sprinting to the springs. The boy yanks them back by the arm and stops them cold. The water's still scalding, no swimming. Jin jumps in, offering to help the kids raise a roof and erect a fence for now, and they agree on the spot. He thinks of it as an orphanage. the very place that abandoned him and then raised him. Jin's chest tightens as he wonders if everything's okay there. The children snatch up a board and beg the boy for help. Jin offers an awkward apology, admitting he'd been lost in thought. After a while, the boys grin like champions. They've finished everything: a fully outfitted bathing spot, steaming springs rimmed with smooth stones, and a low fence that buys them a sliver of privacy. He owns up that he aimed for a simple design, but excitement hijacked the plan. Now it looks more like a footbath. Since the kids helped build the spring, Jin rewards them by making them the spring's first guests. A geyser of water rockets straight at him while the children splash and holler, waving him in. Jin snaps at them to stop playing. The boy melts into the steaming water, every muscle loosening as if reborn. Hannah steps up and holds out a tiny stone she plucked from the bottom. Jin lifts it to his eye, squinting to get a better look. One of the boys pipes up that these stones wash up on the shore and pop up in odd places. Jin slaps the analyzer on, watches the readout scream volcanic magic stone. He's never seen one in the lab. Jin tucks the stone away, determined to keep it. It's likely to bring great benefit, and that payoff comes in just a few days. The merchant bellowed, beckoning everyone to see his new wares. Heaps of salt and sugar and a flood of other goods. And the genius, stunned by the sudden crowd, burned to push inside and see for himself. Barbara's voice cut across the yard. Her grandfather wants Jean at the well, and the boy didn't hesitate. He sprinted straight for it. Jin strides up to the headman and spots a young merchant standing beside him. The young man steps forward and announces himself as Roland. The merchant winced, apologized for dragging Jin here, then fired a blunt question his way. The merchant gapes. This village is unrecognizable from his visit 2 months ago. Houses rebuilt, fences mended, everything fixed. The carts catch his eye with strange, clever designs. But the crown jewel is the water pump, the device that drags water up like a hungry beast and leaves him stunned. The merchant proclaims it a revolutionary invention. The young man forces an awkward smile. He didn't invent it. The merchant admits he was floored when the village elder unveiled the instrument. The young man cuts the merchant's flattery off mid-sentence and snaps they should get down to business. The merchant bristles, offended, and demands he act friendlier. He bristled, refusing hollow praise. Jin really had the talent to build that device, and the young man smirked and owned it. I made it. The merchant pleads with Jin to sell him the pump, but Jin snaps a cold, categorical no. The merchant clutches the young man's sleeve and implores him, cash no object. He can hand over anything the young man wants. The headman gapes, demanding why Jin won't sell. It won't hurt you. And Jin snaps, if you think so, then follow me, before the three of them storm into the workshop. He says he burned through every last scrap to build the water pump, the cart, and rebuild the whole village. Jin cuts him off instantly, insisting materials aren't the problem, but the young man snaps it's not about supplies. He keeps confessing he just doesn't want to build anymore. He did it for himself before, now he's not in the mood. Jin's neck deep in crafting a single new piece, so he's swamped. Even if the young man greenlights mass production, every copy will be worse than the first. The merchant pinches the bridge of his nose, thinking. The merchant pleads with the young man to teach him how to do these things, and the voice's words roar back into the young man's mind, the same command that gave him the power to conquer anyone. The genie grins awkwardly and proclaims he has magic. The merchant reels in surprise. The young man steps forward offering to sell the method of making them, and the merchant erupts in amazement. A young man bursts into the workshop. Eric, the same guy Jean saw behind the counter earlier. The young man confesses he looked at the pump. He proclaims the young man a powerful wizard. Eric grins and reassures the young man he's not envious, confessing he couldn't craft such a complex device himself. The merchant then reveals Eric trained at Cecilio's Magic Academy. So of course he's talented. That's why the merchant invited him here. The lesson explodes into motion as Jin slams a slab of bronze ore in front of him, commands him to forge a cylinder first, then explains the pump. Pull the lever, air hammers the piston and sucks water into the cylinder. Every part will be made from this bronze, and Eric nods. Jean thrust the finished cylinder into view, letting its completed form speak for itself. Eric snaps. What the hell did I just do? Jin, perplexed, replies he only transformed the ore. The new outer shell now locks it to the cylinder. Eric snaps. How could he do that? Stunned by his own reaction, he realizes this is what being extraordinary feels like, and vows to train while he's here. When Jin suggests soaking in the hot springs to relax, Eric immediately lights up with inspiration. The young man stares at his hands, wrestling with how to seed even a sliver of his craft, so these masterpieces can come to life. Only he can help them. The merchant and Eric barreled up to the young man, eyes wide, shouting that he'd built the hot spring too, and together they begged him to teach them how. Eric thrusts the pump he just built into Jin's hands. The young man inspects it. Gleaming, precision-machined parts slot perfectly together. It's flawless. Eric has finally done it. The young man jabbed a finger at the work on the table and snapped, Jin, what are you doing now? Then revealed he's assembling a gas stove to light a fire. The gas stove glows like a miracle, and Jin exhales in relief. It's working because of that magic stone they pulled from the spring, and Jin can't imagine Kane's village ever having this. The heat output and magical control methods still need tweaking, so Jin promises to teach Eric later, but Eric presses a hand to his face, overwhelmed, and for now all he wants is to learn how to build a water pump. Eric beams at the victory, but this card slaps him with how much he still has to learn. He snaps that Jin's from another country, and if that's true, he'll have to pay taxes. Eric rubs his forehead and figures the tax collector won't show up until autumn. The young man blurts, Do I have to pay in cash? Eric shakes his head. He'd heard otherwise from someone else. Kane's village isn't unique. Across many rural areas, money barely circulates. Eric says every year the tax collector descends on Toka and quarters himself there, the neighboring village, about 3 days by horse. Jin pressed his hand to his chin, mind racing as he realized he'd have to figure out how to build a car in this time. A merchant's call pulls Eric away. It's time to leave, and the young men part with a firm promise they'll meet again. Jin tracks the cart as it clatters into the distance, already knowing the tax collector won't be here for long. Hannah and Jin call out, Good morning, as Hannah harvests tea leaves and funnels sap straight into a waiting cup. The boy thanks her. The genie already knows this land hides incredible resources, tree resin among them, as the young man plucks a resin cup from the trunk and tells the curious girl it's used to make rubber. Back in the workshop, the thought struck him. He'd never even imagined tapping trees for sap. Could that sticky gold be the upgrade his cart needs? At last he can plunge in and blend the tires with the rubber. He has to finish it fast. First, the young man locks them into perfect pairs with a grin, calls it a blast, tweaks their weights like child's play, then conjures transformation magic for the wheels and hubs, a masterclass in craftsmanship. Here's the snag. The rubber. The boy plans to toss sulfur in to sulfurize it and make stiff, natural rubber springy, because raw rubber is stubbornly hard and needs sulfur. Sulfur lies by the mineral hot springs, and Jin uses the melting technique. He launches the new rubber into an elasticity test. One sample snaps back like iron, the other droops like wet cloth. Jin grabs the only acceptable middle ground. Paint's scarce, but Jin still looks the part. He smears what's left on like fake soot. If it holds, he'll be stuck cranking out more wheels. So he mounts the finished wheel on the cart. But what does he do with the extra rubber that literally dissolves in his hands? The next morning, Hannah jolts Jin awake and drags the yawning boy in her wake. Jin spots children crammed into a cart and, skeptical, snaps, "What are you doing?" The girl tells him to look, then shoves the cart and it rockets into motion. The girl erupts, declaring she's insanely strong. Jin beams, praising his invention because it works well, and Jin and Hannah freeze, eyes locking for a stunned heartbeat. Hannah pouts. Jin forces, "It's okay. It's just a modernized version of the minecart." Hannah erupts. Outraged, the boy tricked her into thinking she was truly strong, and Jin's anger crackles beneath his words. Jin fumbles a white, round object into her palm, eyes pleading as he presses it forward and urges her to look closer. He drops the ball and it rebounds skyward, and the girl erupts, shouting, "This ball is amazing!" A memory slams into Hannah. She's seen the boy collecting tree smog and suddenly knows what the ball is made of. Jean snaps that the cart's wheels are the same material, and the girl keeps yanking the ball side to side. Buoyant on the water, the ball will ride the current straight to the spring. Kids splash and chase a ball in the steaming hot spring as Barbara calls to the boy, gratefully thanking him for watching the children and spending time with them. Jin asks if the girl returned the magic stone, and Barbara nods before dropping the news that she heard the hot spring will start charging an entrance fee. The girl spots Hannah sprawled on a round float bobbing in the water. It's a float. Barbara admits she's never heard of such a thing and asks, "Did the boy do it?" Jean nods. Barbara snaps, "Can adults use this?" While Kane's people revel in the thrill of their new inventions. Autumn hits. Leaves tumble like embers. This world's seasons mirror ours and yank memories of Japan into Jin. So lost, he wanders straight into a horse that startles, bows its head, and begs him for forgiveness. Jean yells, "Wait! Do horses in this world actually talk?" The voice snaps again. He's looking in the wrong place. And Jin's eyes slam onto a girl tangled in a saddle, dangling upside down as she begs them for help. After they help her down, the mysterious man bows and thanks them. She guns the engine for Kane's village. An accidental surge makes the car lurch, and she fights to keep control, and Jin presses her. What's her business here? Why did she come? She scrapes a hand through her hair and admits Kane's village is next on her tax route. Jin's eyes snap wide as he realizes she's a tax collector, and she gives her name, Lithia Fullheight. Jin bursts out a contrite apology for his rudeness, gives his name, and says he's currently living in Kane's village. Hannah follows with her own introduction, and the girl, cheeks flushed, shyly asks them to show her the way to the village. The boys hustle Lithia into the village. She confesses the first task came straight from the king. She's only just been granted noble status, yet Lithia already looks every inch of one. The young man grills her again about the noble. She's a commoner freshly granted the title of knight. Her father won his honor on the battlefield, and she's been saddled with a daunting task. If she nails it, she'll claim knighthood too, because her burning goal is to prove she's useful to society. If she could somehow pull this off, it'd be amazing. She snaps an embarrassed apology for bragging. Jin shrugs and says that's normal, and the guys escort Lithia to the headman's house. Regret knotted her throat as she asked if their village had a pump too. The young man froze, surprise flaring, and asked what she meant too. Lydia insists it only just debuted in the palace, and the first to unveil it at the Raglan exhibition was Mr. Rowland, known as the Young Man's Smiles. Hannah beams with pride, claiming her brother made it. Lydia scoffs, so Hannah bristles and drives her proof home, and the girl melts into a gentle nod, promising she'll go speak with the village elder. Hannah snaps, "Why didn't you tell me the water pump was your invention?" He shrugs, convinced Eric probably built them in other villages too. Jean tells Hannah bluntly that as long as people live more comfortably, he's content. He'd rather dodge officials and only values items that actually ease everyday life, and Hannah observes that's the very essence of Jin. The headman snaps, "Any problems with taxes this year?" Then shoots, "If not, when's the girl moving to Toka village?" Lithia blurts she's thinking of leaving tomorrow, and he winces, worried it's too hasty. Maybe she's simply exhausted. The headman drifts into memories of the old tax collectors. Lithia snaps back, voice like iron. She's no tax man. The girl leans in and asks how much the village paid for the water pump. The chief blurts they didn't buy it. Someone built the pump. Lithia snaps, "Jin?" And the chief confirms. Jin supplied the pump and every item Ronin carries, and even trained him to use them. Lithia's jaw drops as she realizes Hannah wasn't lying about Jin. The headman gleefully rattles off Jin's recent creations, gas stoves, rubber wheels, and more, and the girl stands stunned. Lydia asks to see the objects, and the villagers spread out every contraption the young man cranked out during that time. Barbara whisks Lithia into a steaming hot spring called an onsen, a brilliant invention whose hot embrace melts every shred of tension and drops them into pure bliss. When Lithia laid eyes on his work, a brutal clarity hit her. This is what it means to truly earn the title of knight. Barbara points out the girl is chasing that same title and finds it astonishing. Yet Lithia, despite that burning goal, doesn't even know what she has or what she must do to get there, and Barbara turns it over in her mind. The girls huddle, eyes alight, and propose they tackle the problem together. Barbara dials Jean, sparking a rapid-fire call to hammer out the problem together. Lydia blurted an apology to the young man for his rude behavior. She'd thought Hannah was teasing her, and he waved it off, assuring her that everything was fine. A water pump, a gas stove, a cart, a rubber ball, even an onsen. All of them keep daily life running, and she fumbles out the question. Will her dream of becoming a knight ever help anyone? Jin admits he's no great man. Magic is breathtaking, but it was bestowed on him by someone else. He can't wield it himself, and when he crafts these objects, he won't call it magic. He calls it a service he plans to keep offering. It pulls it off simply because it can. Lithium can do the same. Ignite it by taking that first step. Her eyes snapped wide as she blurted, "Can I do it too?" He nodded, a fierce grin spreading. He'd been hunting that answer for years. Lytia shoots a grateful look at the young man, reveals she's a tax collector, and implores him for a favor. She must set out tomorrow and needs several carts loaded with luggage. He blurts a shaky yes and bolts into the workshop, sprinting as if the walls were closing in. Jean sweeps his gaze across the carts and snaps a count, 12 in total. He could make a few more tweaks, but he already has enough headaches and won't bother with extra checks and corrections. As he tweaks the controls, a memory of the robot he was repairing in the lab slams into him. He wonders if it actually works. Maybe he should check it when he gets back. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the robot doll sat motionless. Then its eyes snapped wide open. The machine unleashes a jagged thunderbolt at the animal blocking its path. She obliterates the aggressive animal. The sector stands clear. The teleportation gate finishes installing, and teleportation back to the laboratory ignites. She materializes in the wrong place again, begging for a slightly wider transport radius that can actually withstand vibration magic. The teleportation gate has spun wildly out of control, overwhelming Automata, but she won't give up. Guilt claws at her for not finding a solution sooner. She thought everything was fine until she lost track of her father. When Automata blinked to life, her father was gone. The instant she woke, she knew the mission had triggered her body to start decomposing. A bolt of realization hit her. This was probably her father's work, and she had to thank him right away. So she tore through the lab, checking every corner, and he was nowhere to be found. Her father's gone, her long-range radar's dead, so only her automata can lock onto the faint thread of his aura. Maybe he slipped out of the lab. She sprinted to the teleportation gate as its ring flared to life. She scrambled to trace where they were leading, but the girl couldn't pinpoint the destination. Their work had a glaring mistake. Determination burned in her chest as she set to preparing. She ripped through the piles until she yanked out the gate installation manual. Her rations were meager, so she'd barter for food along the road. All she owned were her mother's clothes, but they fit, so they'd do. A single wound could ruin her, so she crammed bandages and medicine into her pack, and she could tap magic stones later to craft what she needed when this was over. At last, her backpack is strapped, a hulking pack almost half her height, and Automata strides to the gate, eyes blazing to find her father. The girl carves through rivers, combs every road, storms across deserts, and plunges into forests. She slaughtered animals one by one as she prowled from village to village. Automata has teleported 12 times and still hasn't found anyone. Relentless, the little android has scoured the void for 14 years, 8 moons and 27 suns, racing across 1601 worlds she can't stop. Her goal still burned. She plunged into a world buried under a thick blanket of snow. High in the snow-drifted mountains, planting a gate feels hopeless, and she knows she'll have to find another spot. Then her body freezes, and a creature smashes down onto her from above. A colossal creature, many arms writhing and several pairs of eyes glittering, gapes with a huge mouth bristling with a terrifying number of teeth, and squeezes the girl into a compact lump of snow. Hecaton chairs, 100-armed giants, a living wall of steel. Was he drawn to that magical aura of teleportation, or had he marked the girl as prey? She barely broke free. The creature lunges at her, snapping its fist to seize the automata once more. She darts aside, sensing how brutal this will be, and knowing she might have to fling her things away and fight for real. Then the monitor rips up a massive chunk of snow and hurls it at the automata. She slams her fist into the snowball, shattering it mercilessly. There is no choice. Ether twists into raw power. Processors roar into overdrive. Mana floods the conduits. Power spikes. Elemental materials swarm and fuse into a magic weapon. Movement enhancers snap online. Shimmering magic fibers erupt outward, and the ultimate offensive technique detonates. Her hands erupted, unleashing a titanic explosion of mana. He rips a brutal right into the monster. The strike connects and the attack ends. Automata gasps, stunned by how incredible her father's upgrades are, and suddenly she feels his aura crash over her. The aura flickers weak, but Automata knows without a doubt it's her father's. She steps toward it with a smile, silently hoping he's okay. Villagers with creaking carts snake along the road. A young man lifts a cup and takes a cool, quiet sip of water. Oshiku shoots a worried glance and asks if he needs to rest. Jin waves it off with a grin, insisting he's fine and can still walk. Once they clear the rocky pass, the procession will pour into Toka village. At this pace, they'll be there well before sunset. Jin's carts slash the work down to a single, lightning-fast run, because without him, they'd be hauling loads again and again. Yet the young man warns it's still brutal and estimates 2 to 3 days to finish it all. Jin lunges to help, but Oshiku snaps him back. This is his vital job. If those machines go down, only the boy can get them humming again. They're told to just conserve their energy. Jin nods in agreement. Lithia whirls to face them, and a deafening crash rips through the air. Nobody has a clue what just went down. Out of nowhere, towering ink-black shapes surged into view right in front of them. Fear claws at the young man as he stares at the creature and chokes out, "What is it?" Lycia's voice trembles as she warns, "They're golems." She thrusts a hand out and yells for everyone to step back so they can first hammer out a plan of action. Nobody's listening to her as Ian's already lunging to strike the golem from behind, and Oshiku and Jin scramble to stop him. A colossal monster fist hurtles at Ian. Jin snaps, unleashing the spell attraction and yanking the golem's hand hard into the earth. The guys yank Ian free as the golem smashes everything around them to rubble. Lithia rockets forward, fury blazing. She won't let that thing do any more damage. Jin warns her, panic clawing at his voice. It won't work! But she steels herself and swings, her sword ripping in a white-hot arc that severs the monster's leg. The attack shatters the lich's sword. Jin's jaw drops when he sees the girl's blade snapped. Hadn't it been razor-sharp? Lithia, weapon gone, plants her feet and meets the golem's swing without a flicker of fear. Golem's fist rockets into the girl as she slams her hands up to block. Lithia crumples. Oshiku screams her name, raw with worry. There's only wheat here. They can live without it. Now they have to run. She drops to her knees and refuses to run. A novice knight, yet pride steels her spine. If she can't even defend people's property, what good is she? Lydia snaps, resolute and roaring. Knights are born to protect. Tears blurring her vision, the girl vows she'll do whatever she can right now, no matter what. Lithia screams and rockets at the golem from behind once more. Jin lunges to yank her back but fails, and another golem looms beside the other travelers. He scrambles to figure out if he can do anything now. He can't hold them back for long and can't affect them while they're intact, when a short, sharp click snaps from his bag. The young man yanks out a water-filled vessel. Could she be the one to help them? They reinforced the vessel, cranked the internal pressure sky-high, and aimed it like a water pistol, reshaping the lid to tame the stream. Just then, the golem intercepted Lithia's strike again, knocking her to the ground. The magical transformation snaps into place as Jin lashes out, sending a thunderous column of water straight at the golem. The jet wave cleaves through the golem's body, slicing its stone hide like a razor-sharp sword. The golem grinds to a sudden halt right in front of Lithia. He crumples to the ground beside the girl, utterly defeated. Lydia stares, bewildered, unable to make sense of it. Only one left. Jin aims again and unleashes a scorching stream that rips the second golem clean in two. The young man leans in, worldly concern lacing his voice as he asks if Lydia is okay. The girl snaps, "What happened?" Jin admits he cast a spell. He's awful at offensive magic, but it bought them the crucial seconds. Then she sees, crestfallen, that another cart of wheat has been hit. "Chaos devoured everything around us." Lithia chokes out an apology, saying if she were stronger she could have stopped the golem. Oshiku breathes that it's a miracle they survived with no injuries, and everyone did a great job. Ian shudders, calling the creatures terrifying. The golem only hit him once, but his arm still hurts like hell. Lithia leans in, worried, and asks to take a look. Jin gappers at Lithia and blurts out if she can use healing magic. Lithia nods and voice barely above a whisper chants, "Holy light that heals everyone, please bestow upon us." Lithia closes her eyes and channels a pulse of healing into Ian's hand. Ian gasps as his wounds vanish and his hand is suddenly whole, and Lithia breaks into a relieved smile. The residents erupt, showering the girl with praise. Oshiku rushes forward to thank the knight, gratitude blazing in her eyes. Lithia flashes a sheepish grin and shrugs. "It's my job. If anyone gets hurt, tell me." Villagers edge forward, plucking wheat stalks one by one, while Genie snaps his fingers and, with a crackling bolt of magic, restores the ruined carts. One cart lies utterly shattered, leaving them stranded with sacks of wheat and nowhere to load them. If only they could bolt out now and haul every last sack away. Jin's eyes flash as he vows to turn the golem that attacked them into a weapon. Someone must have been steering it on the way here, and maybe the young man can figure out how. Jin plastered an awkward smile, convinced even failure could be twisted into something useful. Oshiku barked that their time was nearly gone. The boy's fingers closed around the orb. A spear-armed guard posts by the houses. A man strides up and they trade weather talk. The guard marvels at how peaceful the day is. The dark-haired man agrees. Then he spots a figure charging straight toward them. A hulking golem loomed, clutching several carts in its hands as the men screamed in terror and brandished spears and swords to defend the village. Lydia explodes into the clearing, confronts the golem, and begs them to calm down. The men go silent, recognition igniting in their eyes. She snaps that the golem is their servant. The meal guards gape, trade a quick look with Gin, then start heaving sacks of wheat off the cart. Jean asks the golem to shift the wheat to the other corner. It moves at once, and Oshiku's jaw drops. It's 3 times the size of a normal human. He hesitates, then turns to Jin. Oshiku isn't openly distrustful, but he needs to know if Jin can take this monster down. They still haven't traced the creator, so if they rewrite the program, will it actually stop the threat? Jin can't make sense of half his own muttering, but he shrugs it off and tells everyone not to worry. He even dubs the golem gone, while Lithia stares at the shard of her sword, disappointment etched across her face. Jin bellows her name, thrilled they finally get a moment to rest, but Lithia waves him off. She insists she's fine and still has duties, so Jin snaps that Gaon can be assigned to guard the village. Lydia agrees, pain burning in her eyes, and chokes out that she forgot to reforge the sword. Now it's broken. Jin grins and says it's the same with people. If we don't work on ourselves, we'll bloat and rust, and one day we'll get what we deserve. Lithia smiles back, remembering the moment she was sure she was going to die. Her eyes snap back to the sword fragment. She meant to have it fixed at the blacksmith, but forgot when they passed, and wanting to keep using the blade, Lithia brightens as Jin says he earns his living repairing weapons and offers to fix her sword. The girl slams a shard into his palm. Jin surges magic through it. The blade knits itself whole in a heartbeat, and he hands it back to its owner, while Lithia inspects the steel and calls this branch of magic strange. She never once thanked the young man, then asks what he wants. Jin coolly replies he needs nothing, but Lithia, without missing a beat, offers to present him as a master of magical craft. The young man fumbles, saying he wants to finish his research and then go home. Lithia freezes and admits she has no idea how to report the golems. He snaps that reporting them is her responsibility too, and Lithia answers that it's part of her job. Jin clasps his hands in a desperate plea, begging Lithia to scrub him from her report and swearing no one must ever know. Lithia erupts, furious he went and did it alone. She still agrees, promising to try not to mention Jin, though she knows they'll discover him sooner or later. Jin exhales, resigned, and says when that day comes, he'll handle it, while Lithia steps forward, ready to help in any way she can, and that should be enough to show her gratitude. Lydia's voice drops to a shy plea. If he ever reaches the citadel, will he stay with her? Jin smiles and nods, but says he must settle his affairs and return to the village. The girl flashes a challenge. Does he want her to test the first strike of her new sword on him? With Toka's taxes sent, they turned back to Kane's village. The golem's attack had swollen their escort, and when the golems transformed, every last fear burned away. Maybe Gone masked the trail. Jin finds no trace of other attackers, and the other golem gave him nothing. He knows he has to solve this, but other work pulls him away, and when they finally reach the village, Hannah throws herself into his arms. Hannah storms into Jin's workshop. The young man stands with his arms crossed, deep in thought and bristling with worry, and Jin admits to her, voice tight, that he couldn't scrape together enough materials to fix his golem. She realizes he's talking about Gone. To patch him up, the boy scavenged parts from another golem, and when Hannah plucks a tiny orb from it, Jin snaps it's a magic crystal, the essential core every doll or golem needs. Hannah pleads to use the ball to light the gas stove. Jin snaps no. This crystal is purer than any magic stone, and wasting it on something so petty would be a crime. Hannah stares at the stone, puzzled, half remembering a sight like it on Death Mountain, and Jin, stunned, asks again. Jin realizes his predecessor's inventions are one-of-a-kind, flawlessly crafted marvels, so he invites Hannah to join him on a materials hunt. She bursts into joyful squeals and rushes off to fetch supplies while Jin exhales, praying he won't have to worry about a thing. Jin hurls the question at Gon. "Will you come with us?" And Hannah suddenly appears, scrambling up the golem's arm and vaulting onto its neck. She beams and demands they chase the golem off. Jin's jaw drops. He can't shake the memory of how petrified she was at the start. They charge up to the mountain of death and slam to a halt at a jagged cliff. The stone reads like granite, so Jin moves in to inspect while Golem lowers the girl to the ground and Jin activates surface research. As he explores, the boy senses something buried and snaps for Gon to dig. Gon rockets into the earth, hands a blur, and Hannah watches, admiration lighting her face. Magnetic ore snarled with sheets of white mica and streaks of chalcopyrite, and when the young man scraped the surface, his hand struck a magic crystal of the earth. Hannah fires the question, "Did you find what you were looking for?" Jin nods. He'd unearthed a trove of useful items, so the young man ordered the golem to fetch every needed thing. They must be repaired first, then Hannah will upgrade them. The village's windows are hewn from white mica, bathing every home in pale light. He's animated another golem the boy dubs General. When materials run dry, Jen braves the mountain of death again to collect them. The boy still must forge a few more carts for the village and figure out how to improve them. Today, he must gather a huge haul of materials again. At one point, while drawing, he slips out of reality and loses himself in the sketch. Oshiku's shout rips through the air. He warns it's reckless to go into those dangerous places, and the young man jolts, remembering he was headed to the valley to gather materials. Oshiku spots it instantly. Jin's buried in work and running on empty, and when the boy tries to deny it, his lie splinters. Oshiku snaps for him to stay on guard in case they're attacked, warns the young man not to take on too much, and the young man nods. Despair wraps the boy in iron chains. He feels Oshiku's worry like a weight, but with no plan, his calm fractures. Just a little more, and he'll make it back to the village, and if another attack comes, it won't be the same. If Jin hadn't twisted the water jet into a lethal weapon, he'd have been forced to watch Lithia die before his eyes, and he can't even imagine the hollow he'd be feeling now. Oshiku flashes an awkward smile and confesses he'd have been crushed too if anything had happened to her. Only Jin and Lithia could fight now. Oshiku admits straight up that if he'd been in their place, he'd be dead. Oshiku holds Maria and Kami close. The others cling to whatever keeps them alive. Nobody wants to die. He turns to Jin and declares that Jin somehow carves a way out of every mess, so the boy can be proud, because he does things ordinary people can't. Oshiku snaps, "Why isn't one of Gon's arms working?" Jin presses, "Gon, what happened?" Golem holds up the ruined arm and says flatly, "It's broken." Jin's sure it's because the golem's always slogging through brutal labor. The boy frantically searches for something tough enough for his hand. Oshiku squints, voice unsure. "Am I imagining it, or is that adamantine ore?" Roland warned Jin it was the strongest metal on Earth. Unworkable, and so rare the capital barely ever sees it. Jin reels that such a prize sits on the mountain of death. Oshiku grins and calls the find a massive win, and they decide to haul it back to the village. The boy blasted a screaming water jet to carve the metal as Oshiku shouted, "I really hope it rips through the strongest metal this easily!" In the end, the boy failed. Oshiku urges him to rest. The boy is utterly drained, and pleads with Jin again not to shoulder all the blame, insisting he must take care of his health. Jin collapses into sleep in his room. Hana catapults onto him, jolting him awake. The sun is already blazing outside, Grandma feeds them breakfast, and they're happily chatting. The young man bolts back into the workshop, muscles humming from deep sleep and a full meal, primed to assemble every piece he's been crafting. It's time to get back to work. The transport's still a wreck. The cart won't cut it. They need something solid, so the boy frames it in blue copper. Oshiku warns that's rare, but the boy insists the skeleton be adamantine. If the internal structure cracked or warped, disaster would follow. So the young man lashes everything together with rubber, installs a mana generator and an ether converter, and seats a controllable heart. Her predecessor wielded jaw-dropping knowledge. She could bring to life the bones and stride of any four-legged creature from memory. No internet needed. The young man had to tap that gift more often if he wanted to help anyone, and Hana peered into the workshop, curiosity crackling in her eyes. Suddenly, a horse-shaped structure burst into existence in front of her and Gina. The work was complete. Hana beams at the new toy, now purring perfectly, and already swung into the saddle, she freezes as Jean stops her cold. Hana's smile collapses as she pleads, "I can't sit on it?" And Jen explains he wanted to finish testing it first. Hana cuts him off with, "Can I come back tomorrow?" Then clutches the toy to her chest, thanks him and swears she'll handle it with care, and Jen asks, "What would you like to name it?" Hana swears the horse is green and blue and vows to name it Minto. Jean proclaims to the horse that this girl is now its owner, and the horse's mechanical head nods. Hennick bursts out, "Is that a doll?" Jean grins. It's like a golem that moves itself. Squeeze the right handle to accelerate and it'll carry you, and push the handles in the direction you want to turn. Want to stop? Release the handle and twist the block like this. It'll feel strange at first, but Hana will slowly get used to it. The girl nods, seriously. In an hour. An hour later, the girl charges at full tilt on a roaring horse. Jean awkwardly pleads for her to slow, and Hana waves a hand and declares she'll show everyone. The young man pulled it off. Now he's frantically crunching numbers, wondering how many pieces he'll have to make for everyone. Oshiku and Yan strike out on the hunt, Golem Jen lumbering at their side. They spot Hana. She throws back her cloak and reveals the golem horse, Minto, iron hooves ringing as it steps forward. Hana quips, "She looks like Jen's golem." Oshiku scowls, convinced Jin's invented something weird. Again. Oshiku's face lights up remembering the deer meat and insists they throw a party. Ian cheers. It's a brilliant idea. Oshiku asks Hana what Jin's doing now. She says he's creating new horses, and Oshiku nods. Oshiku cuts them off. Don't distract the young man. Stand and wait a moment, and when they return they'll cook the meal together. A young man stands in the workshop as another horse waits ready. Then Jin looks up, sees night has fallen, and hunger claws at him. He bursts out of the workshop into a delicious, irresistible aroma, his eyes snapping wide at a huge crowd playing, chatting, and cooking as Yan and Oshiku call to him. Hana's grandmother steps up to Jean and declares the whole village has come to thank the young man for what he's done for the village. And a drunk Barbara waddles over grinning, clutching a mug of alcohol. The village chief thunders that anyone trying their hardest deserves our support. John fumbles and awkwardly pushes Barbara away. Hana's grandmother presses a bowl of food into his hands and urges him to help himself. He needs to relax and rest. He's one of them. This young man belongs to this huge family. Hana calls him brother and beckons him to eat. A tender, heart-melting smile spreads across the young man's face as he agrees, while fires and the moon throw the night into brilliant light. Ian and Oshiku thunder across the plain on golem horses. Ian shoulder blocks the deer's path. Jin beams they picked up the controls in seconds, and Oshiku points out the boy just made the controls foolproof. We were hunting deer when waves of herds poured down from the mountains. Jin snapped that something had to be driving them, and Oshiku said, maybe the forests hold no food anymore, or hungry bears and mountain wolves are chasing them. If that's true, they'll storm the village someday. And if bears and wolves make it to the village, it'll be catastrophic for them. Yan realizes they almost never make it to the village, carries his uncle's warning that it only happened once, and Oshiku insists he stay and stand guard for anything unexpected. Yet the boy just whines that he's tired. Jean slammed through the door and demanded answers from Grandma Hannah. She went pale and hissed that if those were mountain vodkas, they'd be in big trouble. She'd only seen them once. That time they stood toe-to-toe with an entire wolf pack and somehow scared them into flight. Grandma admits terror gripped her as a child, her father insisting there were about 50 wolves, Jin wondering aloud that it's rare but not impossible, and Grandma says the wolves are cautious, so they break into the village very rarely. Midnight smothers the world. He collapses into bed, cursing himself in his head for not preparing, decides to leave everything for tomorrow, and closes his eyes. The room explodes as everyone shoots up to their feet. Fear claws at Hannah. Jin asks, "Are you okay?" She clutches the boy's sweater, sobbing. Jin scrambles to make sense. This can't be an earthquake, and he prays it's not a volcanic eruption. All the villagers poured into the streets and stared as a blinding light burned on the distant horizon. The mountain of death flares with an otherworldly glow, and the young man stands baffled as raw power roars through his veins. Tears streaming, Hannah begs what they should do. Jin's gaze snaps to the mountain, tension coiling as he urges the girl to go back and stay inside the village. The young man snatches the skin and charges toward that spot. Oshiku slams into him, yelling that this will end badly, and he has no idea what the young man will do next. Oshiku snaps. The young man knows them inside out. The whole village surged forward, every villager poised to help the young man. Barbara grins and taunts him that the young man is about to go there in his pajamas, and the jab snaps him back. He remembers what he's wearing and bolts to change. Jin cries out to the villagers for help. They rally to his side and race to raise a shelter as a lifeline, imploring him to trust them while Hannah steps up, ready to help. "Quick, tuck the kids into bed now. Half the village's men will march with John while the rest stay to gather strength. They need a late-night snack." The boy unleashes his magic. Oshiku and the golem hammer away at the construction. Granny and Barbara hustle to prepare food, and Hannah's already in bed. Light drenches the mountain, burning so bright that at this pace they'll finish the foundation by dawn, and Oshiku, breathing hard, asks for a break. He craves rest as his shift winds down, and the golem, hailed as tireless in moments like this, should shoulder everything. Yet the young man watches it falter, proving that idea false. The golem's arms are already crumbling. Rest is natural for everyone, and everyone must follow the work-rest schedule. But these golems aren't just exhausted. Their magic is draining away. Oshiku shrugged. It sounded like they were talking about a child, and if the boy said so, so be it. Jin wolfs down a snack and collapses into bed, figures he'll sleep until noon. The instant he shuts his eyes, a terrifying gaze stares him down. He bolts upright in bed, panic clawing at his chest. Hannah's voice trembles. "Are you okay?" And he forces a calm smile, reaching out to steady her with quiet, steady words. He slept almost until evening, then forced himself up to dress as Hannah turned to him, a small, aching sadness in her eyes as she asked him not to leave here. Jean admits the shelter isn't ready, and that he's got a mountain of work ahead. Hannah mutters under her breath, "That's not what I'm talking about." Hannah admits that last night, under that shining beam, she looked into Jin's eyes and felt he'd carry her away forever. And she breaks down crying as Jin strokes her head and promises he's not going anywhere. The village has claimed him as home. To be home, he must come here. The girl asks if he's lying, then beams contentedly and begs him to promise he won't leave, and Jin promises. Crews hammer and shout as the shelter rises, already looking solid and leaving plenty of room for everyone when they arrive. Jean declares there's nothing to fear if it's true. Golems converge on him, demanding he issue an order as they bristle with a sharp sense of danger. Yan roared that the mountain wolves were here. Oshiku demanded if they'd reached the village, but Yan shook his head. No, the entire pack lay dead. They crouch over the slain pack, a grisly wreck. Who could do such a thing? It all happened in a flash. A two-horned creature with glowing eyes, and John swears it acted alone as it smashed the wolves to pieces. Oshiku bristled as he described the Hikaton chairs. Jan shrugged them off as small, but Oshiku swore he'd never seen anything like them. Then, without warning, survivors of the mountain wolf pack surged up before them. Only a handful remain. Jin hands them off to Gon and Jen as the golems shred the rest of the pack in seconds. The golems are holding the line, but a wolf suddenly slips through and lands at Jin's side. The young man snaps a water jet into place, then a foot slams into the wolf and knocks it out. The strike blasts the wolf far away, and Ian, Oshiku, and Jin reel in shock, scrambling to understand. Two horns jut from its head and its eyes glow, the creature Ian was talking about. It reveals itself as Automata. She beams Daddy at Jean with a happy smile. She clamps him around the waist and sends him crashing to the floor. The crowd freezes as Automata chokes out an apology for overdoing it, and Jean just smiles and says it's fine. Jean beams, gratitude crackling in his voice as he thanks her for saving him and points out how far she'd come to greet him, and Automata's smile widens as she admits she was ready for this at a heartbeat's notice. Jin cups her cheek, relief ringing in his voice as he says the reboot succeeded. Automata bursts in, breathless and apologetic. Sorry I'm late. And Oshiku throws himself between them, snapping the moment shut. Automata pivots and snaps. What do you want? She's calling him Daddy now, and Oshiku's brain races to understand why. They all erupt into shocked cries the moment they realize the girl calls Jean Daddy. Jan snaps that Jin is the girl's father and fumes he'd never heard the young man was married. Oshiku cuts him off. They're running on empty, barely able to fend off the mountain wolves and the deadly beast from the northern peak. An Automata steps forward, laying out exactly what that creature can do. Jin jabbed a finger at the mountain and warned that something up there thrummed with fierce power. Just yesterday, the entire mountain was glowing. She drops a bombshell. She detonated the explosion that tore the Hekaton shear-like monster apart, and the room goes dead silent as everyone reels. Jan rakes his fingers through his hair and confesses he hasn't understood a thing since the start. They have to head to the elder's house to talk about the wolves and Jin's daughter, and Jin agrees. They rush into the elder's house. Jin declares she's the automaton he forged. The elder says she tore apart the mountain wolves and smashed the Hekaton chair, and Jin adds she even hunted the mountain deer. Barbara pinches her rabbit ears and shoots at Automata. Was it hard to find my father? Automata shrugs. Not really. The girl demands his name. He says he has none, and every face snaps to Jean, bristling with disapproval. Barbara seethed, furious he couldn't even name his lovely daughter, and Jean fumbled through desperate excuses. Automata snaps the argument shut. When she lay broken, her father rebuilt her with fierce, tender love, and she'll take whatever name he gives, while every eye stays locked on Jin. They swarm him, demanding he bestow a worthy name on the girl, and he scratches the back of his head before flicking his gaze to the Automata. Names always slip past him. The girl spins to him and presses something into his hand. She presses a compact device, built to rip open a simple teleport gate, into his palm and asks him to use it to send them back to the lab. Jean beams, pulls it out, and grins. With this, we get back. The Automata asked, Are we leaving soon? And the young man hesitated. First, they had to pick where to install them. If things blew up, the villagers could use them to escape, so the shelter had to be the spot. Jean and Automata barrel into the hideout, nearly finished. They only need the far corner cleared, and before he can even finish listening to him, Automata explodes into action and strips it clean. Automata conjures a shimmering teleportation gate. Someone asks if the villagers can use it. Automata snaps that only Jin or she can trigger it. Jin sighs. The villagers themselves can't, and Automata makes clear only people with magic like Jin's can pass. The young man fires off, Will golems work? And Automata snaps back, If their magic rivals mine or Jin's, they'll handle it. That leaves the young man with nothing to worry about. Automata pleads, Can't we go back right now? And Jin grins, saying he promised he wouldn't go anywhere. Jean snaps he needs tools and bolts to grab them now. He admits the lab has no food, and the thought of staying there long twists fear into his gut, and Automata understands that fear. The young man returns home. Hannah throws him a warm smile and calls, "Dinner's almost ready." Then, mid-sentence, she freezes. Hannah asks who the girl is. Automata declares, "Daddy's Automata." The blonde trips over the phrase, then quickly explains it means she's Daddy's girl, and Jean lunges to silence her, afraid Hannah will misinterpret. Atomus confesses, voice raw and steady, that she came to bring Jin home. Hannah's brow knots and she snaps that Jin promised he wouldn't go anywhere. Automata declares he'll race back home to fetch the tools. Hannah gasps in disbelief. Jin scrambles to get a word in. Automata presses on that the young man should return home rather than stay in the village and churn out all sorts of junk. And Hannah explodes, indignant, insisting that's a lie. The village is perfectly lovely. Automata insists that, as her mother's heir, her father would be better off living somewhere more fitting. Hannah beams and gushes about the gorgeous river, the delicious tea, and the steaming hot springs. Jin despairs. He can't stop them. Hannah narrows her eyes, convinced the girl only wants to snatch him for herself, and that's why Automata is throwing out all these nasty things. Automata keeps insisting he's telling the truth. Jean lunges to stop Hannah, but she dials Minto and tears off on her ride, shouting that Jean is a liar. Automata sneers the girl is rude. Jin snaps. She's no better. Jin insists Hannah found him first. Because of her, he didn't die here. She saved him. She talks to no one but her grandmother, and Jin, burning with gratitude, throws himself into helping her. Automata snaps. Is this all just gratitude? And Jin admits it started that way. Everything's different now. The girl and all the villagers have welcomed him. He's become part of their family, and when a family member is gone, fear and sorrow tighten your chest. Jin asks if she understands, and Automata lowers her head, remembering her mother. The dark-haired girl lifts her gaze to him as he confesses he lost his parents. When his friends were adopted, loneliness carved him hollow, and because he never saw his teachers as family, he hardened into a disobedient, secretive kid. The girl's face crumples with sorrow. Jin still feels the instant his teachers handed him his name. They looked him in the eye and charged him to be kind and carry a loving heart. He thrusts his hand forward and declares that part of the Automata's name will be Rei, the same root as his own, both drawn from the 5 Confucian virtues, so she will be Reiko. The girl echoes with awe at their shared origin, and Jin explains that Reiko means respect for others and good manners. May Reiko's intentions be pure. Night has fallen and it's time to leave, but Hannah's still missing. Grandma insists she always comes back straight away when she bolts, and the young man, voice trembling with apology, admits it was his fault she ran and confesses Minto isn't perfect. She can't be used over long distances. Villagers pour into the streets hunting for the girl, and the children call to her, shouting that Jin isn't going anywhere soon. Ian warns it's bad, dark and cold closing in. Oshiku insists she's lost in the forest. They split up to search. Jin's hope crumbles when he can't find her, but Reiko suddenly pleads with him to fix something inside her. Jin snaps that now's not the time, but Reiko begs him to fix her search function. She apparently wrecked it while setting it up to find Jin. She was blind to his location. Her search function lay dead. If she'd known where he was, she wouldn't have burned through all that time. They can fire up her search to track the horse, but he demands magic crystals. He hardly ever offers a bag, so she tucked a handful of crystals into her pack to trade if she needed anything. Jin crowns her the best. Reiko beams, declaring she's an automaton forged by 2 legendary masters of magical crafting, a daughter truly worthy of her parents. Jin pushes to start now and vows he'll tweak it later. He has to swap a component, so he powers it down for a while. Reiko complies and closes her eyes. Jin plunges in. Forge a magical form. Weave in the search function. Synchronize the driver. Crank it to maximum. Activate biological detection keyed to the target's magic power response. New skill. Detecting the presence of life. Barbara materializes behind him and snaps, "What are you doing? We have to find Hannah!" Jean barks, "I'm almost finished. Don't ask questions." And the girl cringes out an awkward apology. She clutched Masa, begging that Jin terrified her. Masa shot back that the young man had already warned her not to stand in his way, and now his eyes were exactly like her husband's when he hammered a nail into a board. Masa swore everything was fine and hurled himself into every effort to find Hana. Jin snapped Riko's eye back into its socket, and with that, they were ready. He slams the button and Reiko bursts to life. Magic driver locks into stability. The magic converter roars to life. The magic network supply surges online. A muscle check snaps through. The system limiter kicks in. An information check runs. The data synchronizes flawlessly. New spells flare on the readout. Barbara reels in shock and Jean beams with pleasure. I ripped through the files. The info snapped into sync and new spells blazed onto the screen. Reiko zeroed in. She caught a pulse like Jin's magic and another signal from the child pinned the bear's location nearby. Jin begged her to take him. She said she was leaving and shot off, leaving only a swirl of dust. Rocco plummets from a height and spots a bear standing on a horse right in front of the girl. Hana squeezes her eyes shut in terror and clings to Minto's neck. Rocco times a bone-shattering kick perfectly, rocketing the bear through the air. Hana is snatched to safety. Rocco's voice stayed calm as she reminded her that without her here, Hana would be dead. The blonde demanded why she'd come, and Rocco answered simply, "I came only to save her." She came to reveal what her father was like. Hana didn't just call him a liar. She dragged him into trouble, and with her teeth clenched, Hana snaps that her brother is amazing, Reiko is strong, and she has a mom and dad, things the other girl has that Hana doesn't. Take her hand. She has no mother, no father. Rocco insists her father isn't going anywhere. He'll only sprint home to grab a few things, then rush back to the village. Hana demands to know why he won't be coming home. Rocco vows he'll keep his promise to the girl. Hana's eyes go wide. If he breaks his promise, there's a grave reason behind it. Her father insisted they were all his family. Rocco admitted she seethed with jealousy over Jin whenever Hana was involved. When she came to, Jin had already slipped away, and Rocco had spent far less time with him than Hana had. Reiko shoots out a hand, smiling, and urges Hana to tell her about her father on the way to the village. Hana beams and calls for her sister. When Hana finally returns, Grandma lashes out. Panic turned her into a scolding storm, and they rushed to thank the villagers who'd combed the countryside searching for her. Relief floods the room when Hana's okay. Oshiku lunges in, demanding, "Who saved you? Wasn't it Reiko?" And Hana's breath catches as she learns her little sister's name is Reiko. Hana slaps the name Automata on the girl. Jin snaps that Automata is an automatic doll. Ian shoots back that she's like gone. General Hana explodes, furious. Rocco didn't tell her sooner. Rocco fires back that by the time the girl could speak, she'd already vanished. Meanwhile, Reiko meets her brothers Jen and Gon. At last, Jin sank into the steaming hot springs, feeling every last knot of tension dissolve now that everything was finally back to normal. He's convinced Rocco and Hana are hitting it off with the girls at the hot spring. Then Lydia explodes into Jin's space, snapping that now is not the time to soak. An accusation that Jin attacked the golems exploded into action. Knights swarmed the palace, and Count Walter bristled, ready to defend the country's peace. Lethe choked out an apology. She couldn't conceal it. They'd never let it go unnoticed, and Jin waved her off, calm and grinning. "It's fine, not your fault. I forgot to change Gon's appearance." Oshiku bristled. Count Walter's arrival promised nothing good. Barbara snapped that he never heeds others, and with a sliver of time before Walter's warriors arrive, they decide the young man must slip away and hide. Jin plants his feet and refuses. Fleeing would only invite even more suspicion and turn his life into an eternal game of hide and seek, and Lithia exhales, conceding the young man is right. Jin will stay in the village. He swore a vow he won't break. And he flashes Hana a determined smile, brimming with plans for everything he wants to create. Letya urges them to sway Count Walter and demands they hide the golems for safety. Oshiku shrugs, declaring everything's fine. Everyone here knows the boy isn't a criminal. Ian grins and vows it's their turn to protect him. Rocco calmly reassures there's no reason to worry. She clenched her fists and snarled that anyone who harmed Daddy would see her obliterate the entire country. And Jin, slightly shocked, pinched the bridge of his nose. She shouldn't say things like that. Warriors thundered toward the village, each knight clutching either a gleaming spear or a fluttering banner. Count Walter, astride a war horse in gleaming armor, barked for the search party to fall into formation as the villagers poured out to meet them, Jin at their side. The village chief storms up to Count Walter and demands why he's come to their village, and the Count admits he's heard the mastermind behind the kingdom's golem attacks is hiding here, a man known as Nidojin. The village chief beams and says there's a man called Nidojin in their village, but he's not the one you're hunting. The Jin I know is a gentle, very kind young man, and the Count grins. Walter asks them to bring the boy here. The village chief snaps that he's not the one they need. The Count drives his sword to the chief's neck in a flash of irritation, but the chief holds a calm, unblinking stare. Panic rippled through the residents as they feared for their elder. Lydia barreled toward the Count, shouting him down and insisting the elder was telling the truth. The girl declares that Jin slammed the golems to a halt and reforged them, just as she'd said, and the Count snarls that if Farheight's daughter couldn't stop them, no one but the swindler could. Count Walter snarls that being saint or scoundrel means nothing. The king and the laws are ironclad. The monarch has commanded him to fetch the boy, no questions. And the Count clamps his hand on his sword. Indignation flared in Lethia. Are those the words of a nobleman, and who dares point a sword at their own civilians? She tries to draw her sword. Jean cuts her off, forcing her to a halt. If she draws that sword, everything will spiral into chaos, and he already knows the Count won't be moved. Jin strides forward and announces his name to the Count. The Count, pleased it all resolved so easily, snaps for the soldiers to take him. The youth is shackled with 2 guards watching from the side while Rocco peers from behind a tree. The villagers surge to their feet, roaring that Jin is no criminal, but the man who's pulled them from danger time and again. And the grandmother, voice trembling with pride, declares that thanks to this young man the village has flourished. One of the boys lunges forward, screaming at the soldier to let their little brother go. The villagers plant their feet and refuse to move, and Count Walter's fury boils over. Hannah, too, bolts to Jin's defense and vows they won't let him be taken away. Rage boiling, the Count ripped the spear from the soldier at his side and leveled its tip at the girl standing before him. Jean hurtles to her defense, seizing his spear with white-knuckled fury. The Count just crossed a line he shouldn't have. The young man rips himself free from the shackles like they're paper, and Reiko suddenly appears at Hana's side, snapping the spear in 2. The Count and the soldiers gaped, stunned and clueless as if some unseen hand had snatched their spear from history. Jean snaps that if Lethia and the villagers hadn't been hurt, he'd have walked away without a fight. Everything's different now, and he bellows Reiko's name. She seized the spear and snapped it in her hands, sending splinters flying. She fixed the Count with an icy, blade-bright stare and vowed to destroy him. Reiko stuns soldier after soldier, slipping through the chaos until she's within arm's reach of Count Walter. With every warrior felled, she whirls to the Count. He's the last one standing, trembling with terror. Walter bellowed for his warriors, only to find them sprawled, knocked out, and unable to fight. He reached for Farheit, the knight in training who still had to fulfill her duty. Lethia nods, conceding he's right. She's still learning, but she's a knight. Weak, maybe, yet still a noble woman, and her hand finds the sword in its sheath. Lydia refuses. A man who brandishes his sword at anyone who opposes his views is the last kind of noble she'd follow. The Count gnashes his teeth, fury erupting because the girl dared to defy her lord. The genie flashes a grin and tells him to leave. He hates being treated like a criminal. The Count bulldozes on, dead set on not letting the genie escape, and in a heartbeat the ground yaws and the Count tumbles into a pit. The genie dug with a dig spell. The Count slumped at the pit's bottom as Jin, Rocco, and Lethia loomed above, their gazes burning into him. The Count howled, demanding to be freed and dragged out of here. Reiko beamed and proudly praised her father, who shrugged and said, "I'm used to digging ore." The Count keeps bellowing. Jin snaps, asking about the soldier's condition. Reiko shrugs and says she knocked them out. Lethia exhales in relief. Then the Count pivots to her, venomous, threatening to report everything to the capital and warning that her family in the village should prepare. Lethia nods fiercely. "I understand," and goes with him. Kane's village and the Raglan Confederation step up to testify, and their testimony will vindicate Jin. This time Jin pours out his thanks to Lethia, and she shakes her head, insisting she's not worthy of his gratitude. Lithia blames herself, certain her hesitation pushed everything to this point. Jin tells her not to worry. Jin's certain he alone must apologize, dumping the whole job of fixing the misunderstanding onto the girl. She wipes her tears away, then gives him a trembling smile and a nod. Hannah bolts to Jin, clutching his shirt and sobbing that she doesn't want him to leave. Jin keeps his voice steady as he apologizes. He passes as a local in this country. Hannah's itching to go with him, and Jin snaps, demanding to know if she's really going to leave her grandmother Martha behind. Grinning like he means it, Jin vows to the girl he'll be fine. Living here taught him so much he can handle whatever comes. The moment he can set foot back in the country, they'll slam into each other's arms in a long-awaited reunion. Jin and Rico have already packed their bags. They plunge through the humming teleportation gate. Reiko calls, "Shouldn't Gon go first?" The boy nods, and they'll be the last to leave. He orders the room's entrance obliterated, the only way to bury its location from prying eyes. Jin insists Hana's intuition is razor sharp. She can zero in on the room and try to activate the gate with Minto's help, and Reiko confirms it's highly likely. We'll ask Roland to sell him this room, and when talk turned to the merchant, the young man's concern snapped to Eric. Was he all right? Eric's likely to fail at fixing the mechanical horse, and the furnace may be about to give out. Rocco whispers, "Do I really have to destroy the entrance?" And Jin staggers, sadness crashing over him, then despair swallowing him whole. He orders Reiko to demolish the entrance. She obeys. The young man snatches one last look in that direction, murmurs, "This place is my family," and tears brim in his eyes. In the capital of the Klein Kingdom, a man wearing a royal headdress hurls a savage curse. Someone demanded what Walter had done. The Count scrambled to defend himself, but the king cut him off and snarled who had given him permission to treat them like criminals. The Count kept cursing that it would have been simple to just bring them to him, and the king couldn't fathom how he'd turned all this into such a misunderstanding. The king collapsed into his seat, relief crashing through him. None of his soldiers were hurt, or he'd truly have become a criminal. Disappointment slammed into the king. He could no longer call on this Jen to serve for the good of the kingdom. Then Latia, grinning with delight, spelled out his motives, and the Count froze in stunned silence. The king smirks and confesses he willingly exploited the boy's talents. Anyone who's seen Jin's prowess wouldn't be surprised. Then turns to Lithia, asks if she's truly become Jin's friend, and asks her to bring Jin to him. Latia drops her head and pleads for forgiveness. The young man slipped away without telling her or the villagers where he'd gone, and now she hasn't the faintest idea where he could be. The king charges them. The next time they meet Jin, tell him the monarch wants him to serve the kingdom, and will grant him the titles of royal magic craft if he accepts. Lithia bursts into cheers, giddy that the young man could rise to aristocracy. Lithia vows to deliver Jin's words verbatim. The king pins his hopes on her, lets the chief's mistreatment of the Count in Kane's village slide, and since they couldn't report this time, he orders that the next time they meet someone talented, they must send him a report. Lithia agrees. The king nods and grants him leave. He bids the girl rush to Kane's village and announce his decision. Lithia smiles, curtsies, and glides away, leaving the king and the kneeling Count Walter behind. The king stormed past the Count, yelling, "Why did you make this mistake? You claim you didn't understand the order!" The Count fired back that golems erupting from nowhere were ravaging the country, so he tried to seize control, but he had no evidence. It was a reckless, arrogant blunder. The Count admits the boy's doubts still smolder, but the girl beside him, or whatever wears her face, crushes every golem with raw power and obeys only Jin Nido. Neither of them can be called human. The king stares at the young man, criminal or fool, and waves it off. Beside what he can deliver, it's meaningless, a mere trifle, a pump and a furnace that would revolutionize the kingdom's daily life. The king craves power above all. Bestowing a single noble title would hand him an effortless victory, if he consents. Lithia stormed back into the village, announcing the king's decision as the crowd burst into relieved cheers, suspicions erased, but Jin had vanished, and no one knew where he'd gone. Lydia presses, "How's Hannah doing?" The girl lies asleep in the workshop. Lydia barrels into the workshop, shouting if the girl is okay. Hannah groggily rubs her eyes, says she's fine, she just dozed off, and admits she was looking for something. Lithia beams a warm smile and explains the girl is worried sick about Gina. Then Hannah snaps, rejecting her words outright. Lydia forces an awkward smile, stunned. Hannah betrays no worry about the boy, while worry claws at Lydia. Hannah smiles and promises he'll return someday. His half-finished inventions and piles of unused materials crowd the room. She can't fix Minto herself. A mountain of half-finished projects stared back. Jean left far too many things unfinished. He swore they'd definitely meet. Hannah and Lydia strode out of the workshop, and the girl beamed at the bright sun, covering it with her palm. The boy sighed. Returning to the lab should have thrilled him, but the place was completely empty. Rico revealed the island had been nothing but this lab for thousands of years, and the boy couldn't even imagine it sitting out on an island. Only Jin stands here. His mind screams to return to Kane's village. Rocco snaps they can't go back yet, and Jin snarls at her to stop reading his thoughts. Reiko snaps, "Why focus on humans when golems are everywhere?" The boy's eyes flash. He remembers broken golems strewn here and insists they go check them out. Jin freezes at the heavier dust, more than last time. After Reiko searched, no one entered the research lab for 5 months, and the research lab can't be that big. If it was, more people must have been here before, but Reiko flatly denies it. Only her mother used this lab. The young man sliced the silence, asking if the master was comfortable. Rocco doesn't know why. Her mother lived on her own without any problems. The boy's mind clawed at what she was thinking when she built this place to live alone. Jin stared up at the ceiling, certain he couldn't abandon it. Then he turned to Reiko. The secret was ripped away, and our blueprint to expand the laboratory was revealed. We would finish the late master's abandoned inventions and get them running. And with Kane's village supplies dwindling, we'd seize and tame the nearby land to become self-sufficient. So the young man vowed to begin by repairing the golems, the key to making the plan worthy of true magical power. The lab now swarms with golems, girls in maid dresses, Ruby with short hair, Amas with short black hair, Topaz with short light hair and cute ears, Chrysolite with a ponytail, and Aqua with long dark hair. They were 5 maids, and from that rivalry, the maid golems sprang to life as Reiko and the golems erupted into a furious clash over which maid was the cutest. He stammers that they're maids, not idols, then concedes and lets them do as they please. Rocco pipes up to remind everyone she's standing right beside him. Jin built a Sky Scout golem to scour the island from above, where every ridge, inlet, and valley jumps into view. If they want to develop the land, they'll need a map, so he forged its outer and inner mechanisms from featherlight silver. He rigged an autopilot and taught the crystal ball to gulp down images. He could summon them back on command. Jin's heart hammered, doubting whether Rico's power would work. They raced to the seashore and Rico flung the device with all her might, roaring, "Fly!" The invention blasts off, camera shutters firing as it streaks through the sky. Rocco watches the flight, curiosity sparking. As Jin explains, he used to build airplanes and beams that this one finally took off. Model planes usually need a launch, but Jin wanted to soar on his own using Rocco's power. It can only glide for now, so the boy dubs it the gliding golem and vows he'll bolt a propeller on it someday, while Reiko hoists the plane overhead chanting the name. Then a voice calls them out. A Mez bursts in, breathless about the master's food. The young man snaps, "Did you find anything edible?" And the Mez admits they've dug up things that look like fruits and nuts but can't tell if they're safe, while a mountain of fruit floods the table. The boy sifts through them and finds oranges, apples, peaches. They're all safe. Reiko studies the fruit cradled in his hands with a faraway look. He swallows and hesitantly asks if he made a mistake, and Reiko admits she doesn't know because she's never seen these before. He freezes as cold realization hits. He almost forgot he's in another world, and those fruits that look like home are only imposters. They're not the same. Emmaus scoffs, reminding them they're golems who don't need food. Even if they bite these fruits, they can't tell if they're poisoned and the fruits won't affect them. He counts the odds, 50-50, and steels himself to try. He peels the orange, shoves a slice into his mouth, and clamps his eyes shut as Rocco bolts over, panic written all over him. The boy announces it's delicious, and just an orange. Reiko stays uneasy while Jin forces an awkward smile. His only worry is how he'll feel in the next few hours. So Reiko pleads with him not to experiment with his body anymore. A maid darts forward and presses a book into their hands. The cover screams, "Plant Guide," and relief hits them. Their food problem looks solved. They launched the plan, ripping willow branches from the lab walls until the room finally started to look cleaner. Jin churned out golems by the dozen until the lab finally wore its true, sinister face, the ranks swelling every day. And I can't help wondering what the previous mistress, who'd lived here alone on the island in a weirdly shaped building of gloomy corridors and maze-like map-only rooms, would make of it all, while Jin shuts her mouth about the research and experiments she once ran. She walked away. Reku stayed behind. The girl asks what's haunting her father. The boy insists nothing does, says he came to this island first to shield me from being exploited as a master of magic crafting, and he thinks secluding himself in this lab to research alone was a brilliant plan. Jin wrestles with a sudden pull to be with others, to learn together and forge new things side by side. Reiko asks why, and Jin confesses, breathless. This place is breathtaking. The sea, the mountains, a sky spilled with stars, there's so much to see. If he'd built this place, he'd have planted it somewhere far more convenient. Most likely it was built for someone who will come here someday. He clings to the hope they'll share his point of view. Purity will guard his thoughts. He'll crave being surrounded by beauty, and they'll be bound by the same ideals. They lean on the balcony as the sea sprawls before them, below a thick carpet of green trees, the setting sun igniting the water's surface. Reiko wants to ask a question. Don't his words sound like Horai itself, the legendary island where immortals live? To Reiko, her mom and dad tower like gods. Others revere the masters of magic craft as sages. Everyone's right, and here, Reiko declares, stands the island of Horai. Reiko grins, insisting this island isn't for anyone else. It's her daddy's, and Jin stares at the girl, stunned. Rocco spins and bolts to shout their island's new name to everyone. Jin lunges to stop her, then sighs, because he and the master are just ordinary people. Who's he trying to fool? He chomps fruit for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Gina's already had enough of this. He grimaces with every bite of the fruit. Rocco's stomach dropped. He feared food poisoning. Then the boy snapped that he was just sick of eating fruit every day. Its syrupy sweetness and relentless crunch hollowed him out, and Rocco immediately understood. The boy's whims flip. One moment he craves Martha's venison roast and porridge. The next he wants plain rice. Rocco smirks and suggests a ground spider for something new. Jin recoils, refuses even if it's edible, and dictates what they'll eat. The mate swears they feast on ethers, literally devouring the air. You could plow a field till sunrise and still find no seeds to plant. They live by the ocean, hauling fish and salt, but the boy hungers for other goods and insists they can just buy what they need. Aqua reads that nothing outshines Blue Land. The book crowns it the epicenter of trade. Yet she recoils, knowing that claim is 1,000 years old. Reiko remembers stumbling into Blue Land while searching for her father. She can't imagine it's the same place from 1,000 years ago, but it's still beautiful now and bristling with tents, and the young man urges them to go there. Decision made. The others nod and stay to keep exploring the island, while Rocco and Jin leap into the teleportation gate. It's their first real journey outside Kane's village and its outskirts, and they're crackling with impatient excitement to see what awaits. Reiko beams, declaring that with her daddy every journey is pure joy. The young man grins, presses his hand to the magic stone. They surge forward, and the gate roars to life. In the village, a hooded girl ripped a scream into the air. A man at a table leaned in and taunted, "Having a bad day, miss?" She snapped, "Shut up." And the wares on the stall gleamed, looking perfect. The girl wears a determined smile and means business. She's selling everything today to start making money. Her counter overflows with inventions by the finest master of magical crafts from Blue Land. Lamps, jewelry, candles, and she beckons you to come take a look. She called to Jin and Reiko, urging them to buy something, snatched a bracelet from the counter, and declared it perfect for his little sister. A bracelet with a tiny magic lamp that lights up in the dark, the shop's latest development and utterly adorable. The young man squints at the bracelet, testing its glow, and asks, "Isn't this too dim?" Rocco gives a grim nod, admitting the light's barely there. The girl keeps pressuring them, warning it's nearly impossible to do anything inside something so tiny. The young man, disappointment burning through him, spits, "Tasteless." Rocco agrees without pause. The girl's jaw drops. She can't believe her ears. Rocco grins. This is shockingly good for an amateur. The salesgirl crumbles into despair, and Jin stands stunned by the eerie calm on her face. She whispers, wounded and furious, that they dared call her an amateur despite training under the famed Professor Glutea Hampton. Reiko asks who it is. Jin clamps his hand over Reiko's mouth and hisses for her not to blurt the first thing that comes into her head, and the girl swears she will not forgive them. She snatches out a strange wand, cheeks flaming and eyes wet, and spits she won't forgive them for calling her an amateur. She levels a scepter at them, demanding an apology, then calmly rests a hand on her weapon. She clamps the rod and crushes it into shards. The girl reels. Baffled, she pulled that off with her paralyzing rod as a cold Maris aura swells around her. Then someone spits out what she planned to wish for and who she meant to hurt, and the salesgirl screams in terror. She crumples to the floor in defeat as Reiko exhales and declares the danger has passed, while the young man awkwardly rubs the back of his head and stammers an apology. The shop assistant girl breaks down in tears, choking out apologies to her parents, for their hopes she'd become a master of magic crafting, for working overtime to pay for her education, for getting sick and dying. And now a couple of foreigners are mocking her. Jin watches awkwardly while Reiko gives her a haughty look. The crowd surges in as someone orders the young man out. He blurts a clumsy apology to the girl and pleads for her to step aside and talk, and she coolly names her price. She snaps that she wants compensation for every item, especially the paralyzing rod. The boy blurts another apology and she nods, cheeks flaming. Rocco's murderous glare pins her and she hurriedly apologizes for pointing the dangerous rod at them. The boy shifts awkwardly and asks again. She stands firm. She only wants payment for the rod and confirms it. She warns the staff's worth a fortune. Jin admits he's broke and offers to fix it himself. She snaps it can't be repaired like that. Even she had to buy it because she couldn't make one. He thrust the intact staff into her hands and said that because it was wooden, he couldn't restore its original shape. But he'd boosted its electrical conductivity, so mana consumption plummeted, and he'd corrected the magic formula. She just stood there gaping at the staff, utterly dumbfounded. Jin blurts out another apology, but the girl snaps, "Stop!" asks if the boy is a master of magic crafting. He confirms he is, and she finally sees why he called the bracelet tasteless. She admits he has every right to think that. His skill is undeniable. The girl remembers the young man swearing he had no money at all, and the dark-haired man nods. She throws out a plan to hustle for extra cash together, and Jin snaps a flat no. She yanks his hand, pleading for help, while Rako on the other side clings to him and tugs him toward her. The young man confesses he came for seeds and food, and she offers to take him to her store and split every profit right down the middle. The girl thundered, iron in her voice. "As a master of magical craft, I'll pull in more money, no matter what!" She'll endure every humiliation, even drop to her knees for her parents' sake, and locks eyes with the young man, her expression stone serious. The girl proclaims it's for her pride, her life, her luxury, her glory. Jin scoffs that he only sees love turned to profit. Rocco agrees, calling it disgusting. Jin volunteers to help and promises advice if she drags him to the store, and the girl takes him at his word. The girl announced, "Bina." Jin and Reiko shot back their names, and together they strode toward the store. They burst into the stone building. Jin's jaw drops as his eyes sweep the place. Bina grins and says that even though she's practically broke, everything here is top-notch. Reiko leans in and whispers to Jin that this place is worlds better than Kane's village. At least there are tools. Jin begs her not to say it. Bina demands what was said, and Jin denies it flatly. When asked how she'll make money, Bina answers stone-cold serious that she wants to make great things. The girl winks as someone says Jin's tips could sharpen her finished pieces and earn her more money. Jin snaps. He's already seen them. They're half done. The lamps barely give light. She's obsessed with looks, while the technical side is a wreck. She summoned a pristine protective barrier, but the magic stone's power couldn't fully protect them. The young man slammed a hammer into it, and cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. She pouts. A bigger magic stone might have helped, but even if she snagged one, nobody would buy it at that sky-high price. Jin snaps the real problem is how she writes the magic formula, and her sloppy formulas slash Bina's effectiveness by 50%, which is why her products come out weak. The stone-faced girl scribbles every detail into her notebook, but a bigger problem hits. Its intended use and the product's unique features. Picture a lamp. Whether it glows softly indoors, battles the elements outside, or only lights the path ahead, the kind and intensity of its light change, and so does the mana it drains. The girl gasps and asks again, startled. He slams it home. You must know why this product is being made, who might need it, and which essential properties must be included. Jin bellows that as masters of the magical craft, they must look beyond themselves, and Bina's eyes suddenly blaze. She's just realized something. She screams she understands nothing at all, and Jin and Rocco crumple to the floor, defeated. The girl snaps that Professor Hampton never taught her this. Rocco presses again. Who is it? The boy drags in a shaky, deeper breath and then unspools his explanation, step by step. Late evening, Bina stares at her notes and panic claws at her. There's too much to remember. Jin says it's just a small part, that she should start applying it and reread it more often, and Bina cuts him off. She pleads to slip away for a while to feed her brother and sister. Jin steps aside and lets her go. The girl invites Jin to join them for a meal, confessing she can't cook anything grand. Jin shrugs and doesn't mind. Then a flash of the fruit that makes him sick hits him, but he still beams that he's very happy. Later, stretching at home, she mumbles that she's back. Rand and Nana step forward to greet her. Bina introduces Jin and Rocco as the friends she'll be working with, and Rand and Reiko grin at the boys. He suddenly spots bleeding gums and angry red spots. Could it really be scurvy? She blurts, "Do you even know anything about childhood diseases?" Jin winces and apologizes, saying the symptoms match a disease he recognizes, but he's no specialist, so he can't be certain. And Bina admits she wanted to take them to a healer, but she doesn't have much money. In the end, she resolved to feed them a nourishing meal. She'll hustle to earn the money, and the healer will cure them. Bina darts into the kitchen to cook dinner, and Jin whirls to face Reiko. He leans in and snaps, "How much fruit do you have?" Rocco says they'll cook for days, but it's only for Daddy. Jin asks them to bring more. Rocco nods, and after everything, the girl relaxes, glad he still likes fruit, while the young man admits he won't be the only one eating them. Reiko bolts into the night to fetch fruit. Bina notices she's gone, and when the boy says dinner will be ready soon, he asks the girl to do something. Bina bristles that he sent her into the darkness, no matter how strong she is, because it's far too dangerous for a girl to walk alone. The young man calmly states, "Everything's fine, she's a robot," and Bina erupts in a stunned exclamation. He sinks back with a blissful sigh, every hot spoonful a miracle after so long without warm food. Jin spots a scruffy box of vegetables and asks if this is their usual fare, and Bina admits flatly it's impossible. They're terrible quality, and she won't eat them unless she boils them first. The boy realized vegetable soup wouldn't give them enough vitamin C. They needed fruit, and at that exact moment Rocco barreled back in. She piles fruit onto the table. The kids' faces burst with joy. Jin scoffs, sure they can't eat it all. Bina gasps, "What is it?" They answer, "Fruit." She jabbed a finger at the peach, stunned into silence. The boy nodded, and Bina tossed out, "If you need money, sell it. These are the royal fruit here, so rare even nobles can't afford to eat them in such quantities. A true elite delicacy." Jin snaps, "Then we all eat them together." Selling them still wouldn't raise enough to pay the doctor, so Rocco slices the fruit into wedges and lays them out on the table. Bina and his younger siblings dove into the fruit, grinning as waves of honeyed sweetness exploded on their tongues. Bina spots the bright oranges and apples and yells for her sister and brother to come grab some. Jin snatches a piece, and his eyes go wide. It's shockingly delicious. Riko snaps she won't let her take it away if she wants to. Her father won't allow it. And Bina gasps, stunned to hear Rico speaking to Jin. Bina learns to wield the shaping technique, wrestles a raw lump into a shape and screams that it wears her out, while Jin snaps for her to focus. If she's not precise, no one will buy it. The young man leans in and asks what she wants to create. The girl admits she can't even guess what everyone needs or wants. Yet when you ask her own wish, it bursts out instantly, and the genie snaps that making only her personal desires would be a terrible idea. Bina blasts out a wish list, a wallet that spits out infinite money and a staff that heals anything. Jin tells her to focus on what she can actually do, and the girl grins, says she's just kidding, then pitches a simple device that could do something with fruit to start. Bina warns the fruit will spoil fast and turn inedible, the boy says. Preserving it's the smart move, and Bina starts working through the problem. Drying and salting will definitely save them, and smoking's another option. She hesitates at drying the peaches, fearing their flavor will change. Jin leans in and whispers that in a snowy country they'd just be buried in the snow, and immediately someone suggests refrigerating them. Constantly blasting ice magic devours her mana. In this warm region the ice would melt, so a tiny stone won't hold. John steps in and reasons with her. They don't need to freeze the food. Isolate the ice and it won't melt. The cold will stay trapped below and the plan will work. Bina scrawls notes into her notebook. You can pour water into it and freeze it now and then. Wood makes a solid body, but copper fuels the magic circuit inside. Then the magic formula looks like this. Moments later, Jin and Bina step back, grinning triumphantly as they admire their finished invention. She seized victory, and the young man's praise burst out, raw and awestruck. The girl must borrow the stone from Jean. The young man shrugs and promises he'll return it after he sells it, and Reiko snaps a reply that sends a chill through Bina. Rocco leans in, eyes narrowing, and asks, "What price will the girl sell the instrument for?" Bina smiles and promises to offer it at an affordable price. She freezes dead. The boy snaps, "What happened?" And Bina says she can't sell it because the stone she borrowed from Jin is too expensive. Rico checked prices yesterday and, pinching a tiny stone between finger and thumb, said one that size goes for 1,000 tor. The young man's memory snaps to Roland. His intel says each tor costs about 10 yen, so 1,000 tors would total 10,000 yen. The young man forces an awkward smile, thrusts the stone forward, and admits they can't sell it. Bina's composure shatters into despair. She's already created it. For now, they thrust it into the girl's hands, promising a buyer can be found later. They need other ideas. We must build something everyday people can use, cheap and quick to produce. The young man went stone still. He scored a rock-hard ear of corn. She admits she bought the cheapest one at the market today, its odd shape pricking Jean's memory. So he asks if there's more. The boy snatches the pot from the girl, shovels the corn into it, and Bina leans in, curiosity burning in her eyes. Jin pins his gaze to the pot and cranks up the heat. Bina calls out, desperate to know what he's doing. Jin asks Rocco for the electric stone, and the girl hands it over without question as Bina mourns her pot's doom. He spins around, indignation crackling, and snaps he'll make her as many pots as she needs, 4 or 5, while Bina asks for only 2. She still stares at the pot, pain carved into her face as her brother and sister watch. The boy shoves corn into the scorching cauldron and slams the lid. The spell surges to life. The pot suddenly roars. Bina leaps back in terror, baffled, shielding her little ones' heads as she screams, "Pot, don't cook!" Then snow-white corn blasts out of the pot. Silence falls as the vessel beneath the pot brims with a white mass. The young man erupts. "This is a success!" Reiko smiles contentedly beside him, and Bina gapes, bewildered where this success could be. Jinhan's holds out a container of tasty, crunchy popcorn and urges her to try it, coolly saying that in his world, popcorn is just a tasty food. Bina refuses flat out, while her younger siblings are already devouring it. The young man shrugs and says it's just corn, harmless. Bina hesitates, pops one into her mouth. The room leans in. Her eyes snap wide and she snatches 2 handfuls of popcorn at once. Decision made. They're selling popcorn. It's cheap, lightning fast to make. You can churn out mountains of it, but don't use fresh corn. Kernels only pop if they're hard and dry. They had corn, salt, oil, and powell leaves all set for packaging, popcorn ready to go. The young man pushed for new ideas and Bina sparked one. They always needed fire for heating and cooking, so a fire-making tool would be perfect. You need a mountain of firestones. You'll have to buy a massive stack as your starting capital. The young man eyes his bag of stones and presses it into the girl's palms. They're scarce here, but she can still use them. Bina hesitates, and the boy quickly reassures her, "Everything's fine." Bina seizes his hand, swearing she'll repay the debt in full, and the young man pins his hopes on her. She won't wait. She's itching to crank out a prototype right now. With Bina hunched over the tool, Reko sidles closer and, voice low and careful, asks Chin about the magic stones. Jean snaps that these are stones from Kane's village and says he fed them into the furnaces so everything will be fine. He can already picture what the girl will cook up, while Reiko fears it wasn't worth handing every stone to Bina. If those tools get sold, everything will be lost. The young man confesses he's a mystery even to himself. It feels like a souvenir ripped straight from Kane's village. He's certain they'd erupt. That's so him! The tool they call the lighter is primed. The real battle is charging in. The girl prays every last thing will sell. Jin radiates certainty they'll sell it all. And they slam the sale open. People pour into the fair, then a sudden clink from a pot in their shop makes them flinch. Bina thrusts a bowl of popcorn at anyone willing to try. Featherlight, crackling with crispness, the warm corn scent still rising, and it melts in your mouth. Reiko pops a kernel into her mouth and, expressionless, deadpans that it's very tasty while everyone else sniffs and says it smells really good. One of the young men buys a single portion, tastes one piece, then jams the whole serving into his mouth, and the shop erupts as everyone scrambles to try it or demand more. Customers rave over the simple, mouth-watering food. A man zeroes in on a lighter. The genie explains how it works. Press the button, and a tiny flame snaps to life to light a fire. The first lighter is sold. Demand for lighters explodes. Venus stretches with a weary, contented sigh, utterly exhausted. Popcorn and lighters fly off the shelves, and it's the first time she's ever sold this many. Bina grins, confessing she's over the moon that everything sold out. But it was the smiles on the customers' faces that really moved her. You can see she finally understands what Jin meant, and Jin is bursting with joy. Bina clasps his hand and pours out raw, heartfelt gratitude. The boy boasts she'll thank him once she cures Nana and Rao, but pulling that off will be a grueling challenge. Bina lights up and urges a full-on spree for goodies today. Rocco slams the brakes, warning it's reckless to burn money like that, and the boy whines, insisting he wants rice. Rico demanded why Jin had made the futons. Jin grinned and said they were for Nana and Rald, crafted from huge caterpillars, and with a pile-up of giant spider threads, he knocked out 10 extra futons that can be used for guests. If they've ever done so, Reiko bolts in to shoulder the futons with the maids. Jin, if possible, dreams of building a house. The lab hides too many things he wants kept secret. That secret underground resource mine must never hit the market. The teacher's inventions smell dubious, and if Jin brings anyone here, he'll have to split them into those who can know and those who must stay in the dark. Reiko vows she'll build it soon, and the young man stakes everything on that promise. Jean snaps that they're headed to Venus tomorrow and asks to be woken early and the futons checked. The boy slips into the room, muttering about hot springs and a soothing bath. Reiko curls her fingers into a tight fist and grins. Father can rely on her. They barrel into Bina's place and she instantly flaunts her new invention, a water heater, saying she figured warm water for washing would be nice so she built it. Jin gushes she's practically a crafting master, and Bina snorts, "Practically? I'm the master." Rocco, buried under a mountain of futons, staggers toward them. The young man grins and explains they had spare materials, so he whipped up a pair for Nana and Raould. Bina marvels at how warm they are, and asks for one too. Jin, calm as ever, says he made extras so she can have one. Bina exhales in relief, admitting she'd feared he only made weird things at first. Jin wonders, aren't the futon materials strange? People in this world actually devour monsters. Call that giant caterpillar a silkworm and suddenly everything's perfectly fine. The boy insists he's just an ordinary crafting master, Nido Jin, but Bina scoffs, saying ordinary and him are opposites. He hoards extra materials at home, even keeps a peach and apples. And in Reiko, no crafting master can build an android. Jin stands apart from them all. Bina swallows her pride and apologizes. She let her words run wild, senses the young man is guarding secrets he can't speak, and she won't pry. Reiko kept her voice calm as she noted even Bina could be tactful. Bina instantly bristled with indignation, and the young man shot a grateful thanks her way, words itching on his tongue. Bina's scream rips the air when she hears about a teleportation gate. She's stunned that the boy is an orphan living on a distant island. Gin reveals that's how he came here, and suddenly Bina sees where his crafting skills came from. The fruit grew on the very island he came from, and she finally understands why confessing this to him would be impossible. If the teleportation gate falls into the wrong hands, it would trigger a catastrophe, so Bina swears to keep it secret. She might not look it, but she clamps her lips shut. The boy points out she's quite stubborn, and Rocco nods, echoing that she seems stubborn too. She gapes in confusion while the two insist those words are praise. Then the bargaining erupts once more. Reiko raves about popcorn, Bina hypes a water heater, and Jin kneels at his workbench, coaxing stubborn lighters back to life. "It's jam-packed today," the young man declares. Out of nowhere, 4 nasty-looking men loom up, demanding the boy's hand over something. Bina stares, clueless what they want. Jin bristles at the tired cliché, and Reiko calmly offers a food sample, popcorn. They said they wanted some, so the girl brought them some to try. The men read it as mockery, and one of them lunged at Reiko, and Bina, worried for the girl, coolly stopped the man's fist. She catapults the man skyward as the rest of their company stare up at his flight. Jean drops to his knees in prayer, and Bina stands frozen, eyes wide. The man lags behind his group. One thug unsheathes a sword and vows to finish the brat, but Rocco is faster. She springs in, sneering that charging money for violence is in poor taste. Reiko says she figured they'd be grabbing popcorn and tools, not starting a fight. Then someone suddenly swings a sword at the girl. Reiko slams a fist into his jaw, then rockets into the air and dives straight at the other man. She grinned, thanked them for the tasting, and blurted, "Was it tasty?" Jin's voice stumbles as he calls her name. Rocco snaps that she didn't kill them, and they bind the men. Venus snaps, "Hand them over to the fortress guards." Reiko's jaw tightens. "I'll figure it out," she vows. Suddenly a man appears and vows to cart them off. He's just witnessed a breathtaking performance, and Bina glares at him with cold displeasure. He clapped his hands and apologized, meaning every word. It was brilliant, and awe washed over him. The butler behind him remarked that Count Kazuma was as witty as ever. Bina's mouth fell open awkwardly at the name, and Jin and Rocco kept staring at him. Bina blurted, eyes wide, "Why would a nobleman come to a place like this?" Curiosity about the popcorn rumors drove the Count to try it. Convinced it only truly sings when cooked, so Rocco thrust a steaming portion into his hand and the Count snapped, "How much?" Sebens, the Count's butler, slams down the cash for popcorn. The Count buries his nose in the steaming bag and finally understands why everyone goes wild for it. He thrusts a sample at Sabins, but he recoils. The Count snaps and orders 3 portions to go. The Count demanded their names. They stepped forward and announced themselves. He tasked Ibans with handling the bandits, then nodded and bade the guys farewell. The Count walked away. She let out a fragile, shaky breath, every nerve on edge, while the young man flashed a grin and said they'd stood up to him. He showed up in person to buy popcorn, a nobleman through and through. While they talked, a mysterious young man lurked nearby, eyes locked on them. Bina sagged with exhaustion, and Jin's tired nod matched hers. First bandits, then noblemen kept crossing their path, and while she doubted the noblemen, the bandits, she was certain. Public order has collapsed. This place teems with people and crime surges, while nobles desperate for safety retreat behind fortress walls. Only those who flash a pass and proof of identity get in. Mere mortals shrug it off, but the young man knows better. His arrival screams he's interested in your product. Lighters, popcorn, and a water heater, and he foresees it spreading farther any moment now. Her name will thunder through noble halls, and everyone will hail Bana's craftsmanship. She beams, utterly content. He's convinced, yet he urges her to be careful. Fame always breeds danger. Some people will know you and leap to your aid. Others will only look out for themselves. Letting your abilities show helps, but it paints a target. Stay sharp, or the girl could be eliminated. He bristled as the girl seemed to ignore him. Bina snapped that she was listening and warned Jin to watch himself. His blind kindness will get him hurt. Reiko throws her weight behind Bina, declaring Bina's father always pries into other people's lives. Bina snaps that it's painfully obvious, and the young man lets out an awkward, defeated sigh. Jin snaps he'll stop teaching Bina. The girl instantly scrambles to take back her words, and the younger Bina blissfully doze on futons. Bina beams that they crushed it today. Jin leans in, cautiously asking Rocco if he's been praising her too much. Rocco scoffs that the girl is far too sure of herself. A young man strides up to them and locks eyes with Bina. She staggers, stunned by his breathtaking beauty, and he bows smoothly, declaring, "I'm the Count's butler, Cloud." He reveals a servant bought popcorn for the master, and now the Count's demanding more. Cloud forces an awkward smile and offers to teach them how to make popcorn, if it's not too much trouble. She snaps to protest. The butler coolly offers payment. Bana turns to Jin. He drops his gaze, and the girl nods. She'll teach them. Cloud's voice burned with thanks as he snapped, "Get in! I'll take you to our castle right now!" The Count already stood waiting at the castle gates. Being wavered, questioning if they really had to sell the popcorn secret, and Jin barked that they must. Someone will crack the recipe sooner or later, so sell it now before others figure it out, and the girl, finger to her chin, agreed. They announced a worthy reward. Bina's eyes flickered at the chance to ask for more. Jin flinched as greed twisted her face into something creepy. She laughed it off as a joke. Her mantra was everything for the people, then asked Jin to watch Nina and Raoul while she was gone. Bina barrels toward the Count's castle in a clattering carriage. June and Reiko trade worried looks, praying she won't ruin anything, so they scoop up the little ones and take over the trading for now. Side by side with the youngsters, they hustle, sorting wares for market, scrubbing fruit, sharing meals, and swapping stories. The young man stiffens at Bina's absence. Rocco's worry prickles, and Jin desperately hopes nothing strange will happen. The lighter and popcorn are odd, but nobles won't bat an eye. They're the little comforts ordinary people clutch when food and coin run out. Maybe they're putting her to the test, probing her skills and tech to expose what she can really do. The popcorn-buying Count strides up to them and declares he wants Bina's character for his part. Count Kazuma admits he couldn't find them in their usual spot and came here, only to find Lady Bina nowhere to be seen. Jean snaps the truth. She's already racing to Count Garano's estate to tally everything, and the Count brings a hand to his chin, face tightening as he realizes he's late. The Count leans in to talk business with the young man, awkwardness crackling in the air as the butler and the Count wear honeyed smiles, and Jean pleads, "Don't say this in front of Ben." Reiko strides in with an apple for a snack. The butler narrows his eyes and tests it for poison. The Count blurts an apology for Sabin, calls him a bit paranoid, says they've both had the same experiences, admits he sometimes goes too far, and Jean smiles, saying they should be grateful to him. The Count's gaze snaps to the plate before the man and the butler's bowed head, and he barks, "Has Sebins overdone his inspection?" While Sebins, utterly unfazed, keeps chewing his apple slice. He pleads for forgiveness, surrendering to the apple's irresistible flavor. The Count also slices off a piece to sample it, and he's stunned. It's heavenly. They spot a humming refrigerator, a little magical box that chills anything put inside. The Count leans in, inspects every seam, and snaps, "Who invented this?" Lady Bina. Jin slams down the proof. Bina made it, and it stops spoilage. Food stays fresh far longer. If they can preserve food like this, they could crush hunger, but the materials are so costly it won't be marketable. Jean declares they're reworking it to slash the price so everyone can get it. Happiness has countless paths, so there has to be one that makes everyone happy. Stop pining over your own joy and unleash it everywhere. That's the creed Jean and Bena live by. The Count nods, understanding flickering in his eyes. Kazuma's grin explodes. Dazzled by their brilliant thinking, he eagerly offers to buy their products. Sebens leans in and asks about the water heater. The Count nods and confirms they'll buy it too. The young man thanks them for the purchase. The Count admits seeing the local craftsmen give their all to make everyone happy. Deeply motivates him. The Count rakes his hand through his hair and admits with a sheepish grin that jab about pining for happiness was aimed at him too. He'd come to offer them the roles of his personal craftmasters, but now he's backed out, and Jin stands frozen, shocked. The Count admits he can't drag them into something as filthy as forging tools for conflict. Jean leans in, careful, asking if he means open hostilities. The Count reveals intelligence that over the last 6 months, someone from these lands has been sending golems and magical beasts to strike at them in Aglaria. The investigation nailed the trail to Soloria. We can't be 100% sure, but everything screams an invasion in the works, so nobles are scrambling to summon their finest craftmasters. It was all to forge unstoppable power to rip through beasts, shatter golems, and even take on Soloria's entire army. Jin's jaw dropped. This power would be harmless if used only against invaders, but the masters keep getting weaponized for internal power struggles. Jin instantly sees why Count Carano reached for them, and Count Kazuma can't deny their aim, to guard the kingdom by forging a workforce. A jolt of realization hit Jin. Luring Bina was almost certainly Count Garano's scheme. The Count nodded as if to confirm, and Jin snapped at Rekko to track down Bina. The Count slams the rules down. The fortress won't open without its rights. He knows Lady Reikos's power could sweep them past, but he forbids it, and will go himself to uphold his noble duty. He swore he'd bring Bina back the moment he could, above all, for the children. Doubt flickered in the genie's eyes, but the Count urged him to trust. He just wanted to get home and sink his teeth into chilled apples as the carriage thundered forward. Jin and Reiko sit on a bench when Reiko's eyes snap open. She yanks her father's sleeve and hisses for him to slip away. Several people are heading this way, and also, a golem's barreling straight toward us. Golems erupt into view and Jin reels. He scrambles to decipher their intent, desperate to pin down their plan and figure out what the hell is going on. Bina lounges in a lavish bath with nobles, every marble and gilt fixture screaming their extravagance. She steels herself, rises determined to try harder, throws on a robe and steps outside. The butler fixes her with a stare and asks how she spent her time. Bina beams and admits she had an incredible time. The temperature's absolutely perfect. Cloud bursts into a grin, grateful, and thanks her for helping with the popcorn. The Count's children adore it. Cloud blurts an offer, 10,000 tor for her popcorn machine. Bina stands there, utterly baffled. The girl realizes 10,000 tor is their entire month's income. Genie conjured the machine, and the Count bears down on them. Rage boils in the Count as Cloud wastes hours chasing a single magical instrument. The butler bows and apologizes. Count Garano bristles. He answers to only one master, and the girl stares, utterly bewildered. The Count yanks Bina's wrist and hauls her forward. She screams she needs to go back and strains to shout to the butler for help. Cloud flashes a grin and tells the Count to go have fun. Bina fumes. He's sprung this on her out of nowhere, and her brother and sister are waiting. Then the Count clamps his hands on her cheeks and snarls, "Shut up!" And she swallows her protest because she won't let any trouble touch them. The Count seized the girl's robe collar, yanked it open, and snarled, "I don't like noisy girls." She crumples onto the bed as the Count, unbuttoning his tie, pleads for her not to be afraid and promises he'll be gentle. The night has just begun. The Count leans in to seduce the girl, then a sudden cloud crashes in and shatters the moment. The Count demands he knock. Cloud stammers a hasty apology and blurts that Count Kazuma ordered him to bring Bina back. Count Kuzuma burst in, apologizing for the late-night disturbance. He'd heard Lady Bina was here, tore off to the stables and found them empty, and because his business was urgent, he came straight here. Count Garano pressed a hand to his face, groping for an excuse, while Count Kazuma snapped that the guards said Bina never left the citadel. Garano flinched, unwilling to admit he'd left a commoner alone inside. The Count fakes remembering, picturing the girl reveling in their magnificent bath. She'll step out any second, and he's calling her this instant. Sadness and disappointment hollow her face as she slips away, clutching the bag and pressing a hand to her chest. Count Kazuma greets her. He thrusts his hand out and declares it's time to go home. Her relatives are waiting. Bina stares at the open palm, surprise shattering into tears as she presses her hand into the Count's. Count Guarano hurled the vase to pieces in a blind fury, seething at that Count's insolence. Once her relatives are trapped in his grasp, Bina will be his. That won't be a problem. She belongs to him. The Count demanded, "Is everything going well?" And the butler answered with icy certainty, "Everything's unfolding exactly as planned. It's too late for them, and everything will be ready by the time they arrive." Riding in the carriage, Count Kazuma stared at Bina with aching sympathy. She'd been through so much, and admitted, quiet and honest, that he'd wanted to find her today, too. Count Kazuma had planned to make her his personal magic crafter, but after talking with Jin, he abruptly changed his mind. The girl stares at the Count, confusion carved into her face. The genie boomed that the girl forges tools for commoners. She refuses to chase a single smile. She vows to spark joy for everyone. The Count admits he wanted to buy a refrigerator, calling it a marvelous invention. Count Kazuma recoiled at the thought of one person hoarding such a rare talent, panic ripping through him when he heard the girl had gone to Count Grano's estate. He wanted her to stay her course and use that gift for everyone. She yanked, pleaded, and even forced the issue, but the genie's wares wouldn't sell. The Count swore he'd understand if you spoke to him the right way. "You're close friends." The girl gives a firm nod. Jin's become part of her family, and she can't wait to rush back. At Vina's house, Jin and Reiko warn the young man the army is likely sweeping the place for magic tools. They can't tell if the troops are friend or foe. He hopes to avoid a fight, but escape seems unlikely. Reiko pleads with him to run if it turns dangerous. Jin snaps that running from an unbeatable enemy is pointless. If a fight comes, he'll pin his hopes on his daughter. Riko's nod was steel as the men in black already encircled their house. They burst inside and find a boy and girl pressed together. The man snarls, "I found you!" And in the next heartbeat, the kids trigger the device and a shimmering barrier snaps up around them. Perched in the room's upper corner, Reiko's eyes snap open when she realizes they're not here to steal, but to kidnap. Unforgivable. She explodes into action, and a savage blow rockets the men through the wall and into the street. Eriko winced, stumbling over his words as he blurted, "This house is so fragile." A warrior spins, shouting, "What's that noise?" and watches a girl make short work of 3 men with effortless skill. A voice behind him murmurs, "This is the perfect chance to rebuild the house." The dagger-wielding man whirls. It's Jin, staff leveled at the bandit as he snaps that this place is dangerous. Then he casts the dig spell. The man plummets into the pit. Jin winces, awkwardly realizing he's apparently the only one still using pit traps, and Reiko plants a boot in the man's side, smiling as she notes this is exactly what you'd expect from her father. One bandit slams the report, snarling that the child was named in it. Then the pair call forth a hulking golem. The stone golem lunged at her with brutal force. She darted aside, narrowly evading its crushing strike. She fires a devastating kick, her leg strength sending the golem crashing to the ground. She rips her sword free, sitting triumphant atop the defeated golem's chest. She plunges her sword into Golem's skull. The bandits gape in stunned disbelief. They have no choice. Even if the bandit torches this place with herself inside, the boss unleashes fire magic that turns every last thing to ash. A storm of flames tore across the scene. Just then, Count Kazuma and Bina returned. Jin planted himself before the children, and the main bandit laughed as he ordered them burned to the ground. In an instant, Rocco bursts from the flames. Jin's grin widened as he declared his Rocco wouldn't melt from a scratch like that. Bina wails over her burning house. A man snarls, "Monster!" at Reiko. Reiko coldly snaps, "I'm just a robot." The bandit lunges forward and snatches a hostage. Bina explodes with indignation, and Jin levels his staff at the bandit. Jin unleashes a crackling spell, tears the sword from the bandit's grip, then slides the staff back to Bina. Jin flashed a grin and boasted she could tear apart so many things here, and Bina snapped that she'd repay him for it. Bina levels her staff at the bandit, determination blazing in her eyes, and he screams. Nana and Raoul sprint to their sister and wrap her in a tight, joyous embrace. Relief crashes over them. Jin snaps, "Is Bina okay?" The girl smiles. "Everything's fine, thanks to Count Kazuma." She drops a trembling apology for failing to sell them the popcorn machine. Jin insists she mustn't blame herself, and Reiko scrambles to patch the wall she smashed. Reiko lashes out with excuses, blaming the whole mess on her paper-thin wall. Jin agrees, snapping that she should have built it stronger. Bina roars that they're the only ones to blame. Reiko snaps, "Build it from bricks." Jin fires back, "Make the wall fireproof." Bina bristles, "And where am I supposed to find such costly material?" The Count stares, baffled, then bursts into laughter. Even in this crisis, they're squabbling over crafting. June snaps in agreement. They're magic crafters, unbeatable at forging wonders. And Bina beams, backing him with a warm, confident smile. "Welcome back." Jean rockets a fist bump at Bina. She's finally home. They comb through the attack's aftermath. The wreckage is nightmarish, yet the workshop somehow stands like a stubborn miracle, and Jin urges rebuilding the house. What do they do today? Count Kazuma steps forward and offers to move them to his estate, because the bandits might still be at large. He says they can build a new workshop on his grounds. His guards will keep them safe, and they can remain under his protection until the commotion dies down. Bina's throat tightens at his concern. He bristles, wondering how long Count Garano will keep playing dumb. Count Kazuma says he'll spin the incident as a golem and magical beast attack, but Jin sneers. He won't let the kidnapping of his citizens be buried so easily. Count Karano even unleashed a golem. If the abduction had succeeded, Count Kazuma, reluctantly admitting it, would have weaponized the two children to bend Lady Bina to his will. It'd be monstrous. He's a nobleman, yet his country is even drafting men like him, a brutal sign of how desperate things have become, and so far there isn't a scrap of evidence linking him to any crime. Jean urged interrogating the mercenaries. The Count snapped that C-Bands is already grilling them. They're clamming up for a reason. Some even tried to take their own lives. Jean snaps, "You want Binet to just wait?" The Count nods coldly. It's the best move now. Jin seethed, ready to charge to Count Garano's mansion. But Count Kazuma stepped in, admitting Garano's conduct disgraced the nobility and warning Lady Rayeko could easily crush Garano and his men. If the nobles' secrets surfaced, the kingdom of Aglaria in Blue Land would collapse. So Kazuma ordered Jin to never forget how much power the nobles hold. Count Kazuma demanded they picture the toll on the citizens and on Lady Bina. That's why he can't let Jin go. Hatred's the easy spark anyone can strike and feed on, but the Count begs for time. He believes the Count will still test their medicine of the future, so he pleads that they wait. A rod cracks against Jin's head. Bina strikes him and snaps for him to stop pulling that terrifying face. The girl insists she's fine, and help rushes to her side after the chaos. Bina's love for the kingdom and city still blazes. Jin roared they had to envision what they'd build for everyone. Right off the bat, Bina vowed to help the city's residents, and now she needs money. So she pitches a communal washing machine or a water purifier. Jin beams and proclaims her amazing. She nods. She's Blue Land's best magic crafter, and the boy echoes the praise, reminding everyone she's already done it. The young man spins to Count Kazume, apologizes for his behavior and pleads with him to watch over Bina. The Count says rely on him and asks what about himself, but Jin just smiles and says he's out. The Count insists they can turn the workshop into an annex and pushes for Jin, as Lady Bina's assistant, to move in. When the employee hisses, "Annex, assistant," a black aura explodes from Rocco. She hoists her father by the waist over her head and whirls him into a dizzying spin. Rocco planted herself on her father's shoulders and declared they'd go back. Jin shouted that it was embarrassing, and Rocco snapped they'd get them home faster. Reiko bolts away, kicking up a towering plume of dust. Jin calls after her to slow down a bit and says goodbye to Bina. Bina freezes, mind blank. She has no idea what they're about to do. Who could have guessed this would be the last time they saw each other? Bina can't pay him. Bina has settled into a breathtaking new studio, and the Count vowed she'd only have to ask if she needed anything. Bina instantly fires off a list: a hammer forged from pure gold and a chain of pure magic crystals, and Count Kazuma vows to track them down. She smiles and says it was a joke, and the Count laughs awkwardly. The girl hails the Count as remarkably kind. The Count lavishes kindness on those pitiful magic crafters. The girl, who'd only ever seen two of them, finds out he'd already met them, and he flashes an awkward smile while admitting he only heard of her after she shot to fame, so they're a little different. The Count flashes back to being a boy as his father barked, "Be strong," and his mother whispered, "Be kind," so he vowed to be both. His mother left when he was small. His father fell in the war with Soloria. And Bina awkwardly stammers, "I'm sorry." The Count plants his hand on her shoulder and proclaims, "Everything's fine. Right now, you're my family." Count Kazuma doesn't stand alone. Then Bina announces she'll cook dinner today. When she's at the stove, the food's amazing, and because the Count called them his family, she insists on trying a special leaf soup that's low on nutrition but bursts with flavor. She snapped, "If the Count wants to be a true noble, make him eat the commoner's food." He agreed, but only if she had the time. At that very moment, Count Gerano seethed in his estate, desperation clawing at him. Rage seethed through him. His elite soldiers and even the golem had been ripped away by a girl in Kazuma. If they know the truth, why won't they speak up? Cloud accuses Count Kazuma of hiding their weakness but has no proof. The Count scoffs, calls him an idiot, and says the soldiers are alive so the proof will turn up any minute. Isn't the golem attack case closed? Count Garano suspects some nobles are catching on. Blue Land's aristocrats, above all, already know Soloria has spies in that region. Because left alone, it would be a gorgeous collapse. Nobles could lash out at civilians, or a rival nation could pounce, and the nobles feel that danger in their bones far more than the citizens do. The lies are unraveling. It's only a matter of time before everyone learns the truth, and until then, Count Garano must tie up his loose ends, because if he fails, they'll drag him to the gallows. Now he'll be paraded as a puppet by the other nobles. Count Girona seethes, asking why he'd tolerate this. All of it traces back to one magic crafter, and Cloud says he heard she's reopening her shop. The magic craft shop flings its doors wide. Some of you might already recognize her. The man narrows his eyes and asks about the boy and the girl in the dress with bunny ears. Bina nods. He smirks that the girl doesn't even know what they're doing, and Bina pouts, snapping that she doesn't care about people who are just going on vacation. She knows one brutal truth: they can do only one thing. He drifts around, fiddling with something in who knows where, and in the lab, Jin and Reiko have just finished another wild invention. Reiko bites her lip, desperate to ask her father something. Right now, Jin is hell-bent on forging her personal golems and frantically linking them before their activations, while the girl paces, prickled with impatience. The link snaps alive. Reiko now wields her own personal golems. Two girls step forward, their dresses echoing Rakos's as if stitched from the same pattern. The young man leans in and asks, "How is it?" Reiko's smile blooms with admiration as she realizes they're exactly the same height. Jen says he figured it'd be easier for her and handier if the girl ever needed to grab something, then presses Reiko to hand over the girls' names. They're Reiko's personal golems. She gets to name them, and she reels off a handful of names in her head, testing each one for the perfect fit. She hesitates, admitting she's still thinking it over, and Jen leaps in, reassuring her she can do it later. Jin beckons Reiko outside. They'd planted seeds from Blue Land in soil so fertile it practically hums with life. Everyone else is cultivating the fields, while they only have an orchard. They stash rich mineral deposits, forge goods far more efficiently from scarce resources, and can even go back. Jin confesses he hungers to learn from Bina and will soon choose who he'll craft for. At first, he's only out for himself, Reiko snaps. Look around. Everyone here bends over backward for their father. And Jin reels, stunned. Reiko flashes a knowing grin and reveals, "This is my father's house." A Japanese-style house stands before him. It's the best. And Jin chokes out a thank you to Riko that pours straight from his heart. The boy inside the house rakes his fingers across the tatami, disbelief blazing in his eyes. He can't believe it's really him. Rocco smirks and asks, "You like it?" Jean bursts out, stunned they actually pulled off making tatami, and Reiko confesses her father's know-how lives in her memory, but she hasn't finished crafting the tatami. Reiko tore the past back into the present with magic from the saved photos. It's not identical, but shockingly close. Magic makes it a breeze, and of course she already has the power, skill, and know-how to pull it off. Watching Bina, it slammed into Jin. He was missing the core knowledge of magic, the very thing you need to become a magic crafter. All he had came from the master, and he admits he doesn't dislike that. but the skill gap between him and this era's master yawns wide.
After the Kane Village incident, Jin thought he'd understood and tried to stay quiet in Blue Land. An awkward smile tugs at his face as he withdraws into himself again, and Reiko insists father is a wonderful person.
Rakos grins, chalks her dad's move up to plain common sense, then adds that Jin's probably seething inside with indignation. He plunges into a desperate hunt for another way out while Jin frantically tries to build an engine and everything keeps falling apart. Jin dreams of cars, ships, and planes to speed their travels, but Reiko points out they already have Koma, a mechanical horse. Jin still aches to make long journeys far more comfortable. No gasoline, no batteries. This world runs on magic for fuel, and that's the problem that rips everything apart.
Jin needs to check something. He thrusts a stack of papers at Reiko and asks her to unleash a wind spell. She follows his instructions.
A thought slammed into him. His eyes sparked to life. He was instantly hooked. Jin casually commands creation and digging, and even bends that effect to cancel recoil. So the trick that looks simple is actually a razor-twisted technical feat. And Reiko snaps, "Is this linked to the engine?" Jin grins, saying a kickback would play right into his hands, then punches in Reiko's number. For the test, he unleashed a roaring gale of air magic. Engines normally guzzle energy from explosions, combustion, or raw electricity. Rocket engines burn fuel purely for propulsion. Strip it down. Convert the needed energy into raw dynamic force, and with magic, you can trap that force and feed it straight into the engine, cranking efficiency way up. Everything's ready. Before them, a cylindrical invention looms. Jin christened it the Rocket Magic Engine. They're about to test it right now, so it has to be hauled out into the field, and the personal maids insist on doing it themselves. The maids burst into a noisy scramble, jostling and bickering over who'll shoulder the engine. They surge into the field and park the engine here. Jean grabs her sleeve and warns her to be careful. The wind's whipping hard. "Start!" The engine roared to life and surged forward. A thunderous blast tears out from that direction, and Reiko plants her feet, muscles screaming as she fights the force to keep herself from being swept away. Jin's chest tightened as the recoil snapped into place. Now they could finally contain the power, so he urged Reiko to keep going. Jin asks if she's okay and almost calls for the maids, but Reiko waves him off, insisting she can handle it herself. Another volley of gunfire rips through the air as Jin bellows, "Stop!" Jin's voice cracked with worry as he shouted, "Rocco, are you okay?" She forced a nod and snapped her gaze to the shattered engine, agony carved into her face. Reiko choked out an apology for breaking it. Jin wrapped her in a calm promise that he'd make it again. She fell apart, convinced everything had failed because of her, and Jin stepped in, taking the blame and admitting he missed it because he'd been blinded by chasing the result. Jin planted a steady hand on Reiko's shoulder. Even as he wields magic, the essence of research and creation of objects doesn't change. This isn't Reiko's fault. She mustn't blame herself. The genie snaps and sends her to the bath. She sinks into the steaming hot water, shoulders hunched and clearly upset. Guilt sears her for doubting their help. She storms to her father and pours out her problems, and her maids rush in to stand by her. Rumor has it Jin flung them here because washing with magic isn't any fun. The maids confess Jin dispatched them to back Reiko. The girl clings to her father, and whenever they falter, the maids turn to Reiko for strength. A jolt hits Reiko. She still hasn't named them, and a cold doubt gnaws. Can she ever name them as well as her father did? The girls fling themselves into helping. It's written into them from birth. They were created for this, burning to be useful to their father. Reiko's smile flares. She knows they're the same, forged by their father. And as they watch the sunset, she refuses to take her eyes off the sky. Fixing her eyes on the fair-haired golem, Reiko whispers, "From the golden sun, your name will be Soleil." To the dark-haired one, she murmurs, "From the silver moon, her name will be Luna." Concern trembles in Reiko's voice as she asks what their names are. The girls erupt in delighted cheers as Reiko bursts back into the workshop. Jin explains he's reforged the research team's lab into a full-on experiment chamber, a place where they'll actually build a real rocket in the future. Here they can launch their tests effortlessly, and Reiko beams, "It's wonderful. They've overhauled the rocket magic engine. Now it's just a matter of hoisting it onto the crane and firing it up,
and Reiko begs for another shot at the test. She steps up and vows to handle this with Luna and Soleil. The young man nods and shouts, "Let's do it!" Testing roars back to life. Jean watches from a special window as the girls clamp down and hold the engine steady. They lock arms and tackle the testing head-on. They triumphed. The magic evaporated, and John flooded the three girls with thanks. They grin. Reiko fires, "Can we make transport now?" Jin snaps, "Not yet." The power's still too weak to lift an airplane, but they can match it to the rotation speed and turn it into a water transport tool. They could shrink it to fit a non-motorized airplane, but then it wouldn't be the same anymore. They've got a long road to make this idea real. They must ground themselves in reality before firing the experiments back up. The first craft won't fly. It's a ship, so it's time to set sail. Jin and Reiko burst onto the shore. If they hug the coastline, they'll hit Pot Rock fast. They plan to hunt a tiny inn on the way, and Jin asks Reiko to call him brother. Before the townspeople, they wind through the city, eyes devouring every sight. They stumble on an inn. The boy guesses a room costs 300 tour, the supposed price for a tropical island stay, though he's never been, so he's not sure. And the buildings here stand wide and open, nothing like cramped blue land. The island is seared by the kingdom of Elias's son, lying south of Aglaria where blue land sits. No wonder it's scorching. The villages of Kaina, Blue Land, and Patrock still live at a medieval level of civilization. Reiko doesn't even know what the Middle Ages are. Civilization has plunged back to Mother Era levels. Jin nods. The teleportation gate isn't for everyone anymore, so her confusion makes perfect sense. Reiko's words ignited Jin's fascination with Master Era ships, but he still craved the modern vessels. With everything stowed, they head out to take a look. The young man studies the ship. It's fashioned mostly from wood, with metal only in rare spots for strength. Only small boats drift here, and he wonders if there really are no large ships when Rocco points and asks him to look at something. They lock eyes on a ship helmed by a golem. He rose with stone fists, the engine ripped out and replaced by the golem himself. Golems don't tire, so it's crude but brilliant for small boats. His arms betray him, balance slips easily, and the moment he falters, the power drains away, tethered to the boat. Before he can finish, a scream rips through. We should mount the golem on a sturdier ship. The two-person boat is a catamaran that can tear across the waves at constant high speed, but it has a small flaw. On sharp turns, it can capsize. A short-haired blonde cut in, having listened to their conversation, and declared the young man was remarkably well-informed about both boats and golems. She beams and dubs him a boat builder, apologizes for interrupting, and, being the only one here who actually makes boats, leans in, ravenous for their conversation. Jean declares he's a magic crafter. She grins, realization flashing. His deep knowledge of golems finally clicks. She fires off question after question. Where he's staying, if he's free now, if he's tied to any guild. Jin stammers that he knows none of it, and she bursts into excited laughter, insisting it's a blessing from the sea or the ship's course. Reiko leans in and hisses that this girl will only drag them into trouble. Jin wants to fire a few questions about the ships, and the girl lays a hand on his shoulder, wanting to ask a favor. They swing in for a bite. The food's tasty and cheap, so the girl orders food for 3, and Reiko whispers that her father melts whenever beautiful girls are around. The girl declares, "I'm Marcia, a shipbuilder from the nearby town," and Jin and Reiko step up to introduce themselves. The boy blurted, "What do you want to talk about?" And Marcia jabbed a finger at a boat steered by a hulking golem. Everyone calls it the golem's ship. The boy scoffs. "This is so simple," the girl blurts. "The boys never saw boats like this?" Jean replies, "They're from another country," and Marcia's eyes widen as she finally understands why their clothes are so boring. Cradled by the sea, the Elias Kingdom swims in fish and seafood, forges naval technology that outclasses every other nation, and turns its harbors into roiling ship competitions. Jin beams, saying it sounds fascinating and the food is delicious. Marcia's eyes flash as she says they should sign up together right now, but Jean slams on the brakes. She's rushing everything and hasn't even filled him in on the details. She forces an awkward smile. Work taught her to move at breakneck speed, and with the ship race 5 days away, she's sprinting against the clock.
The rules demand a golem as the engine and a person to control it. Marcia explodes, vowing to seize control and do whatever it takes to earn money for him. They'll split the winnings, and she asks for a golem to be made for her. Marcia snapped, admitting she'd hit a dead end. Searching nearby was pointless, and she had no time left. Jean thought if she were a boat builder, she'd throw something together in a frantic rush and make it work. But in a competition, it wouldn't win. The girl grits her teeth. This is her fight. She's hell-bent on taking back what's hers. Her shop was ripped away when her damn father gambled it all. This is her one shot to snatch back both her honor and her shop, and she'll gamble on the tiniest sliver of hope. Jean fires off, "What will you do if you lose?" And Marcia answers cool and steady. She's already given the store away to pay her debt, and she doesn't know what will become of her. John demanded why she'd come to him, and Marceau fired back. First, he knew golems and ships inside out. Second, he'd nailed the exact quirks of her vessel and read her instincts like an open book. The young man didn't seem like a threat, so she thought she could trust him. If the worst goes down, she'll watch the bet she staked crumble to dust. Jean admits outright she misread the bet, and Reiko grins. This competition screams Jin's strengths. If they build a golem that can seize a ship's helm, victory is theirs. The girl fixes them with a questioning stare, Jin's doubt crackling at Riko's claim until she snaps, "It's true," and the thought of losing would scorch him with embarrassment. The young man challenges them to bet again on their own skill, insisting it will swing the odds toward victory. "Let's do it," she snaps. They have to register immediately. Marcia nods, smiling. They strode up to the strange building that loomed just ahead, only a stone's throw away. If they don't register today, they can't participate. She asks someone to brief the young man on the plans later. The young man recognizes Marcia and realizes she's found a magic crafter. She snaps, "I found it!" The man who asked? Valentine, dark hair tumbling to his shoulders. Valentine admits he once thought he couldn't compete with her ship, then grins and promises Marcia she won't have to worry about a thing if she signs on as his shipbuilder or, better yet, his wife. Yet, she rips into him for already having 2 wives, and Valentine sneers, insisting a good man can take as many wives as he wants. It's how the world works. Valentine yanks Marcia toward the exit while John snaps at her to hurry. She apologizes and says she must register. Valentine knows she's telling the truth. He waves goodbye, then his gaze hardens. Valentine spat ill-mannered idiot at Jean. Marcia flashed a grateful smile and thanked him for his help. Jean snapped, "Who was it? Some close associate of the Lord?" And the girl shot back, "How did you know?" Since Valentine is indeed the Lord's assistant. Reiko leans in and whispers that the man gives off bossy energy, and his kind don't play fair. Jen snaps her agreement. He doesn't seem like a nice person, and Marcia shifts, awkwardly asking why they hold such resentment towards the nobility. Marcia strides to the counter to check in, claiming the shipbuilder's mantle as the magical crafter Jean begins forging the golem. The boy snaps at Jin, demanding if Jin has a magic crafter's license or any guild contacts to confirm his membership. Then the boy admits he has neither. They press him for examples of his work, and out of nowhere Reiko pops up. Jin snaps at Rocco to be quiet. The young man admits he left everything at the hotel, and they step up to take a quick test. He's handed 2 scraps of material and told to make something from them. The young man exhales, relief flooding him because he'd been bracing for a written test. Jin's beckoned into the room, and Reiko aches to follow him. Jin vows he'll be done in a flash. Valentine's gaze never leaves him. A young man is handed a chunk of raw blue copper and told to make something. He stares it down, torn between hammering out a sturdy mug or shaping a delicate candlestick. His eyes lock onto the swimsuits from the last swim meet. This year they'd staged a swimsuit design competition. The young man seized control and chose his own path. He storms to the table and ignites a formation. Jin freezes, uncertain, as a strange glow blooms across it. He storms out and Marcia snaps, "How did it go?" The young man stammers that he apparently passed. Marcia leans in and demands, "What did you do?" And they all turn to his creation. Even Valentine's eyes snap to it. It reveals a Marcia figurine in a bathing suit. The girl snaps for an explanation, and John just shrugs, muttering, "It's a figurine of Marcia in a bathing suit," or something like that. Marcia yanks the boy by the collar and snaps, "Why did you do that? And why are you in a bathing suit? Jin admits he panicked and insists he didn't make her naked, and Reiko blurts she wants a figurine like that too. Behold last year's swimsuits. Making clothes from copper turned into a nightmare. So he refused to waste time and whipped up a simple swimsuit, and the tester noted its speed and accuracy were outstanding. Jin earns his place as a magic crafter and storms into the lineup for the 10th golem ship race. Jean demands they have a meeting. Marcia screams. She still hasn't forgiven him for that swimsuit, and Valentine exhales a long, exasperated sigh. Valentine stormed up to the examiner and snapped, "Did you tell the boy to use the table?" The boy shot back that Jin had done everything on the table, and the crystal in the circle powering the device that blocked magic's activation burned out. Valentine's pulse spikes. Who is this guy? He clings to one theory. The device must be busted. There is no error here. Valentine vows he has another plan and pleads with Marcia to wait. He'll win her and the competition, no matter what he must do. Valentine lunges for the statuette and demands to take it, but they're refused. It's got to go to the boss as proof. Seething, Valentine snarls he'll walk off with it, and the boss snatches the idol, inspects it closely, and grins that it looks more spectacular this year than ever. A grin lit his face as he vowed to craft a swimsuit for the women's swimming competition. That evening in a crowded tavern, mugs clinking, Marcia slammed a toast to christen the MDR team just as Jean demanded what MDR meant. The girl grinned. It was the initials of their names. They learned a team name was needed to enter the race, and Jean exhaled. Now the real question is what we do next. Jean blurted, "What's our plan? I don't even know the competition rules." And Marcia flashed a confident grin, announcing she had the rules. The Potrock golem ship race demands a woman at the helm, a golem to hurl the ship into motion, and the pilot who blasts past the finish line first wins. Jean tore through the rules, found them maddeningly vague, and when he pressed about the boat's size and weight limits, Marcia fired back that design and idea had separate awards. Jin insisted speed was no problem and challenged them to think about whether they could actually win the awards. Reiko declared that if it was the older brother, they'd sweep every prize. Marcia smirked that they were far greedier than they looked. Jean snapped they'd fight to win. They were already in the game, and Marcia barked why only a woman could be the controller, saying the race boss who wrote the rules had sneezed off somewhere. At the pier, the crew swarmed the hull, and when Marcia asked what they'd do with the golem, Jean fired back, "You forgot about the ship?" Marcia stammered, "They at least had a ship," but Jean snapped that wasn't enough. To win, they'd have to balance the ship and the golem perfectly, or they'd be ruined by incompatibility. Jean snapped that they had 4 days left and had to finish the design now, then test it and tweak it. When Marcia doubted the need to redesign the ship, he shot back they'd use the girl's ship or they'd run out of time, and when she asked about the plan, he said there was one and asked Marcia to fetch materials for the golem. Sitting on the shore, Jean sketched a plan the moment the race route snapped into view. In the prelims, they'd sprint to the rock and race back to shore. The final would be announced that same day, so speed had to be everything, and they frantically hunted ways to shave seconds off the boat's turns. The inevitable loss of speed on each bend could cost them the race. While Jin sketched the propeller, he was sure it was the best solution. Reiko demanded why they couldn't use the magical jet engine, and Jin shot back that it was hard to control and they'd be forced to row, though he'd love to exploit the catamaran's advantage, when his gaze snagged on something in the distance. A finned, mermaid-like golem erupted from the waves, slamming Gin and Rocco into stunned silence. The blonde man barked into a tiny mic at Golem Lorelei that the sudden surge strength test was over and the turning test was starting. Watch the load. And when a sharp affirmative crackled back, a grin tore across his face. The blonde whipped around and asked if the boys were going swimming and whether Rocco could be a doll. Jin and Rocco stared, stunned, while the stranger grinned, thrilled he'd been right. It was a machine. And cutting off Jin, he declared it superbly made and that, as a magical engineer, he couldn't resist inspecting it. Jin pressed the question again, and the stranger grinned, saying this was what they called magic crafters, and introducing himself as Reinhard, a magic crafter of the Shoro Empire. Jin and Reikor gave their names. Reinhard's jaw dropped. He'd never seen a machine like this and never stopped being astonished. And when Reikor proudly declared Jin built it, Reinhard was floored. Reinhardt was convinced Jin hid an artifact, until the truth slammed down. He'd built the automaton himself. Jin shrugged, saying he only repaired Reiko, and sighed, then admitted she was stunned that Reinhardt had crafted and fine-tuned a golem from a magical beast's hide.
Reinhardt beamed and grabbed Jin by the shoulders, jabbering that it was a relief Jin got it. Lorelei couldn't swim if they used ordinary materials. Magical beast parts were nearly impossible to find, so after he finally hauled in some, he spent ages prepping those components and cranking out the magical crystals. Reiko was about to jump in, but Reinhard barreled forward, obsessing that the fish's underbelly was a nightmare to recreate, and Jin nodded, admitting he'd once built a golem horse and battled the same maddening problems. Reinhardt growled that animal movements are hell to mimic. They look steady on the surface, but sinking a horse's stride is brutal. Jin shot back that a horse's center of gravity isn't human, so tuning it is even harder. Reiko darted her eyes from one to the other, while both stayed utterly oblivious to everything around them. Reinhardt dove into how they'd cobbled together an insanely complex magic formula that, just when they swore it was finished, snapped into a maddening loop. Jin snagged the part about picturing every muscle and recreating it down to the tiniest twitch to coax a smooth motion, and Rocco's head spun from their incoherent chatter. After a while, the guy offered a friendly handshake. Reinhardt beamed that it was nice talking to Jin, Jin replied, and when Rocco eyed Jin and asked if they were finished, Jin smiled and said he didn't mind chatting some more. Reinhardt snapped his approval but hustled to Lorelei. She was waiting for the next order. At that instant, the golem rose up, and Reinhard felt the race closing in fast, forcing him to cram the last tasks into stolen seconds. Jin asked if Reinhard was joining. Reinhard shot back, "What about you?" Jin answered they were in the case too, and the guys exchanged knowing smiles. Reinhardt grinned and said he'd be counting the days. Jin nodded and raced over to Marcia with Rocco, apologizing for the delay, and Jay spun at a scream. Marcia was shrieking with excited delight, so he shouted, "What's wrong?" Jin snapped that the shops were empty, and Marcia spat that someone had scooped up everything the moment they signed for the race. After tearing through the stalls, she sank to the floor with only bronze in hand. No magic plate, no magic crystals, no magic stones. Jin froze, stunned because yesterday everything had been calm. He clocked the predictable spike in demand on the eve of the race and declared bronze would be enough. He already had the materials. With Marcia volunteering to hit the shops, Jin kicked his plan into motion, and they were already forging the golem and the ship, and Marcia smiled broadly and agreed. Jin unleashed his forging skill, scorching every foreign impurity from the raw metal, then ordered Rocco to fashion the golem's bronze shell in Marcia's likeness. Rocco agreed, but Marcia bristled with indignation. They asked Jin if Reiko could use magic. He grinned and said yes, she's his sister, and Marcia remarked they were clearly close. Reiko then unleashed the skill transformation, and Jin only confirmed it, calling her a very capable younger sister. When the boys finished crafting the golem, Marcia's cheeks flamed. Startled and embarrassed, she blurted, "Is it humanoid?" While the boys fussed over the final details, Jin leaned in and asked if she'd heard the rumor that the Reiko's golem would be built to look like her. Marcia admitted she feared it wouldn't even have oar-like arms. Jin countered that you could control the ship in many ways, a golem studded with oars or one fitted with fins, but a humanoid frame had real advantages, so he urged her to name it. Heart-pounding, Marcia asked to name it. Jin nodded. She blurted Aro, like a sprinter diving for the tape. Jin agreed, and calling Aro triggered the activation command. The golems roared awake in their guttural tongue, and Jin winced. He'd been so rushed he forgot the language module. Then he grabbed Marcia's hand, gripped Arrow's too, funneled Marcia's boat smarts into Arrow, and announced Arrow could now pilot the boat with Marcia's knowledge. Jin whooped when Arrow agreed to help build the ship. Marcia caught on fast to the humanoid golem's advantage. Jin grinned and called it proof, ordered Rocco. And after a short nod, Rocco produced a wheel for the ship. Jin dared Marcia to test what a humanoid could do while he methodically pieced the boat together, promising to unleash a move only a humanoid could pull off. Marcia trembled. With everything ready, the boys' eyes locked on a catamaran-shaped boat, and tucked behind the navigator's seat sat a strange,
bicycle-like contraption. Marcia's eyes shot wide and she practically leapt forward, asking what it was and how it worked. Jin flashed a grin and said, "You power it with your feet, stomp the pedals to spin the water wheel, and that spin becomes the force that pushes you ahead." When Marcia scoffed, Jin fired back that she could see for herself and barked an order at Rocco again. She slammed onto the pedals, shouted, "Let's go!" and blasted off with everything she had. Jin couldn't even finish begging them to slow down before a jolt hurled them forward and they shot onto the wave. Jin screamed and bolted from the shore as the drenched Marcia and Enro watched them go. Marcia clenched her fist and vowed they would succeed, while Enro stood silent, staring at the girl. As the sun dipped, Marcia and Enro, fresh from putting the ship through its paces, strode back to the pier and Jin spun to Marcia, eyes alight, demanding how the walk with Enro aboard had felt. Pointing to the so-called swan, Marcia raved that it skimmed like silk, tore forward with fierce speed, and obeyed the helm as if by thought. It was such a flawless ship she couldn't imagine any improvements. Jean only replied that it was built for sailing. He'd check for tweaks, but that was basically all. Marcia marched over, demanding to know if Jean was sure Enro was okay with his powers. Jean shot back that he thought Enro was the best thing that could be done with their materials. Marcia hesitated for a second. She asked if Enro couldn't go faster like little Reiko. Jin nodded and tersely explained Reiko was an automaton. Marcia gave a faint, puzzled gasp. Reiko asked what should be surprising since Jin was her father, and Jin hesitated before confirming it. Their talk over, the guys didn't even notice they weren't alone. Brushing off the edits until tomorrow, Jin told everyone to get some rest and hit the sack, and the moment their heads met the pillows, they were out cold. Only Reiko stayed awake. And when stomping thundered from Marcia's room, she barreled out, catching 3 people mid-attack as they tried to batter the door and throwing all attention onto herself. She snapped, "Do you know this is a women's room?" And the guys froze, totally off guard. Thinking they'd burst into the wrong room, Reiko caught the knife clenched in a burglar's fist and knew they weren't mistaken. One crook snarled, "Silence her!" while the other lunged for the machine gun. Rocco hissed that they had to be quieter. Their father was resting, then surged forward, striking one burglar in the neck before he even understood. She whirled to the stunned second and, as the first crumpled, drove her elbow into his solar plexus. With the would-be burglars knocked out at her feet, Reiko hesitated, eyed the shore, then padded over and tamped the sand down over their prone forms. Beside them, a table sat, proof they'd tried to attack a sleeping woman. Reiko's heart lurching, she spotted a blaze roaring right beside their ship garage, shook Jin and Marcia awake, and they sprinted for the garage. She kept apologizing for not waking them sooner, but Jin waved it off. There was no need to apologize because she didn't have to worry about the fire, and Marcia screamed, furious, demanding what Jin meant. Marcia warned the dock fire could spell disaster. The Swan was moored there. Jean scoffed. The ship was safe and, to the girl's boiling indignation, jabbed toward the water, where a flotilla of boats clustered around the Swan and, in one of them, Enro waved. Jin realized Enro wasn't a simple golem. He'd abandoned the boat the moment he smelled danger. Marcia blew out a breath and snapped. They should have warned them. Then Reinhardt barreled up, shouting they'd celebrated too soon because if this kept up, the blaze would jump to the other docks. People were being rallied to douse the flames. But the plan was already unraveling, and Jin shot back, "What do you mean?" Reinhardt shouted that the deadly sea serpent had appeared, and the boys stared as a colossal serpent half emerged from the waves, its cavernous maw gaping wide. Jin screamed, "What is this?" Reinhardt snarled that the creature surfaces by the shore. Lorelei is keeping it distracted, but she's not built for battle and won't hold, so Reinhardt will bait the serpent onto a pier and obliterate it with magic. Jin understood at once and began weaving a spell. Jin forged a spear and roared for Reiko and Enro to help him, using the Swan as their foothold. He asked Marcia for permission, she agreed, and Jin barked at Reiko again. Reiko surged forward and vaulted skyward, hurtling toward the Swan and nailed a clean landing on its deck right beside the waiting Enro. Enro slammed the throttle and the ship lunged toward Lorelei and Reinhardt, as Marcia simultaneously barked orders to the golems, telling Lorelei the ship was closing, rise, and ordering Enro to hold the wheel and circle. Eyes glued to the surface, they both complied. Lorelei rocketed up,
and the snake surged after her. Lorelei burst from the water, dragging the snake behind her. As it reared up, Reiko lunged and hurled her spear with every ounce of strength, the tip plunging clean through the serpent. The serpent snapped its jaws shut and plunged under the water. But once Lorelei had swum far enough, Reiko leapt and slammed a bone-cracking blow onto the serpent's head. The snake bellowed a bone-rattling roar. Jin slammed his fist down to signal the assault, and Reinhardt and Reiko simultaneously unleashed the fire spear spell. As they reached their target, the spells detonated in a cataclysmic blaze, blasting the area into blinding sunrise bright light as a shockwave slammed outward, trying to rip everyone off their feet. In the end, only the snake's body remained. It plunged beneath the water instantly, and the guys watching froze in disbelief before hesitantly nodding that they'd succeeded. Lorelei snapped that the deadly sea serpent lay motionless. Reinhardt roared that victory was theirs. Every witness erupted into triumphant cheers as Reiko heaped praise on Jin, and Jin instantly thanked Reiko and Aro for their excellent work. Marcia's eyes snapped to the wreckage. Some ships hadn't made it out, so she and Arrow tore off to help. Reinhardt barked that Lorelei would join them and that he and Jin would handle repairs. Jin called on Reiko to douse the blaze. Someone snarled that no one could even get any sleep. Another was sent racing into the city to fetch shipbuilders and magic crafters. The scene roared to life. Reiko smothered the blaze with ruthless skill. Oro and Marcia hauled those from damaged ships to safety. Others sprinted with construction materials. Jean and Reinhardt tore into golems and every broken thing they could fix, and dawn was already closing in. Flat out exhausted, Jin, Rocco, Marcia, and Reinhardt watched the sun erupt over the horizon. Jin grinned and called it an incredible experience. The boats and docks looked brand new and the sunrise blazed with rare beauty, and Reinhardt agreed. Then Rainey called Reinhardt. The guy turned to Elsa. Reinhardt spun back, drank in the dawn with his friends, and asked if she would join. Jin whirled around and Elsa beamed, nodding that it was breathtaking. Elsa flashed a sweet, head-tilting smile, and Jin's heart skipped a beat the instant he saw the beautiful girl. In an instant, Elsa yanked the man by the elbow and dragged him toward the house, refusing to let him dodge the topic as she snapped that everyone was worried. Reinhardt agreed and said goodbye to Jean. Jean declared it was time to follow the others' example. And when Marcia tried to speak, Jean cut her off. He announced he had a dozen things to say but needed to rest first, then asked Marcia if she had a swimsuit fitting at noon. She gave a doubtful nod. Jean snapped. They'd never back down no matter what the others planned. And meanwhile, in the room, the culprit of the fire slammed his fist on the table, indignant. Seething, Valentino snarled that someone couldn't even light a basic fire and their botched blaze almost destroyed the other competitors' ships. Ligi shot back, asking what was wrong with significantly fewer rivals, and Valentino fired back what she'd do if they canceled the whole competition. He's desperate to seize every advantage. Valentino screamed in despair as even the assassins he'd hired were swallowed by the shifting sand, and of all times the deadly serpent chose that exact moment to slither into view. No matter what it takes, Valentine will obliterate them in the competition. He'll stop at nothing. Meanwhile, Marcia slipped into the swimsuit, awkwardly fidgeted with it, and asked if the boss was sure it was competition-worthy. He insisted he was absolutely certain, and Jean muffled a laugh behind his hand. The girls, cheeks blazing with mortified fury, laughed that this was the swimsuit for this year's competition. The boss announced they'd run the design for the next 10 years. Jean flushed and spun away to mutter an apology, and Marcia snapped, demanding he own it while declaring she felt like giving up because of this outfit. Race day exploded into motion as Jin and Reiko fine-tuned Swan, Marcia, and Arrow, checking every last detail and whooping loud encouragement at the other competitors. With time to spare before the race, the boys wandered the square. Jean stared at the unexpected crowd and rows of booths. This was only a qualifying round. While Marcia pointed out the place hosts events all year and even other races, and Jean spotted a man betting on several participants as Marcia shrugged. That's how money turns over in pot rock. The guys snapped to attention when Reinhardt strode in, and he noticed the favorite had climbed to number 1, Earl Valentine, as Elsa peeked from behind him in a swimsuit. Reinhardt shoved his younger sister forward, grumbling that the other day had been so hectic he couldn't properly introduce Elsa, and Elsa stepped up to Jean, catching him off guard. Elsa's quick glance at Jin left the man blinking in confusion. He asked what was going on, and Elsa pressed out a quiet "thank you for protecting her brother," introduced herself as Elsa Randall, and said she was pleased to meet him, while Jin stepped forward to introduce himself and Marcia with Rocco. Marcia closed in and spotted Elsa in a swimsuit too. She was clearly competing, and the different color guaranteed a final showdown. Marcia warned Elsa not to lose. Elsa boasted that she and Lorelei were the strongest. Marcia grinned at the boldness of the girl who'd grown up on dry land. Then someone called out to them. Valentino suddenly appeared, flanked by his glory teammates Elias and Earl Grint. He muttered that he only hoped Marcia wouldn't be disqualified at the tryouts, turned and walked off. Jean demanded why he even showed up, and Elsa and Marcia answered in unison that they didn't know. The announcer boomed that the 10th Golem ship race was about to begin, bringing back past competitors as teams from overseas poured in and swelled the field to a record 35 groups. The crowd's favorite commentator ready to call the action with Mayor Patroc and magic crafter Mr. Bernard sitting in as honored guests. The announcer thundered that their kingdom bristled with all manner of artifacts. The one he himself used a booming loudspeaker, and they were allowed to wield a magic eye and a screen. Jean grinned that the magic eye and screen looked handy. Reiko asked if he could do it. Jin shot back, "Yes, but said he wasn't hosting a TV show anymore." Reiko echoed, "TV show?" And the announcer boomed that the crowd was buzzing because the race swimsuits had been redesigned this time. The contestants were lined up by swimsuit color into 5-person squads, but the mayor, who'd slapped this plan together at the last minute, had prepped 7 colors, crowed about their brilliant idea, and pointed at contestant number 35, Marcia, who went beet red under the sudden spotlight. The announcer slammed a statuette on display. It was the girl's spitting image, and called out the likeness. Marcia erupted, furious that that thing had been dragged into the competition, while Mr. Bernard swept his gaze over the figure, stunned something so precise was cast in copper, noting the golem mirrored the controller and the ship looked utterly alien. Water wheels have long hauled water and cranked out power on farms. If they have to use a wheel, Marcia's team can steamroll this competition, and Marcia clenched her fist with iron confidence. The announcer barked at Bernard. Any other participants snag the magic crafter's eye? Take number 1, Earl Valentino's team, a towering behemoth with a giant body and 2 colossal oars, crude but brutally effective. And since Count Valentino himself forged that golem, they were instant favorites. Up next, number 3, the mermaid golem Lorelei, built to slice through water and armed with stats that banish any turning troubles so they can nail every twist with fearless confidence. All eyes snapped to winged golem number 27 and the hulking 4-armed one number 28. Even a perfect golem and ship mean nothing without someone who can control them. No one there knew who would come out on top. The announcer wished everyone good luck and a great performance, and the stands exploded into a deafening roar. When the announcer volunteered to pick who went first, he plunged his hand into the box and yanked out a dark blue ball. Marcia's group was up. Her chest tightened. She'd wanted to watch the others race first, but there was no choice, so she glanced at the magic eye and shot her finger up. Marcia flashed a confident grin and declared, "After the turn, I'll shoot past everyone. Do whatever it takes to break away from me before then." Jin and Reikos let out heavy, exasperated sighs and called it utterly vulgar. The announcer thundered that Marcia was declaring war. The crowd roared with delight as rivals froze and stared at her. Then the participants were ordered to line up and each contestant ignited a bee fire. As everyone boarded their ships, the youngest in Marcia's group called out, thanked her for the fire that day that had engulfed her golem. Because of Marcia and the others, she could join everyone now. Marcia smiled. The girl declared, "A match is a match. I won't lose." And Marcia vowed the same. At last, the countdown ignited and the stands buzzed with electric energy. Jin and Rocco leaned in, eyes locked on the track. Valentine flashed a confident grin. Reinhard urged his sister on, and Marcia's smile glowed with eager anticipation. The horn tore through the air, every ship launched together, and participant number 14 ripped ahead with a blistering opening sprint.
A blistering surge from the big-armed golem slammed his oars into the water, hurling giant sprays, and participant 14 whooped as numbers 28 and 35 trailed behind, convinced victory would be easy. Whether a strange boat or a four-armed golem, in the end only speed matters. Contestant 14 roared that strength was everything and gunned the engines, streaking forward as the announcer swallowed. Could they make the turn alone? Jin admitted that made sense, yet speed would decide the race. Force the ship into that corner at full tilt and it would lose balance, leaving them exposed. They were overtaken in an instant. Participant number 28 pounced, ripped through the inner circle and rocketed past, leaving participant number 14 reeling. Marcia suddenly materialized behind her, demanded how she planned to overtake, and snapped that participant number 14 no longer had time for this. After capsizing their opponent's boat, Marcia and Arrow surged ahead. Marcia grinned, finally a shot at catching up, and then she roared at Arrow to dig in and push harder. Arrow lashed her legs faster. The wheel cleaved the water, hurling towering walls of spray as the ship surged forward at breakneck speed, shocking Reinhard and, above all, Valentino. Reinhard felt they had already unleashed their full might in the sea serpent clash. It was unbelievable, the announcer thundered. Explosive dash! And Marcia vaulted past the younger participant with a wide, triumphant smile. Marcia felt something words couldn't touch. She saw and felt every inch of the world around her, the wind smashing her face and threading through her hair, and she loved how it hurled her away from everything at breathtaking speed. A tidal wave of feeling crashed through Marcia as she screamed that she loved them all. They didn't reach the finish line. They barreled into it at full speed, shredding the tape and leaving everyone choking on their dust. The announcer boomed that Marcia was the winner, crowing that, true to her promise, she had blasted past everyone after the turn, and Marcia, flipping back her hair, smiled. Just a light breeze. Marcia jabbed a thumb at herself, christened the ship the Swan, called out Arrow and the MDR team, and declared they were moving on to the finals. Marcia thundered they'd take first place. The crowd erupted, and Valentino ground his teeth, snarling he'd never accept or let it happen, no matter the cost, as his fists balled in furious indignation. Ligi, of Team Glory of Elias, blasted through the 7th qualifying track to seize victory. With the qualifiers done, the announcer lit up the magic screen and revealed the 7th finalist who will join them tomorrow to clash for the crown, asking everyone to look forward to the final. Elsa snarled at Marcia again that she wouldn't lose. Marcia nodded and urged everyone to fight fair and square. Everyone agreed. Then Jin and Reiko strode over. Jin bristled at Marcia for putting on a show there. Reiko sighed and Marcia apologized. Marcia burst out, raw and shaking. If she hadn't pulled that move, Jean's question would have handed her an escape. She pushed on. The best golem, the fastest boat, if by chance she couldn't control them to stop herself from running. Who would they belong to? She locked her gaze, spat those words, and then... Marcia clutched her hand and confessed she felt too weak to fight with any dignity. Jin went silent, lost for words, while Reiko stepped forward, leaned in, and vowed they'd win tomorrow, no question. Because Arrow was a golem Jin created and Swan was twisted by his hand, Jin gave a mortified sigh, and Reiko snapped that only Marcia stood on the battlefield now. The only one who could bark orders to Arrow and seize control of Swan. It was Marcia. Once again, Marcia climbed into the cockpit of the best ship, Golem, piloted it with surgical precision, and seized victory in today's qualifying matches. Marcia burst into an embarrassed laugh and teased Rocco for being hopeless at compliments. Jin swore he'd teach her properly next time. Rocco immediately blurted that it wasn't a compliment, and Marcia ruffled Rocco's hair, said she understood, and vowed she wouldn't let the guys down. She'd win, because this was her battle. Seated in an opulent restaurant, Marcia blinked and asked if they'd really come to the right place. It screamed nobility, while Jin hurriedly explained that Reinhard had come up to him after the competition, raving that the golem and the ship were incredible and inviting him to dinner. Reinhard had even admitted he'd already reserved a table and pressed a slip of paper with the address into Jin's hand. And Marcia rolled her eyes, calling Jin hopelessly easy to sway. Reinhard and Elsa swept out, draped in noble finery. Reinhard thanked Jean for coming and invited them inside.
Marcia tried to bolt, but Jean refused to let her, and the guys ended up at a table heaving with lavish dishes. With a grin, Reinhard called Marcia Lady, christened her team MDR, echoed his and Elsa's team name Seabird, proposed a celebratory drink for clearing the preliminaries. Marcia blushed and sheepishly interjected, and Reinhard asked if something was wrong. Marcia, resolve sparking, scanned the room and asked if Reinhard could pass for a noble, and Reinhard nodded that yes, it was possible. Even as the fourth son, it didn't matter because he hailed from the Shoro Empire, so he told her to act just like she always did. Jin perked up and shot, "Ships or golems?" Reinhard's grin burst. He wanted to talk about everything. They could start right now, but his sister's hard stare made him reel back in fake eagerness. Jin saw through it instantly, and Reinhard swallowed and admitted there was one more thing they had to discuss. Reinhard cut to the chase. This was about the recent fire, ignited at Jean's dock and then tearing across the other piers. Marcia denied any involvement, and Reinhard said he believed her. Jean blurted it looked staged, and Reinhard confirmed the arsonist had been targeting Marcia, leaving her stunned. Marcia leapt up, demanding, "Why?" Jean admitted he didn't know, and shot the question at Reinhard. Had he called them to see if they had anyone in mind? Reinhard confirmed Jean's guess, and Marcia immediately rattled off every name she could imagine until Reinhard cut her off, saying she had too many in mind. Marcia insisted only her father's debt could explain it. Jin shot back that selling her ship would net more than torching the dock. Reiko confessed 2 men tried to kidnap Marcia that night, but thinking them mere hooligans, he buried them, and by morning they were gone. Reinhard warned the criminal might be targeting both Marcia and her ship, but that gambit could only hit one, so their likely aim was to keep her out of the race. No matter their goal, they had to stay sharp. Unlike the sneaky preliminaries, the final route would be declared outright, and Reinhard couldn't shake a sinking premonition. Later, stepping outside with him, Jin blurted out why he was being so kind, and Reinhard sighed before he spoke. He admitted he's a diplomat of sorts and swore he wouldn't let anything happen between Elias and Churro. An incident unfolded right before his eyes, so he'd at least know the truth. And if it's tied to the race, his sister could be in danger, and he won't let that happen because he doesn't like them. Jean then conceded Reinhard was right, and Reinhard apologized for his odd words. Reinhard would have been lying to say he didn't favor them, fellow craftsmen all. So to Jin's surprise, he flashed a grin, said it was nice talking to him, invited him to Sharo when he had time. Jin smiled back, and Reinhard urged them to pour everything into the finale so nobody left with regrets. The announcer thundered that the 10th and final race of the golem ships had begun. The stands roared, and he bellowed who had ripped away with the biggest starting spurt. Ligi, the number 1 from the Glory of Elias team, blasted off in the opening spurt. Jin and Reinhard tensed like coiled springs, and Valentino's smirk dripped with arrogance. The other competitors were trapped in a hopeless stalemate, maybe terrified of one another. Their speed stalled, and Marcia slammed into their blockade, unable to break free. At the turn, Elsa shouted Lorelei's name and they slammed into a razor-sharp bend. Elsa hunted an opening to overtake her rivals, every muscle coiled with fierce, unblinking focus. Dread hit Jin. The ships were bunched too close. Reiko snapped, "Why don't we just zip around them with Arrow's speed?" Jin growled that would only work if the catamaran weren't so massive because Arrow couldn't squeeze between the hulks or swing around them. They'd be easily blocked. Jin's eyes snapped to the 4 ships as they slipped into the spots of those covering Elsa, moving as one to slam shut every route forward. Maybe they'd all pulled out right at the start because something forced them. And Marcia erupted, screaming they'd agreed to fight fairly. They only half caught Marcia's warning, but Valentino's looming presence forced them into cautious moves. Valentino declared there was no shame in being careful, and that killed the race's thrill. Valentino grinned, reveling in how perfectly his plan unfolded and sure he'd make Marcia his. Marcia snapped, rage flaring as she warned she wasn't to be trifled with, and that no matter their reason or goal, everyone hurled themselves into this race for their own reasons, and dozens had already been chewed up at the qualifying stage. Marcia didn't know who the culprit was, but she clamped her hands on the ship's wheel and screamed, "Don't you dare!" The culprit mustn't steal their chance at a true, serious fight by pulling a dirty stunt like this. Marcia barked at Aro to fall back, whipped the wheel left and stunned her opponents, convinced she'd cut into the other lane. When one rival snarled, he wouldn't let it happen. They surged after Marcia, closing fast to cut her off and slam the path shut as she spun around. The crowd reeled in confusion as Marcia didn't just slow. She yanked open a massive gap and pretended to drift away, and when her competitors found themselves trapped, she slammed the gas and tore ahead. Jean and Marcia snapped in unison that, dirty as it was the only plan that could work now. To wring every ounce from the Golem ship, you need elite skill. Jen whirled to Rocco and asked if that was true. Rocco flashed a smile and confirmed every one of his words as the audience erupted in cheers. A chill ripped through Reiko, and she gasped to Jin that the sea had answered with magic, racing toward Marcia at breakneck speed. Not one sea serpent, but a whole flock of them. Jean demanded news of the sea snake flock, Rocco confirmed. About 30 of them, bearing down on Marcia and the others. Jin cursed the timing. Rocco asked if they should call off the competition. Jin shot that down, said the snakes would catch the participants even if they turned back, and asked Reiko if she could handle them, and she said she could. Worry claws at Reiko over their positioning. The mountain route curls around the island of Io, and she fears she won't reach it in time. If Reiko could use the swan, they'd make it in time, so they shot for the docks where Reiko whipped out a magical jet engine. Jin gaped that she actually brought one, and Reiko said she'd bolt it to the spare boat, but the catch was stability and durability. It had to be fused with the swan's spare parts. Reiko prayed it wouldn't explode as Jin snapped for her to be careful, grilled her about the lightweight, admitted he couldn't handle everything so she'd have to steer one-handed while he handled the throttle, and warned they couldn't let their magic run out. Reiko shot back that this was the exact opposite of the Golem ship race. Jin yanked the steering wheel, locked his focus, fired the magical jet engine, and the swan literally blasted off at tremendous speed. They ripped across the water so fast the boys went queasy, and Jin snapped. This was too dangerous as the boat kept vaulting off each wave. Jin fired off. "Are we heading the right way?" Rico said yes, felt the snakes stirring, saw Io Island already looming. They'd run into them soon. And the moment she actually spotted the serpents, she tensed, ready to strike. Reiko bellowed that it was a greeting to them, surged forward, and unleashed a titanic blast that slammed one snake right in the head. Reiko tore into the snakes, slashing until their heads toppled one after another. Jin snapped at Reiko. "Fire into the water, blow up the snake and drive them off Io Island before Marcia and the others show up to destroy the snakes." Reiko nodded. The snakes darted around, then slipped beneath the surface. Reiko spotted it. Jin asked to dive under the water, got the nod, and paused for a heartbeat. Jean yanked out the magic stones, warned that if the snakes swam too deep, they'd be in trouble and had to be held back first, then poured more magic into the stones than they could handle, hurled them into the water, and the stones began to shimmer. The snakes surged toward the rocks, slithering out of the water onto the stone. Rico lit up with joy and Jin grinned, declared it his new favorite, and flicked on acoustic detection. Roaring like a battle cry, the remaining snakes erupted from the water, blasting spray in every direction. Jin slammed his fist in triumph, admitting he'd feared the high-frequency pulse's tiny radius would fail. Yet it worked. Reiko beamed. "I expected nothing less from my father," and summoned a magical explosion to strike. Jean hurtled into a writhing cluster of snakes when a blast so fierce detonated that he slammed his hands over his head and his eyes shot wide in shock. A towering wave smashed into them and flung Rocco out of the boat. She plunged into the water, burst back to the surface, and cried she'd done it at last. Jin blew out a breath and yelled for Rocco to hang on. He was already coming, but something yanked her under, and the next instant a snake shot from the water with Reiko clamped in its jaws, and Jin screamed. The snake's fangs were buried in Reiko, and she couldn't wrench them free, so she screamed at Jin to run. She'd tear the thing apart herself, but she never got the chance, because an enraged Jin had already unleashed a spell of magical transformation and focal-length calculation. Jin unleashed a blinding beam of light and cleaved the snake's neck in a single brutal sweep, then stood reeling, unable to make sense of what had just happened. The snake's jaws yawned open, and Reiko was spat into the water.
Jin exhaled as Reiko burst to the surface and apologized, and Jin asked if he was okay. Reiko grinned as Jin plunged his hand into the water and hauled her out, and when she teased he could do everything without her, Jin snapped that it wasn't true. Jin asked if that was it for today. Rocco said she'd scan for magic and then froze. Jin snapped. "More snakes?" Reiko hissed. "No." But a cold magical trail from the island of Io slammed into her. A golem. G-shot. Has their race reached this far? And Rocco began to deny it wasn't their golem when she suddenly tensed up even harder. Reiko's eyes lit up when she spotted the golem submerged and out of place, so she blurted, "It was fine," but a nagging doubt made her hesitate until Jin waved it off, insisting he was only tired and promising to take a quick detour and come right back. Reiko agreed. Reiko peeled off her cover-up, left only the dark blue swimsuit clinging to her, and called, "I'll be there in a minute." If the golem steps in to sabotage the race, it must be obliterated, and Reikor must wrench out its core. Plunging into the water, he suspected the sea serpent's appearance was staged, and even if they're hunting Marcia, he still has to do it. Reiko barreled toward the spot where the golem had answered. 2 golems already had the swan squarely in their sights. The 2 golems had almost closed in on the swan, steel limbs coiling as they readied to strike. They didn't have time to do anything when Rocco appeared beside one of them. She decapitated one, ripped the core from the second, hesitated for a heartbeat, snatched the fragments to take with her, then looked up and told Marcia she should do everything possible now. Arrow flashed a quick yes. Marcia pushed. "What happened?" And Arrow shrugged. "Rocco was just egging me on," which made Marcia's eyes go wide as she said maybe Jin was egging them too, then asked if Arrow's legs were okay. Arrow answered a confident yes, and Marcia guessed it was the belt or the wheel, remembering Jin's warning that sooner or later they might not hold up under such a load. Jean snapped that she should blast full speed only at crucial moments, when she asked why he warned the ship might not hold up, and when Marcia scoffed, "It's my father's boat, it can't be damaged," Jean cut in. He wasn't talking about the hull, the wheel could snap. He realized it during a test drive with Reiko, tried to graft the enhancement, but with only a few rare materials he poured them into Arrow's body and couldn't spare any for the water wheel. The belt's carved from magical beast hide, but the seams could snap. The stitching and blades can't withstand Arrow's max speed for long. Marcia can replace the belt herself easily, but the water wheel demands ruthless caution. Even after Jin dumped in his magic materials, they were left with nothing but bronze. Helpless, the final race stretched far longer than they'd expected. Elsa muscled past Marcia on the reefs. A long, solid straight lay ahead, and Liji, furious at being caught, spat that this was the best golem, and it had all been for nothing. Even if she'd groveled to that arrogant bastard to win the race and it proved all in vain, she didn't care. She'd close the gap between the golems with her own power, and with the pride of a sailor they'd thunder off at full speed. Meanwhile, Rich tore out from behind Io at breakneck speed. Elsa barked at Lorelei to keep going so the reef gap they'd carved stayed open. Lorelei obeyed, and when Elsa apologized for pushing the golem bristled and snapped back its displeasure. Lorelei snapped that this was exactly what her creator Reinhardt wanted, and Elsa nodded. The announcer shouted that Elsa had surged faster, but Rich won't let her close the gap, and now Marcia might follow. And Marcia admitted they're both rushing toward death, so they have no choice. Arrow slammed the throttle the moment the start was called. The announcer shouted that Marcia had surged too. Suddenly, the victory boiled down to 3 teams. Marcia brimming with confidence, Elsa razor-focused, Liji visibly rattled. The rest of the route was a dead-straight blast from Io Island to the venue, a raw sprint of pure speed. Valentino radiated barely contained fury and trembling nerves. Reinhardt grinned like it was all a game. John silently prayed Marcia wouldn't lose and would give everything she had, and Marcia barked the order. "Full speed ahead!" Elsa closed hard and tore past Liji. Then Marcia shot up level with them and ripped ahead, making Liji hiss with fury. She whipped around to see her golem cracking from sheer overexertion, smoke curling from its joints. It had broken down and couldn't continue the race, and Liji let out a defeated sigh as she realized it was over for her. The golem's hands trembled, yet he still strained to move the oar. The saddened girl touched his hand,
stopped him and turned her face away, and silence swallowed them. Elsa and Marcia matched stride for stride. Lorelei shoved her legs into overdrive, and Arrow pounded the pedals until her muscles burned. Each girl was hell-bent on being first, and Marcia even flashed a grin as they marched stride for stride. A sharp crack split the air, and Marcia spat an indignant curse. Arrow roared, "Not now!" and threw her legs into overdrive, pumping faster and faster until she was accelerating flat out. A shout tore out that Arrow could still fight. Arrow and Marcia surged to catch up and then edged just ahead, and when Elsa relayed it to Lorelei, Lorelei hesitated, unsure. She stared at the tail and admitted she'd been pushed past her limits. She could only move at a crawl. Elsa exhaled and said she understood. Elsa told Lorelei to coast to the finish and promised they'd get Reinhard to fix her later. Lorelei agreed. Marcia saw Elsa ease up and, at the last second, realized she was done too. The race had been blistering and a blast, a real qualifier, but everyone carries at least one thing they won't forgive, and this was theirs. The announcer roared that Marcia, the 35th team, having missed the first and third teams, had just reached the goal, and the stands exploded into jubilant shouts. The announcer strode up to Marcia and declared the MDR team the winners, crowing it was an electrifying victory, then pressed her on how she felt. Spotting the girls' unhappy faces, he demanded why they were upset, and Marcia snatched the microphone from him and barked at someone. Was he there? Marcia roared that he was interfering in her affairs. Even in this tournament, she branded him a fucking bastard and swore she'd never forgive him. Now she had no evidence, but vowed he'd pay for everything. The crowd stared confused, and Valentino understood it all, letting out a sharp, angry chuckle while someone cursed. A girl barreled in front of Valentino, cutting him off to demand what Marshall meant, and he greeted her with a flourish, calling her the Marchioness de Fiorentino. She shot back that his team would be back any moment. Why shouldn't he greet them? Valentino said he would, then marveled that even a Marchioness like her had come to a place like this, and she snapped that this was one of the country's biggest events, and she had to see it with her own eyes. She had to come if her subordinate cheated in competitions. He didn't think so, and Valentino tensely demanded what she meant. Then the shattered Rockogallen was hurled at his feet. The Marquise declared he personally had the evidence, and Marcia, the mayor's announcer, and Mr. Bernard stood stunned by what they saw. Reiko burst from the surf clutching a pulsing core, congratulated Marcia on her victory, and pressed the golem core into her hands as a gift, and huddled among the jagged rocks of Io Reiko burned to know who had made the golems and what they were doing there. She couldn't wait to find out. The Marquis locked eyes with Valentino and declared it true, then slammed the golem core into view and demanded if he knew it. Valentino feebly feigned ignorance. John strode up and warned not to pretend because they'd strip every secret from him with reading magic. And Valentino exploded, screaming, "Bastards!" Valentino sneered, calling them Reinhardt and Marcia's boyfriend, and Reinhardt snapped that with Elsa dragged into this, it wasn't anyone's problem anymore. He'd make him confess everything, then spat former count at Valentino. Reinhardt thundered again that he'd make Valentino confess everything, while Mr. Bernard snatched the golem's control core, cast a reading spell on it, and froze in shock, then barked to the golem to prevent any ship from accepting ship number 1 and to destroy ship number 35, as the stands hummed with excited whispers. Mr. Bernardo thundered his conclusion. The orders came from Count Valentino. Marcia spat, "Bastard!" The Countess said she'd heard he'd threatened the players who abstained in the first half of the race, leaving him no defense. Valentino grinned nastily, snatched the ring and snapped that he never had such intentions. As the golem tore through the wall, Valentino snarled he'd had enough of this stupid tournament and the whole country. The escaped golem slammed into him to block his way. Jin shouted that it was the same monster that attacked the ship, and Valentino, shaping a spell in his hand, hissed that this was not all. Dozens of golems erupted from the sand in an instant, rising to ring everyone, and Valentino laughed, sneering that they'd forgotten this place was built with his family's golems. Then he ordered them to unleash chaos. People bolted from the golems in panic as the Marquis sprang into action, and Valentino sneered that anyone who refused him the power he demanded was to blame before climbing onto the golem's shoulder and waving farewell to the kingdom of Elias. Rage boiled in Jin as she watched the bastard refuse to confess and bolt.
The Marquise told Jin and Reinhardt to leave him with the guards, but Reinhardt snapped they had to evacuate people and take down one golem. Jin unleashed a blinding beam of light and tore into the other golems. Reiko plunged into the fray and shattered 2 golems with a single strike, and former member number 14 suggested deploying their golems as shields to protect everyone. Meanwhile, Liji demanded, "What's wrong with you?" As the golem ground on, each movement trailing smoke. He began to stretch his hand toward the girl. She barked, "Pull yourself together! We're only a few steps from the shore." And the golem froze, remembering the girl's touch. He sprang to his feet. Liji screamed, "What will you do if the boat capsizes?" As the golem clambered over the side, she snapped, "Are you the kind of golem who can't swim? Be careful!" And when he finally plunged beneath the water, she screamed, discouraged by his behavior. Reikos' strike blasted another golem's head clean off. She declared it the last one. Jin praised her. She apologized for not noticing it right away, and Jin shot back that it wouldn't have helped. Reinhardt bellowed that inactive golems were impossible to detect. The Countess snapped. It was their miscalculation as she pictured the very golems that helped build this facility still lurking here. Since Reinhardt had warned her, she swallowed her pride and apologized, then demanded why Valentina burned so fiercely to win, and hurled the same question at Marcia. Marcia's chest tightened as she remembered refusing Valentino's demand to make her his wife or shipmaster, and blamed herself for everything. Jean jumped in immediately, saying he didn't buy it. Nobody pushes that far without evil intent, and he was certain Valentino was cooking up something grandiose. Marcia spotted Ricci's boat. Ligi ranted that no one should use iron ore. Marcia's shoulders cramped. The Marcians sneered that Ligi had the nerve to show up. Elsa blurted. She thought Ligi had run off with Valentino. Ligi barked she'd never run away with that bastard. She insisted quitting would make the race pointless. And the thorny question hung, what happened to the swan? Leggy admitted she didn't know every detail but remembered Valentino obsessing over the boat or the dock, torn between returning it or burning it to ash, maybe hiding something. When pressed what it was, she could only whisper, "Burn it." And Marcia's blood ran cold as she realized Valentino had torched the docks. Jin warned that if they shoved the docks aside, the swan wouldn't have room to hide anything. And Arrow stood guard. Reinhardt snapped that maybe it was hidden in the boat before the transformation. Valentino had checked Marcia before meeting Jin, but Jin and Reiko swore they'd have found anything. So Reinhardt pressed if it could be a common boat or dock item. And Jin's eyes flashed as he remembered a coil of rope and a battered little suitcase tucked in the dashboard from an old boat. Jean slapped the knife out of its case and declared it important for its dazzling decorations. Marcia gaped. She'd assumed John had made it because it was so beautiful. Elsa snatched the dagger, stared, screamed, and blurted to Reinhard that the gem in its center looked like El Radite, which Reinhard confirmed by handling the case and uncovering a hidden compartment. A trade contract for El Radite slid out of the secret compartment, naming Valentino de Hudson as the contractor. Reinhard spat that Valentino had really done it, piling shame on Elias. Marcia demanded why everyone was staring at her like that, and Ligi screamed she knew nothing about it and had nothing to do with it. Lisi insisted she only wanted to win the race, and Jin shot back, "What kind of El Radite is that?" The Marquis revealed it was a rare gemstone that supercharged magic, discovered about 100 years ago, and its distribution was tightly restricted because it was so scarce. Then the Marquis blared that the price climbed with size. It would not drop below 10 million torre, 10 times the tournament prize. A dagger slammed under Logi's face as the wielder snarled that its distribution was tightly regulated in their country, and smugglers paid with their lives. The Marchioness thundered. Valentino must be arrested at all costs, and demanded the guards seize him. They hurried back, admitting they'd lost his trail, and Marchioness Fiorentino's eyes slitted with annoyance as she dismissed them. The Countess declared it their duty to hunt down Valentino and thanked Jean and Reinhard. She had to brief the king and put him on the wanted list, so Reinhard insisted on escorting her, told Jean to leave it to them, then announced he'd be returning to Choro in half a month and offered to go with Jean, who asked for time to think, and Reinhard didn't object. In a heartbeat, Petroc's inner storm shattered into silence, and Marcia planted herself atop the bag of coins, eyes glued and refusing to look away.
After everything they'd been through, the boys erupted with joy. Clutching the prize, the sheer buzz of holding 1,000,000 tours hit them. Marcia's smile wilted as she tallied housing, documents, food, and her father's debt, and Jean pleaded with her not to be so pessimistic.
Jean grinned that Marcia could now run the store. Wonderful news. Marcia smiled, confessed it felt like a dream, then asked Jean to open a profitable boat shop with her. And he, a magical crafter, had conjured the very boat that won the race. Marcia declared his name would be known, locked eyes with Jin, gave him a sharp slap on the back and laughed that she was joking, then asked if he was really leaving for Reinhardt and Elsa's country in 10 days. When Jin confirmed it, she snapped at him to drop that gloomy look. Marcia scoffed that they were aristocrats. Anything could happen with them. Who knew what trouble they'd get into? So Jean snapped, "Stop treating nobles like a burden. I'll be careful, but you stay away from debts and bad guys." Marcia agreed, and they slapped a high five. Marcia and Arrow split off down separate paths, while Gian and Reiko slapped on their packs, hit the road, and chased whatever new thrills and adventure waited ahead. Jin tossed out a plan to drop by their home before heading to Shoro, and Reiko backed it without a second thought. Deep in the forest, Valentino seethed over the fortune he'd wasted on a golem that had already shattered, and watched Everellio's name sink into disgrace. Then a cloaked stranger slid up and asked, "Valentino?" The Count's eyes went cold. He knew the man at once and plunged straight into business, no preamble, and by the end he was grinning like a fox, calling them mere commoners, giggling, "Leave it to me," thrilled at how perfectly convenient it all was. Maniacal laughter tore from him as he snarled they'd get a taste of his power. Back at home, Jin declared he wanted to build an airplane. Reiko shot back. That it wasn't a boat. The maid golem and the guard echoed her. Jin conceded it wasn't a boat. Reiko snapped that he should do it, and Jin froze. With barely a week until they met Reinhard, Jin winced at how tight the clock was, but relief crashed over him at finally being back on the island after so long. Food would be taken care of thanks to the farm. He cursed not knowing where that island was, and with the materials on hand he could start forging defensive gear. Reiko admitted she'd needed a weapon for a long time. When Jin asked if that was true, she ignited a flame on her palm and warned she couldn't fully rein in her power, that there were times she simply didn't use magic, and on a long journey the unexpected could strike. So it was smarter to be prepared. Jin grinned and urged them to move. First up, they had to fashion a weapon for the journey. He stared at the gun, conceded it was brutally lethal, and figured most people wouldn't understand firearms, so he couldn't even wield it as a threat. Rocco blurted, "Use Vina's paralysis staff," and Jin's memory snapped to the barrier generator, clumsy and low on juice, but still a lifeline if monsters or bandits ambush them. It's dangerous. Even a deadly snake could appear, so Jin absolutely refuses to unleash a water blade or a light being where people are. Jin hammered out a jaw-dropping baton, bound a magical transmitter to a monolink, forged protective rings, unleashed offensive rings for every attribute, and shaped a katana for a Rocco. The baton doubles as a compact self-defense weapon, sleeker than a full staff and telescoping to adjust its length. That protective ring bars both steel and sorcery. It can even send a fire spear careening back. The elemental attack rings trap each attribute's assault magic, so you can unleash those powers yourself, and the cherry on top. Tuka, a katana forged exclusively for Reiko, cleaved adamantite in a single stroke. The golems erupted in applause as Reiko lauded Jin's masterpieces, which displayed an unmistakably brilliant result. The golems immediately burst into talk, each taking a turn demanding what they wanted, and Jin promised he'd share everything with them a little later, as a bamboo pipe clicked when tilted. Sitting there sipping tea, Jin realized this ritual always left him overexcited whenever he dove into something. Reiko hugged her brand new katana and admitted she was actually having a lot of fun, and Jin forced himself to calm down. Reiko suggested postponing the plane since Jin was exhausted, and Jin snapped to life, swearing he'd build it himself, his way, powered by a magic jetpack and fitted with straight main wings, not swept. They're using the glider golem's tech, so durability's rock solid, forged from adamantite and mithril and fitted with a catapult and parachute for safety. Jin,
when Rekko asked, flipped up the projection and said it's how they'd bail from the plane mid-air, and Rekko asked why not just slap on a magical jetpack, and Jin grinned and thanked her for the idea. Finally, the magical plane was ready. Jin's manic enthusiasm even drove him to erect a hangar, and Rekko, spotting everyone else lagging, apologized to the three golems hunched over and gasping for breath. Back at the plane, Reiko gaped at the hulking frame and demanded if that thing could even fly. Jin shrugged that they'd only know by testing. Reiko fretted it might plummet, and the moment she heard catapult, she volunteered to test it herself, until uninvited guests crashed in and stole their attention. Three golems sprang up beside the guys. Rocco was completely baffled. Jin looked away and awkwardly scratched his cheek, and the first golem announced, "I'm Sky One," picturing himself as a soaring eagle. The second stepped forward, alone and dolphin smooth, and called himself Marin. The third, alone and fox sly, named himself Landum. Then together they boomed that they were the Golem Rangers. Reiko spun on her father and demanded an explanation, and Jin, crimson with embarrassment, turned away and mumbled that he'd decided to create an island defense force. Sky One. The golem strode up to Jin and demanded he leave the Sky Eagle test to him. Reiko laughed as Sky One casually rechristened the plane. Then Sky One warned Sky Two that if he didn't come back, he'd be stuck with the rest. Reiko barked, "Use the ejection device." Boarding the plane and yanking the flaps up, Sky One slammed the buttons until the systems roared alive. The other Golem Ranger waved the flag to give the start, and Sky One ripped down the strip, straining to claw off the ground. Rocco released a delighted sigh as the plane tore from the runway and surged skyward. Jin and Reiko exploded into joyous laughter together, satisfied the plane was airborne, and later Jin leaned over the map, eyes locking on the tiny marker that showed their island. Ranger Golem gave a curt nod and admitted a western continent was still unproven. The island fell under the kingdom of Elias, Agria lay to the north, and when Jin pressed about the blue lands, Golem said Klein sat farther north while Sky could only point to a rough spot for the village of Kaina. Jin mulled that as Reika called his name. When Jin spun around, Reiko flashed the plane keys like a trump card. Jin snapped that Sky should have them. Reiko grinned, admitted she'd borrowed them and offered to take a quick flight, and Jin agreed. Reiko gaped as Harai Island shrank to a toy below, the planes carving the sky with breathtaking grace, and she burst out asking why they'd never visited Kana village at least once. Reiko insisted the dust had settled there, and Jin, hesitation scraping his throat, agreed. He'd already sworn to Reinhardt and decided to go. He hardly knew this world and wanted to learn its state first, so he'd never have to run away again, no matter what. Reiko's voice trembled as she apologized for needlessly worrying her. Jin waved it off. "It's fine," then laughed that he'd never imagined he'd fly the plane he built with his own hands. He's still alive because Reiko brought him into this world, and he survives thanks to his teacher's power. Jin stands at a crossroads, forced to choose his next move, what he must do and who he must save with this power. Rika smiled and nodded in agreement. Jin snapped on his glasses, asked Reika to go with him, she said yes, and they blasted into the sunset aboard a plane. Later, Jin barked out assignments. Sky 1, draw a world map. Then the golem behind him called, "Leaving already?" The maid golem warned him to be careful, and Jin asked Reiko if she was ready as she slid her katana back into its sheath. Declaring she was always ready, Reiko whirled to Jin with a bright grin, and Jin noticed that Reiko had managed to pack her luggage astonishingly light. Reika smiled and nodded in agreement. Rocco jabbed at a golem that was her mirror, and said the brutal journey forced her to split the luggage so she couldn't carry it all. The golem could barely stand. She wanted to leave it in the carriage, but Gin urged her to leave it there, and meanwhile Reinhardt, voice cracking, apologized to Elsa because he had to leave early for work and was entrusting Gin and Rocco to her care. Jin and Rocco stepped into the town square as planned and found it deserted, until a carriage thundered toward them. Elsa leaned out to apologize for keeping them waiting, and Jin's jaw dropped at the shocking twist. Elsa vaulted from the carriage and beckoned the boys inside. The maid said she'd follow them in. Jin thanked her, but her face went stone serious in an instant, and Jin wondered why she was trailing him. Rattling through the streets in the carriage, Elsa apologized that Reinhardt couldn't come. He'd been forced to leave early for work. Jean shrugged. Diplomats get slammed with demands. Then asked if Valentino had been caught. Elsa shook her head. Smuggling Elrodite is a grave crime and King Elias's kingdom is hunting him desperately, so Jean could only hope they'd catch Valentino soon. Jin's eyes snagged on Shoro far off. Elsa snapped. They'd have to cross 2 countries, Agrea and Shelroa, and once they left Elias, the carriage would rush them there. Walking would drag on forever. Reikos piped that a plane would be even faster. Jin barely yanked Elsa's mouth shut. She asked about the plane again, and he slammed a hand over his own lips. Reiko's eyes snapped to Jin as his face drained of color. She grabbed and shook him, demanding what was wrong. Jin rasped for her to stop, and Elsa asked if he was seasick as Jin clamped a hand over his mouth and sucked in a ragged breath. Elsa said this happens to people not used to carriage travel, then reached out and offered her hand, promising to try to ease his nausea a little. Elsa wove a healing spell and began knitting Jin back together. Jin's eyes shot wide in surprise, and she asked if he was feeling better. Jin whooped that his nausea was gone, then admitted he'd mistaken the carriage's suspension for a damper and assumed we'd be fine, only to discover the carriage had no damper at all. When Elsa asked, he snapped that dampers kill vibrations, come as gas or oil, and the real problem is the carriage itself, which would be way better with rubber tires. Elsa finally burst into laughter. Reika, taking it as mockery, snapped to draw her katana until Jin stepped in and stopped her, and Elsa, still grinning, admitted that when Jin spoke like that, he was eerily like Reinhardt, which she found hilarious, while Jin said he'd always thought Elsa was a very serious person. Elsa flashed a smile and said she'd been thinking how amazing it'd be to talk to both of them, then admitted she just wanted to get to know Jin better. Jin beamed. Reiko suggested talking about what her dear father was doing, and suddenly a thunderous bang split the air as screams tore out. Jin cracked an eye open, saw it inches away. Panic shot through him for Elsa. He blurted, "Are you okay?" And she toppled onto him, leaving him flushed crimson with embarrassment. Elsa snapped, "Jin, are you okay?" But at that exact moment, her maid barreled into the carriage, saw them too close, and snarled she'd rip Jin's thing off. Elsa rushed to explain to her maid she'd misunderstood. She'd only lost her balance. Then the carriage jolted. Jin caught her, and he nodded vigorously. Mine cooled and said she'd let it go for now, then rang Elsa and ripped into the choice to leave Elsa and Jean alone in the same carriage. Elsa shot back that Jean was Reinhardt's cherished guest and Mine had no right to be rude, so Mine slammed down that the earlier incident, being near that unknown commoner, changed everything, and the maid, swallowing, finally admitted it was all about keeping Elsa safe. Mine bristled and snapped that if she'd known the race would be this brutal, she'd never have let Elsa run. Elsa shot back that it wasn't the race but the cheaters at fault. Mine pressed, demanding what she'd do if something happened to Elsa and saying she was only worried. And Elsa, snapping, cut her off and warned that Mine had been bothering her lately. Elsa spun and bolted. Mine lunged to stop her but couldn't. Jin examined the carriage, its wheel jammed deep in the hole, the coachman warned. Pushing wouldn't free it. Jin called for help, and Reiko hoisted the entire carriage in one thunderous lift, leaving the old coachman slack-jawed. Everyone fell silent as Rocco slammed the carriage to the ground. Jin shrugged, told them to keep going, and they pulled into the first stop. Jin hissed that long carriage rides were brutal, and Elsa stared, amazed they'd somehow reached the village before dark. Jin caught Mine's wary gaze again and leaned in, whispering if he'd somehow earned her hatred. Elsa brushed it off. Mind simply forbade her to talk to strangers, and though worry tugged at her, it had lately hardened into fierce insistence. Jin shrugged that clinginess was expected from a personal maid, and Elsa shot back that she wasn't just a maid. She'd been Mine's nanny when she was a child. Elsa confessed she had a mother who wasn't her birth mom. Her biological mother died giving birth, a secret she only uncovered at 17. Jin apologized, and Elsa said her mother raised her just like her older brothers, with Mine sitting next to her. But lately, that woman had begun to fuss so much Elsa was worn out. Jin shrugged. There'd always be something to complain about, and asked if it was wrong to have someone who truly cared for her. It felt like pure joy. Jin blurted that he had no parents and had been raised in an orphanage. Elsa's eyes went wide. He tilted his face to the sky and said he was sure there must be a reason she acted like that, and Elsa should talk to her. Elsa looked away and said she'd already tried. Jin nodded. Then something in the sky snagged his attention. Kites dotted the sky as a woman hurried over to her husband and child and snapped for them to stop. The light was already fading. An elderly man then stepped up and noted with a smile that kite flying was a popular pastime in Moft. The mountain wind more than enough to keep them aloft. He introduced himself as Butler Udberg and apologized for arriving so late. Jin asked if he needed anything, and Udberg said he wanted to discuss something with him. Udberg's eye snagged on the bent metal fastener when the carriage jammed, and since he'd heard Jin was a magic crafter, he moved to ask for help. Jin jumped at it. Elsa insisted she'd fix it herself because Jin was a guest, but Jin said he wanted to work on the carriage, quietly muttering about the dampers while Reiko warned him not to overdo it. Udberg decided Jin was oddly unusual, and Elsa agreed. So when Udberg said he wanted to take a stab at the carriage, Elsa backed him. Later at dinner, the table dropped into a heavy silence. Elsa gnawed at her food with a scowl, and when Mine tried to speak, she forced out a flat thanks and slammed the door as she left. Mine sighed. Jin said Elsa was painfully awkward, and Reiko agreed. Udberg declared Elsa had been a tomboy as a kid, and Mine shot back that she still acts like she did after a year locked in the mansion. So Mine insists it's far too soon to let Elsa loose outside where dangers wait. It's different when Reinhard accompanies Jin to Shoro because Mine fears something will happen to Elsa, but Jin snapped that Elsa isn't fragile. She fought her heart out in the race. Jean asked Udberg if he could spare a little time in the morning before leaving. Udberg replied he could spare the whole day to fix the carriage, and Jean said he wanted to fly a kite with everyone else since it had only been a short time since he had last flown one. Udberg mulled it over, looked at Mine, then agreed. Jean promised to make kites that would fly well, and Udberg said he would look forward to it. Perched in the room, Jin dove into a memory. Back at the orphanage, a caregiver taught him to make kites. Reiko snapped, "Will you use magic?" Jin growled that the last thing his teacher wanted was technology anyone could build. Reiko pressed, "You mean something anyone could make easily?" Jin declared that what one person learns must be passed on, that human connections spark something new. Yet he admitted there are times when everything snarls into confusion and you can't make sense of anything. When Rocco asked if he enjoyed being annoying, Jin shot back that he didn't mean that, he just hates trouble. That morning, Jean and Elsa were already launching 2 kites, one stamped spinning, the other a dragon. Elsa beamed as hers soared. Jean asked if it was flying well. Mine whined it was just a child's toy, and Elsa whooped, hollering for Mine to come see it dance. Elsa urged Mine to try it too and reached to hand her the kite. But as Mine hesitated, a fierce gust slammed through, spun the kite wild, and wrenched the string from Elsa's hands. Mine kept her wits and, with a single explosive leap, snatched the rope. Elsa lit up with joy, and Mine's face twisted into a strange, unreadable expression. She stumbled and went down. Elsa lunged, hauled her up by the hand, and said it wasn't like her. The dirt didn't matter. Elsa always smeared her apron with grime. Elsa blurted a shaky apology for telling Mine she was annoying, and Mine said that even if it made Elsa see her as a nuisance or hate her, as long as Elsa was alive and well, she'd accept it. Elsa clasped Mine's hands with both of hers and nodded. Elsa thanked me, and we kept flying kites later in the carriage. She noticed the map was trembling less. Jin grinned that he'd fitted dampers and cheered they worked. Elsa thanked him, saying kite flying was a lot of fun, and when Jin suggested switching to you, she agreed. Elsa declared it was high time and told Jin he could call her Elsa. Reiko quietly said Elsa could call her that too. Jin smiled and promised he would. Meanwhile, trouble lurked in the forest. They pressed on with Reiko flaunting the katana Jin had forged for her. Then the carriage jolted to a stop. Jin snapped to attention, and Reiko warned they were likely encircled by about 10 people. When Jin demanded who, she hissed, "Bandits!" An arrow slammed into the coachman. He screamed, "Bandits!" Rocco echoed the warning, and Jin let out a heavy sigh and spat a curse. Udberg spat, "Dirty pigs," and demanded how they dared attack a carriage belonging to the Viscount of the Shoro Empire. A bandit snarled for their clothes and threatened Udberg with death. Then a thug lunged at the old man to strike. Udberg twisted to dodge as Elsa screamed, "Be careful!" and Jean froze with worry. The bandit screamed, dropped his sword, cursed, then took Udberg's blow to the solar plexus and crashed face first to the ground as Udberg flexed his fingers, thrust his fist forward and snarled, "Now it's next." Udberg was flinging bandits like rag dolls. Jin felt raw power in him, and Elsa admitted she'd heard he was a martial artist but never believed it. Jin pulled Reika in to back Udberg and told Elsa to snap on a protective ring. As thugs lunged from behind, he said if she put it on and shouted "barrier," he wouldn't have to say another word because the barrier from his ring would flare to life. And when a bandit's sword slammed into the shield, it cracked from the impact. The bandit gaped, baffled his blade wouldn't pierce. Jin snapped out a club, pressed it to the iron edge, triggered a crackling electric charge, and the surge slammed through the sword, throwing the man into violent spasms. Jin whipped to Elsa and said that, somehow, it worked like this. Elsa, clutching the box, nodded, while Reiko bolted toward the bandits, who cursed and stared, baffled by her speed, as she began to draw her katana. 2 lightning-fast swings of her katana and Reika slipped behind the bandits, who were frozen in a dazed stupor. The sword and axe exploded into splinters at their feet. Rocco snarled she'd chop them and their bones next. 2 grown men bolted, but the third roared, "Don't you dare run! We still have the main trump card!" Udberg demanded what kind of trump card it was. The last robber sneered that since they wanted it so much, he'd show them. And after saying that, sacrificing his life force to summon someone, Jin realized a fierce magical reaction was igniting. A golem materialized in an instant before them. Udberg staggered back in stunned disbelief, and Jin's eyes narrowed as if he'd seen it before. Recognition slammed into Jin. The golem model was identical to Gon's and his, proof this man helped pull off the golem attack. Reika yelled another golem was behind them. Jin ordered him to take it on himself, but warned him not to damage the control core, and the summoner screamed that Jin had gone mad when he saw his golem and commanded the naked one to kill them. Jin braced, channeling a searing beam of light at his palms, and Reiko's katana arced in to strike the second golem. Jin blasted a gaping hole through the golem. Reiko cleaved the second clean in 2 as it barreled onward. The bandit stammered, fear shredding his voice as he asked how they'd disabled 2 adamantium-armored golems with 1 strike. Udberg strode up, barked that it was his turn to go after them and punched the bandit flat, knocking him out instantly. Jin just sighed when the butler said he had a couple of questions, and Elsa and I peered out to ask if it was finally over. With the bandits hauled in, Reiko shrugged that she was already getting used to it while Jin bristled. He refused to get used to this. Then he noticed the core held almost no data, the same sparse readout they'd seen for Gon and Jin. It only labeled the unit as the 11th prototype, a test copy before production, and the idea made his blood run cold. Elsa admitted Jin's strength blew her away. She'd seen him in action at Potrock. Jin shrugged he couldn't match Rocco, and Reiko insisted her father was the best. After handing the bandits to the nearby town's guards, the boys rode into Borgia a few days later, the capital of Elias, where a jubilant Reinhardt rushed to meet them, relief washing over him that Elsa and John had arrived safely. Reinhardt's stomach knotted over the parcel the city messenger had given him, but from where he stood they had arrived safely, and a grin split his face when he spotted the dampeners and the Reiko's katana, until Marchioness de Firenziano called out to them, asking them to leave their conversation for later. Reinhardt apologized, and the Marchioness thanked Jin for helping him in Potrock. The Marquis admitted she didn't want to bring it up, but insisted they tell her more about the bandits. When Jin snapped, "What do you mean?" She dropped a bomb. She suspected it might be Valentino. And Jin and Reiko recoiled in shocked, ugly surprise. Later, over coffee in the room, the guys spilled everything, and the Marquis warned these incidents were multiplying across Elias, and now one had surfaced near the capital. Jin tore into the control core and couldn't trace its creator, but his eyes locked on one line, prototype number 11.
the Marquis said, brow creased. It was a combat golem prototype handed to bandits for field testing, and as she feared its purpose was war, soldiers who last saw Valentino had seen the same golem, so they must unmask these machines' origin and shore up their defenses. The Marquis suddenly offered Jin the post of magical craftsman for the kingdom of Elias. Reinhardt, fresh from Shoro, echoed the words like a parrot. Jin froze, wordless. The Marquis dangled a court title and even the pot rocks if he accepted, and Elsa, spotting his love of boats, stared at Jin with keen curiosity. Jin raked his fingers through the nape of his neck and snapped. He wasn't in the mood for boating. The Marquis blinked in surprise. Jin waved it off, saying he'd think about it later, then asked what kind of tuber it was. The Marquis named it the Devil's Tuber Ahot Track, and Jin asked for a minute to run an analysis. The analysis ended and the genie whooped that it was a potato, freezing everyone in shock. He demanded where to buy it, sent Reiko to fetch the flour, and when Reinhard lunged, warning it was poisonous, the genie just grinned, promised he'd cook something delicious from it, and said he'd borrow the kitchen. After a while, Jin whipped up fried potatoes and dove in. Reinhard lunged to stop him again, yet Jin and Reiko attacked the plate with such ravenous hunger that Reinhard risked stealing a bite himself. Reinhard gasped at how shockingly delicious it was. The potatoes crackled crisp and feather-light, and Jin grinned, saying the Ehotrak root itself isn't poisonous. Only the surrounding shoots can be risky unless peeled, which makes them edible. The Marquise tasted some and admitted she'd learned something new. Elsa dug in and ate fried Ehotrak without a second thought, and Jin thanked the Marquise but flat out said he won't work for anyone right now, leaving her stunned. Jin declared he won't chain his powers to one nation. He'll wield them for anyone in need, admitting he's clueless about international affairs and refusing to let bias steer him. He vowed to travel the world and learn. Reinhard said he finally understood why Jin refused him. Jin grinned that the journey would be a priceless experience. Then he left a Ho-Track chips recipe behind, teasing that more recipes will appear once people discover they're edible. Jin warned that if the Marquis kept wielding her power carelessly, she'd eventually lose control of it. At least that's how he saw it. And the Marquis sighed, confessing the memories of Putrak were fraying her patience. Then she took the recipe, thanked him, and vowed to pass it on to the people. The Marquis warned John that some things he couldn't protect, and some goals he couldn't reach without power. Attitude alone won't cut it. A goal with no means is just a dream, and he earnestly hoped his ideals weren't impossible. And with Elsa and Reinhardt leaving Borgia tomorrow, she wished them and the Marquis a safe journey. Jin kept chanting power with a chuckle, and Reinhardt reached for the chips, insisting everyone seizes power in their own way, and he saw nothing wrong with Jin's thinking. Elsa spotted the ring before Reinhard. Her brother snapped a question at her, and Elsa shot back that Jin and Reinhard had it all wrong. They assumed Jin didn't want to stay in Elias because he planned to live in Shoro. Reinhard thundered that a ring on the left hand proves engagement or marriage, and Jean and Elsa screamed in perfect sync. Elsa scrambled to explain, blaming the ring's size and insisting it was a magical artifact, but Reinhard had already tuned her out. Vowing to persuade his parents, Reiko sat mute, and Jean howled that he refused to settle down and would fix Elsa's ring so it could go on another finger. Meanwhile, in the forest, Valentino met a contact, learned Gin and Reiko would cross the border, and was handed a prototype of the 20th model, far superior to anything before. So he swelled with certainty that this new golem could take down Albus, revenge burning in him. He couldn't wait. Later, after a few time jumps, the group landed at V Gorge. Egrea spotted the chasm. Jin scrutinized the landslide and declared the coach couldn't get through. Jin yelled for Rico, spun to Jinu and ordered him to move. Then 3 golems erupted from the rubble. Jin barked and flung Rocco into the fray as Reinhardt roared an order to his golem Schwarzritter, and the two slammed together in a savage V-attack. Schwarzritter drove his spear through one golem, and Reiko sliced the second with a katana. With a single golem at their command, Rocco and Schwarzritter snapped into a back-to-back stance. Valentine burst in, scoffing. "I thought those were old models," someone barked. "Not Velcope," and called Albus. Schwarzruder struck Gollum and Valentino. Then, with a second savage blow, Albus tore Schwarzruder's hand clean off.
Jean and Reinhardt froze at the sudden twist. Valentino crowed he'd been waiting forever for this moment, and Jin's eyes locked on him. He recognized Valentino instantly. Valentino viciously hissed that he missed Gina, then spat that she's a filthy peasant. Reinhardt stepped forward, pleading for him to surrender and warning that Togo are hunting internationally and there's nowhere to run. But Valentino snarled, "Fuck off," and crushed anyone who dared stand in his path as an example. When Reinhardt realized Valentino was stalking Gina, he vowed he wouldn't allow it. Albus and Schwarzritter rejoined for a V-fight. Jin shouted for Rekko, and Ta answered that something felt off. She still couldn't sense the golem's presence, yet her magic detection read everything V-OK until a raw scream ripped through the air. Golem zeroed in on the carriage, so Jean ordered Reiko to protect it, while Elsa raised a ring-powered barrier that was already fraying. Jin begged Reinhardt for a little time, and Reinhardt agreed, vowing to detain that Togo guy for a bit. Nothing they tried could touch Albus. He slammed Schwarzritter again as Valentino scoffed that such a non-entity stood no chance of stopping him. Then Albus enveloped Methrilo in a mantium-armored golem that, thanks to El Raditu, could disperse magic, and Valentino roared for Albus to show them as he activated Rewrite. Squealing and creaking, Albus flashed through a peephole and unleashed radius force into everything it could reach. Schwarzritter and Reiko were snared by invisible threads. Schwarzritter froze, rooted to the spot, while Reiko sank to her knees and kept speaking. Rocco trembled, gritted her teeth, and hissed. She felt shackled as Schwarzritter tried to move. Valentino chuckled, saw Golem's guards frozen, lauded Reinhardt's mastery of magic, and in that instant Albus struck Schwarzritter, sending Togo crashing to the ground. A well-timed strike landed. Elsa screamed and hurled herself at Rocco, but an unseen force held her fast. Valentino snarled. This was the final V, and the ending would unfold exactly as he promised. She quietly asked why his soul revels in chaos and pain, and the others, fueled by power they'd received from someone, surged forward. Jin sneered that Valentino was wasting his strength on pathetic goals, and when Valentino claimed he could still achieve something, Jin spat no. Even if Valentino lunges to seize him, Jin will never surrender to a man who inflicts pain with power that isn't his. The force Jin inherited won't let him bend. Jin lunged at Albus, but a scattering spell splintered his strike. Valentino barked that the same trick wouldn't work on his golem and ordered, "Destroy Gina!" And when Golem's blow came, Jin slammed up a barrier to stop it. Jin roared to Reiko that let them try. No matter how badly they hurt her, he would mend every wound, a fierce certainty burning inside him, and Reiko opened her eyes and stared at Gina. Valentino slammed a rewrite into the system, severing the command link between golem and automatic. Rocco knew why she mustn't rise. Jean chuckled and said they'd see now. Rocco, his masterpiece, the best thing he'd ever created, made Reinhardt and Elsa beam with joy, and only Valentino looked terrified. Recco's eyes blazed with fire and his face went stone serious. He sprang to his feet, squeezed his fists tight, and planted himself firmly on his legs. Rocco winked and declared that Not insists her expensive father is the best. Then he snapped and rocketed straight at the V-side enemy golem. She hurled every last ounce of power at that golem and grinned as he shattered into flying pieces. Valentino bellowed that this was impossible and couldn't be, then tore into Albus for hesitating and demanded they crush it. Gina, though, the instant the barrier began to crack, Jin reached out and touched Albus's fist. Examination done and the information in, Jean barked to erase the current orders and rewrite them, and Golem slammed the switch to start the rewrite. When Albus creaked, Jean sagged with relief and blew out a long breath. Valentino screamed at the golem, demanding why that knot was attacking. Jean told him flatly, "It's no use, Albus." Moore ignored them and barked orders. Valentino and Jean frantically re-recorded every team from his command, the colonels. Albus stood there as Moore refused to admit Valentino was his, and the owner, staring at Valentino in disbelief, asked again. Gina O said, "Oh." Jin deliberately fired a laser, tore through Mithril's sheathing, bypassed the magical scattering, and crashed straight into the teams. Valentino couldn't believe it. Gina? Rocco barked that Jin didn't just prove he could, He actually did. He's the only V in this world, a master of magical crafts. Valentino, voice shaking, begged again for answers as hysteria lunged at Golem, roaring he could do it, and swearing someone had handed him that faulty scrap of metal. He's the third son, tormented and mocked by those bastards his whole life. Jean and Reinhard watched hysteria with hollow eyes while Valentino kept shouting, "He's just as capable as Beishapti, the one Golem beat," vowing he won't lose to his elder brothers or his family. He'll be the one to win. Valentino walloped Golem so hard he staggered and toppled onto him, doubled over. Then, after one last boast about his strength, Valentino let his hand drop to the earth. Jean demanded, "Did Lee Valentino die?" Reiko shot back that Lee couldn't have carried that burden. His knees were wrecked from fights with the Schwartz Ritter and the guards. He didn't even look like he tried, and Reinhard confirmed it was unlikely Lee could have done it. Jin pressed if Lee was all right, and Reiko soothed him, claiming the damage was hers. No, Jin brushed the dirt from her cheek. Reiko murmured an apology for the weight she always carries, but then declared it was worth it. She was glad. Gina asked, "Why?" Reiko tilted her head and grinned, saying her father V believes her. Jin vowed he'd always believe her too, and Reiko beamed as Jin tousled her hair. Reinhardt marveled that Jin's smog had amplified El Radita's power. He would never have guessed Riko truly was a V-condition trigger. Jin started to argue about Riko's capabilities, but Elsa cut him off, shouting that it was all because of the fierce love Jin poured into her. Reinhard clenched his fist and growled that he'd poured every ounce of love into creation. The Schwarzritter, his Jinhard side, guessed Reiko had been farther from the source, so the impact on her was much smaller. Jen fired the question. Could they get Lee Rocco erased from fallen stones? Rocco grinned and agreed with pleasure. 5 days after the transmissions, the Valentino Guard surged toward V Fortress City, Agria Sinizimi. Jin's eyes went distant. Blue Earth was ages past, and Reinhard snapped awake, remembering Jin had mentioned O. "That was here?" he barked, and Jin shrugged. "Yes, but only on the walls. I haven't been inside." Reinhard wondered if it existed at all, and Jin said it wasn't out in the open but sealed behind inner walls and the city's aristocrats. Reika asked after Vina, and Jin hoped she was all right. Pressed about O's acquaintances, Jin said she was the same magical craftsman. Reinhard warned a friend was about to drag them into trouble and revealed he'd hired a new magical craftsman. When Gina demanded who, he painted the man as soft-hearted, wildly curious, and obsessed with anything new. Gina gaped in surprise. When the guys profited V's residence, Count Kuzumi burst out to meet them, asked about past drive V Elias. Reinhardt boomed, "Excellent!" And there he ran into a crowd of beautiful people. Louis said he already knew them. The moment Louis spotted Gina, euphoria tore through him. He snatched her, hauled Togo along, and stormed off, leaving Reinhardt, Elsa, and Reiko Fee stunned. Louis burst into V's workshop and shouted for Vinu, claiming he'd found the one who could help her, but a young woman lay sprawled on a table with a girl and a boy nearby. Vina, sobbing, confessed she didn't have it. Creating Golem was a complicated task. Louis tried to rally her, but Vina warned Golem would take 10 days to make, and not even Teacher Hampton could rush it. Jin snatched up the drawing, scanned it, and confessed even he couldn't do it. Vienna immediately agreed, saying the teacher had said the same. Then it hit her that earlier Jin and he had greeted Reiko, and Vienna exploded into tears, pummeled him, shouting she'd been worried he left without warning, while Reiko watched the violence. Vienna demanded where Jin had disappeared to. John blurted that so much had happened, and strange things had appeared from nowhere. Elsa revealed they'd been forging bows and golems through Lias and had seized one like a criminal. Jean went pale. And when Vienna demanded who the stranger was, Elsa announced she was the daughter of Count Rendola of the Shoro Empire. Vienna said she was a commoner, and tension exploded when Vienna's eyes landed on the ring. Jin stepped forward, apologized to the girl on behalf of that long history for what she'd endured, and asked after her affairs. The girl stared, stunned he didn't already know, and a little later, sitting at the table, he suddenly demanded to know about golem production. Lewis explained that Ernest, King Igra's third son, adores golems of every kind, and that in 10 days they'll throw a garden party filled with golems to celebrate his name day. Louisian flung open his halls and welcomed magicians and masters in total peace. The Anu likewise summoned Ernesto, who adored Freezer and Kindler, that gifted royal family, and now he demands see golem from the one who forged these things. Louis tore open an invitation and shot out that Reinhardt was invited too. The Black Knight, a towering legend known across the world, looked unbeatable. Yet Reinhardt bragged he'd broken him. Louis vowed he'd supply every material. When they pressed Hall, Hifu said they'd be able to lie. They forged a golem and agreed they'd have to fix the Black Knight if they could. He discovered they'd pay. Reinhardt snapped. There was no other choice. He nodded reluctantly, but admitted he doubted they'd be able to fix it. The Black Knight begged that only Jin could save him, but Jin froze and refused in shock, and Reinhardt, Reikau, Elsa, and Vina all screamed. Vina and Elsa stood there as both sides began hurling questions at the Jin. He wasn't frail and hadn't hurt Lee. The Jin snapped no, and asked Vina what he should check, insisting it would be wrong for him to swoop in and do everything for her. So what would Kuzuma do? He wasn't here. He'd found someone. Or could they ask Reinhardt to help? Jin pointed at Marcia, the shipbuilder whose eyes burned with determination, begging her to fight at his side because he knew she'd charge for first place even without him. He said he'd watched her tireless work and, poring over the blueprints, finally understood why the setbacks happened, but warned that if he steps in and everyone follows, all her work will be wasted. Reinhardt swore he understood Gina's feelings, but V's noble order plays by different rules. They deploy golems, no exaggeration, into developing regions tied to every country she controls, shoring up V's defenses, while leaders wrestle with shortages, manpower, and raw strength, because mages and those golems can tip the balance of power in our world. Why is the magician who forged Golem so priceless? One shout of, "Party Prince," and everyone there, Jalen included, scrambles to test their skills. Reinhardt snaps that the boat can, after all, pull V movement, and with Golem gone, Genie nods. Making a ship run with a golem at the helm demanded masterful skill. Towering waves, savage winds, and treacherous currents turned the route into a gauntlet. Yet the golem obeyed the crew with deadly precision, and once people were aboard, every command had to be barked sharp and sure. Reinhardt declared it bluntly. They're engaged now. Prince Igri, not content with mere intentions, wanted the same, to pit his country's golems against other nations. And Louis confirmed it, roaring they cannot let themselves be defeated, neither on their own soil nor abroad. Reinhardt snapped that, for him, it was impossible. The whole world would mock them like ambassadors of their countries. He couldn't call Golem broken, because that would dump a crushing responsibility on them. And Jean, who at first wanted to label them aristocrats and splinters, swallowed his pride and said he agreed. Still, any job would do. Only he would help Vina. Lewis thanked Gina, who, manic grin flashing, declared it was time to hone her skills, and the young woman, dejected, asked again before agreeing. It began. Training kicked off. Weenies shuffled in as Jean tore through the basics of creations, golems and their anatomy. Reiko and Elsa were linked the same. Vina drilled martial arts with Reinhardt coaching her, and the grind ran until the last day before the party. The moment arrived and Vina stared, stunned. Days ago she couldn't even imagine crafting a golem, and now she felt unstoppable. Louis announced the materials were ready and asked if she'd have time, and Vina fired back with steady confidence. Yes, it's going to be perfect. Vina braced herself, channeled her power, and forged the golem's skeleton, twisting raw material into a living spine, while Lewis watched with a roaring grin, eagerly inspecting her work. When Jin vanished, worry devoured Vina. Everything they'd created had been Jin's alone, leaving her feeling utterly useless and helpless as she sighed, wondering, what good am I now? Vina burns to be Blue Land's top mage, but doubt gnaws. Can she really do it? Can she even craft things for others? She won't let that thought take hold, because admitting it would strip away the pride of being Jin Ni's student. Let the rest gape as Vina transforms into a true magician and conjures something wildly unexpected.
At last, Vina finished the golem. Magic danced and flared around her. She gasped, "I did it!" Then exhaustion dragged her under. Lewis caught her as she sank, and, voice tight with worry, called her name. Jean decided Vina's mana had drained dry, ruffled her hair with a proud pat, and she smiled. Then Reinhardt joined Jin at the golem, declared the workmanship excellent, and Jin echoed the praise, his agreement tinged with doubt. He declared her appearance still needed work, and Reinhardt chuckled. The next morning, Vina woke to Jin sitting beside her, wishing her good morning. She sprang up on the bed, demanding to know how the golem was, and Jin reassured her that everything was fine and she'd done well. Jin's eyes locked on the gap. Vina had blanked on the golem's appearance. She spat a curse. He warned her magic was nearly spent and stepped in to finish it. She grumbled about needing his help again, and he reassured her it was fine. She'd handled the main work, and he was proud to see her improving. And Vina vowed she wouldn't be an undereducated mage and would never forget what Jin gave her. The knowledge, the skills, the lesson burned into her memory. She admitted she still had so much to learn and begged Jin for another lesson. He grinned. "No problem." She pulled him to see her work, and Jin beamed. She'd done an amazing job. She staggered back when she saw the golem carved in her exact likeness, screamed that its form should have been utterly different, pointed out the drawing showed something else entirely, and demanded to know why it looked like her. Lewis blurted. He'd heard Jin had created a golem modeled on Elias's pilot. Reinhardt crowed. They'd thought it'd be cool to make it look like its creator. Jin insisted he meant well. Vina yelled and called him a pervert. Elsa backed her up, and Rocco scolded him. The day of the party, the guys were already in Sando, Agria's capital, inside the royal castle, and Jin's jaw dropped at the crush of people. Elsa teased if this was his first time at a party like this. He admitted it was his first time in a castle, then spotted Reinhardt and Lewis lounging like they owned the place, and Elsa explained the guys were wildly sociable. Vina trembled with excitement and barely kept it together when Jin boasted they'd gone further and fashioned these magnificent clothes. She snapped for him to stop mocking her and snarled that aristocrats surrounded her. One wrong move and she's dead. Jin scoffed that she was overreacting. Reiko grinned and challenged her, saying she could finish them all in about a minute, which stunned Vina into demanding he repeat it. Jin asked to join the party, and Vina warned the place swarmed with magic artisans today, so he should at least greet them. Then she spotted Professor Hampton. He spun around at the girl's call. Vina ran up breathless, saying she hadn't seen him in ages. Gladia Hampton was stunned as Vina reminded him he'd taught her for about 2 years. The professor recognized her and asked why she was in such a place, and Vina admitted she made a golem for this party. The professor sneered, called her a liar, and insisted she couldn't possibly have forged a golem. He didn't even remember teaching Vina that craft. Vina swore someone had trained her. He snapped, "Are you sure I didn't do most of the work?" Then muttered he didn't know but said it was wrong to lie about his role. And Elsa jumped in, insisting Vina was different and had been training for this. And as Elsa watched every move, there was no doubt. Vina had created a golem. Elsa ripped into the professor for judging her without even seeing the current Vina. If he calls himself a teacher, shouldn't he believe in his students' potential? Vina called Elsa. Elsa said they were leaving. The professor demanded to know if another teacher was here. Jin watched it all, and Vina confirmed his suspicion beyond doubt. Night had fallen as the maids escorted the boys to the rest building, and Vina snapped that this was the royal castle. The maids offered to prepare anything for tomorrow's party. Massages, makeup, even the hot spring. So the girls lit up and yanked Rocco toward the baths, and Jin nodded, giving her the go-ahead. A clank made Rocco whirl to the maid, and a little later they were already ready to bathe as the girls marveled at the spring's huge size. Vina asked if all aristocrats had one. Elsa said she didn't. Rocco flushed but shot back that hers was even bigger. Vina asked where Jin and Rocco lived and mentioned they'd come through a warp gate. Elsa asked what that was, and Rocco clapped a hand over her mouth and said it had jumped out. Vina jabbed at Elsa for not knowing. Elsa protested they hadn't talked about it yet. Vina shot back that they'd been together a long time. Elsa's smile faltered as she confessed Jin was a closed book who never said where he came from. Vina nodded in understanding, while Elsa seethed that he dodged every question and spun vague stories. Some whispered he lived alone. Others claimed he was in a nursing home, so the girls decided to confront Rocco. Reiko sank into the water, pressed her hands over her ears, and snapped that they shouldn't ask her anything. The girls fell silent, seeing it was pointless. Then Vina burst out asking why Elsa had helped Reiko when she seemed to be avoiding or even hating her, and Elsa shot back that yes, the past was exactly as they'd said, but the past doesn't get to decide who she is now. She confessed she and her brothers have different mothers, a fact she only learned much later, and the discovery plunged her into a deep depression. Rainey yanked her free, and her new mother treats her like family. With Mine and Udberg at her side, Elsa transformed, hurling herself into the ship race against Marcia and having a blast, even as the mysterious Jinn, who knew secrets Elsa couldn't fathom, pulled off wild feats and saved her, and Elsa was sure Vina had endured hardships too when she dared to hope for a meeting with Jinn. Elsa's warm smile burst open as she confessed she couldn't help herself. Vina, stunned by her goodness, smiled back and thanked her. Vina blurted she'd expected Elsa and Reinhardt to use Jinn. Elsa gaped. Reiko admitted the same, and Vina revealed she and Jinn had been scarred by aristocrats. Then Elsa asked if Kazuma's household bothered her, and Vina froze, cheeks flushing as she confessed it was because Kazuma was different. Elsa realized she'd been assuming Vina liked Jinn, and Vina shot back she did, only like a father. Enrico bristled that meant she liked her father. Vina snapped. It wasn't the same and told the girls to calm down, then called it stupid to keep everyone in suspense. Elsa asked if Vina would be her friend. Vina agreed and ditched the formalities, and Elsa demanded Vina praise her by name. When the girls returned, Jinn clocked Elsa and Vina looking refreshed. The girls locked eyes and burst into giggles. Louis saw Elsa and Vina hitting it off. Vina spotted the girls looked like they'd been drinking. One of the guys jabbed, "Doesn't it feel weird that 3 guys stayed sober?" And Vina nodded. Jinn warned the two were fretting about tomorrow's participants and were just hashing it out. Elsa shot back, that if it's a normal party, there's no need to battle for first. And Louis explained everyone takes turns crafting a golem at the party. The best one wins a prize, and the winner might later be handed over to Prince Ernest's escort. Louis knew that on raw performance, Rotherin blew past the other golems, and Schwarzritter did too. But when someone asked, what if the escort was a foreign golem, another shrugged it off as a question for another day, and someone else snapped, "So are we gunning for first place?" Louis from Agrea isn't the only heavyweight. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Magic, Earl Garana, and almost all the Blue Land aristocracy will attend. Jinn's voice trembled as he asked about Garana, but Louis shrugged and fixed his gaze on Chancellor Galeli. She had hired a magic artisan named Starina from Siluria, and the Silurian special envoy Dominica had also arrived. Reinhardt's thoughts snapped to Starina Gamma, Siluria's top magic crafter, and he pictured Siluria unleashing her power on the world, which Louis summed up loud and clear. She clasped the Chancellor's hand, looking utterly on good terms, and when Louis declared it a clear demonstration to the people, Reinhardt agreed. Rocco cut the boys off by calling the maid. Jinn asked what was wrong. Rocco admitted she'd been mulling it over for a while, and then blurted an apology. The maid, puzzled, abruptly lifted her skirt and peered inside. Blushing and mortified, the maid screamed for Rocco to let go as the knives exposed the loincloths for everyone to see. Jinn's scream ripped out first, then he and Reinhardt's eyes snapped to the blades. Vina tried to shut Louis's eyes, but he snapped that it was a hidden weapon. Reiko said the other 2 maids were armed. The blonde demanded how she knew, and Reiko shot back that their work was flawless. Their body cores well-trained, their gazes always drifting that way. And if you listened, a faint scrape of metal on cloth told the rest, a whisper normal ears would miss. Reiko's senses sliced through the lie. The blonde shrieked that Reiko had seen right through them, then called Lila and Kate snapped, "Are you really going to do it?" They shed their maid uniforms and joked that some days they were peasants, some days servants, then dropped the bomb. They were secret royal maids. Shock froze everyone. Layla admitted she'd known she'd be wrong. Kate hissed, They'd lost their cover. The blonde snarled. A retreat would tarnish their name and insisted their mission was to eliminate suspicious people and protect the kingdom. Then they were accused of being the suspicious ones. Jin snapped first, snarling that he knew they'd been spying in maid disguises, and Reinhard shot back. Why the bathing suits, and why spy on the guests while getting dressed? Kate hissed they couldn't say, but Lila blurted they'd been planning to assassinate the prince, and Louis screamed, "Is that true?" Layla forced a smile and tried to play it off like she hadn't said a thing. Kate snapped that she was clumsy and stupid, and Louis, reading their faces, knew it was true. Then demanded, "Why not just cancel the party?" The blonde waved it off as just a what if, insisting they can't announce it to the public. They have security, and they don't believe there's even a 1 in 1,000 chance the prince will be in danger, but if someone is targeting him, they have to find out who. Jin clocked why they were being trailed and sneered it was pointless. If it was them, they'd never reveal themselves inside the castle walls. Reinhard guessed it was a golem from the escort, and the blonde backed him. Reinhard shot that he already knew what to do, and Louis grabbed the hint, saying Rothturn or Schwarzritter must accompany the prince if possible. Jin snapped that at least this would rule one option out. They thanked the maids for the explanation. Everyone added their piece, Layla especially, berating herself for clumsiness. Then the maids left, and Jin sank into thought. Rico asked what was wrong, and he admitted he couldn't stop replaying that plan, target the prince's life and unleash golems. Jin leaned in and asked Reiko to let him tinker with her body. Reiko nodded. He vowed he'd do the same for the others later. Reiko demanded what he planned. Jin snapped. He wasn't going to repeat the same mistake. And the next day, they arrived at the party inside a colossal arena. The announcer boomed that today, in honor of His Majesty the King of Egrea, Harold Ruin, Utacris II, and his third son, His Highness Prince Ernest Laram Yandere, the prince would first give the opening statement at the golem party, and Bernard of Patroc, the magical craftsman, the event's permanent host and notorious lover of golems in golem battles, would preside. Jean stared at the announcer and Bernard of Patroc in surprise. The king began by thanking everyone gathered for his child, Ernest, praising the honor of their masterful golem forging, saying he and Ernest burned with anticipation and urging them to unleash their full power. The king barked he wouldn't waste time on speeches, slammed down his decree opening the golem party, and the guys froze, faces hard, everyone deadly serious. The announcer roared to kick off the golem party, opening with the Chancellor of the Kingdom of Agrius, Lord Galilee, then called out a golem named Celis, forged by Soloria's magical craftswoman, Lady Steluria, Lady Starina Gamma. A crystal golem glitters like a masterpiece, and the prince can't take his eyes off it. Reinhardt repeats that Gamma is one of the finest magical craftsmen and a striking beauty, and Jean backs him up, while Vina bristles at being forced to compete with Gamma, and Jean points out the jaw-dropper. Starina used transformation magic to animate them so they don't interfere, a feat impossible without a complex magic formula. Jin said, "If the prince truly grasps Rotterdam's value, victory is all but guaranteed." The announcer bellowed not to slow down and keep unveiling the golems and their creators, and while a few golems dazzled everyone, most were dull, especially the hulking, show-off brutes Agria throws into her army, and that's exactly why the lineup felt so tired. All eyes slammed onto Louis and Vina as the announcer boomed the roll call. The secretary of the Western District, the Blue Lands Chancellor Count Kazuma, and his magical craftswoman Vina, famed for lanterns and refrigerators. While Rothturn introduced herself, Bernard clutched his chest, struck to the heart, and the crowd greeted the Gola with cold skepticism. Seeing the creator and the golem like mirror images, the announcer and Bernard gasped. The golem that won the Potrock ship race screamed Sir Jin Nito's signature. Jin stuck out his tongue, caught, and when the announcer asked Vina if she knew Jin, she confirmed it. Vina declared Jin was her teacher who taught her to craft things and golems. Jin had even shaped Rothern's look, the announcer, and thrilled that Vina's student Jin asked to flaunt every ounce of her golem's charm. Vina barked a command, and Rothern snapped to attention. Rothdern exploded into motion, her martial arts razor-sharp,
precise, lightning-fast, and flawless, while the king and the third prince stood speechless, both declaring her movements absolutely astounding. The announcer roared that the golem's speed was unreal. Almost no golems moved like that. It made sense. Vina was Jin's student, and she flushed as refined finally clicked. Aristocrats whispering that this girl and her golem were perfect for the prince in size and power, when a crystal somewhere crackled to life and began to scream. As the announcer pushed to move on, Rattern's eyes snagged on the third prince and she froze. When Vina shouted her name, she lunged forward and thrust her hand out to him, leaving him no time to even grasp what was happening. Rotern lunged into the sword's arc and took the blow to shield the prince from the golem's savage assault, while the boy stood petrified with fear. Roften hurled the throne aside, popped up beside the charging golem, and with one brutal strike, ripped a hole in him. She only lost a piece of her finger. The king lunged to his son's side, shouting if the boy was safe. Ernest gasped that he was. Rothern had shielded him. Then a second golem slammed in from behind and Ernest screamed a warning, so Rothern seized a massive sword, planted herself before the royals and cleaved the machine in two. The king demanded why the royal guard golems were attacking and what was happening, and Lewis barked that it was a disaster. The golems kept coming, one after another. They brandished weapons at their masters. Even the professor's golem lunged to strike. Then a colossal spear slammed into its head, shattering it. Schwarzritter crashed in at the last second. Reinhard barked to unleash the new weapon, and in an instant 4 blades shot from the golem's shield, spinning into a lethal whirling storm. Schwarzritter ripped off 2 savage slashes and sprinted forward, appearing behind the golems as they shattered into fragments and their blades clattered to a stop. Reinhard barked at Elsa to tend the wounded as Jean's laser pierced 2 golems at once. Back to back, Reinhard admitted he never thought they'd do this, and Jean snapped, "Control yourself." And it was true. Reinhard credited Elredite magic and Jin's countermeasure with saving him. Jin snapped he only had time to save 3 people, and Reinhard insisted that was enough. Reika could move. Upstairs, Reiko sized up the scene. Too many golems to slog through. Magic would hit innocent bystanders, and she hadn't grabbed her katana. Then, she spotted a spear embedded in a fallen golem, and as the creator and sponsor wept over their ruined masterpiece and lost money, Reiko wrenched the spear free, leaving both men dumbstruck. Reiko slammed a boost into her spear, ordered the golems to attack, and as they thundered toward her, she smiled and declared, "Now I will have fun." Reika pummeled golem left and right, and a flash of memory hit her. In Jin's homeworld, they'd call this a home run. When the dust cleared, Jin and Reinhard stared as a golem jutted through the ceiling and a weapon, a hand still clinging to it, stuck out beside it. Jin blurted that it looked like the dead ball. No, more like knocked out for now. The announcer's eyes widened with a sudden memory. Bernard muttered, he had déjà vu because it all matched Potrock. Shattered golem pieces lay everywhere. And when Louis and Vina appeared, Jin practically leapt to ask if they were okay, while Louis shot back, "How are you, Jin?" Reinhardt and Elsa hurled themselves into helping Layla, evacuating survivors and patching up the wounded. His Majesty and Ernest were fine too, but Louis froze. Jin's breath hitched as he saw Rothturn half collapsed on the ground, the prince cradling her in his arms. She lay shattered and motionless, a single smile locked on her face. Vina declared Rothturn had fought and shielded them. It had pushed her beyond her strength. Jin nodded, and Ernest asked if Vina could mend Rothturn, because she protected him until the very end. He'd never seen a golem so heroic, and she didn't just fight. She smiled to comfort Ernest. Vina was already declaring Roften beyond repair when Jin cut her off, insisting it could be fixed. He dropped into a crouch and vowed that because the prince cherished Roften, obeying him was his duty, yelling that everyone treasures something. Even golems and magic tools can shine, and Roften had been forged by Vina with earnest care. Jin asked the boy to take care of her. Ernest stiffened and vowed he would, then turned to Vina. She nodded, promised he could rely on her, and that she'd do everything possible. Jin told her not to be afraid. He'd help, and the two of them got to work. Piece by piece, Jean and Vina resurrected Rothern, breathing life back into her as Ernest and his Majesty watched. Rothern's eyes flared to life, Vina let out a long breath. Ernest beamed like he could burst and thanked her. Vina shrugged, saying it hadn't been worth it. She was her creation. Then Jin called for Vina to follow, and when she asked where, he shot back, "Isn't it obvious?" Jin jabbed at the mountain of golem bodies Reika had carefully collected and vowed they'd fix the rest. The professor immediately galloped up to Vienna with his sponsor, dropping to his knees to beg her to repair the golems. Sterina cradled her golem's head in her hands and breathed that these guys were amazing. And Dominica smiled, yes, and that was enough to make her want them. Vina glowed with giddy triumph. She'd fixed every golem, Jin praised her, then doubt slammed into him when he saw none showed a trace of Elrodite. Shouldn't it be inside them? Were they using a different method now, or was it hiding nearby? As Jin wrestled with the thought, a bird golem peered at them from the window. Sterina sprang up to Jin, gratitude crackling in her voice as she thanked him for fixing her golem. It must have been brutal to repair. Then, all honeyed praise, marveled at how fast and flawless his work was, and pressed him about being no ordinary magic craftsman. Jin tried to protest, but Dominica stepped forward and said she really wanted them to go to Celeria. Stelina shot Dominica a question about her luas, and Dominica said the Nettie swore they'd flown off, but can't stay airborne long, so they're probably nearby. Jin clarified they're bird-like golems, Dominica admitted. She built them as the prince's pets, yet Vina's servant golem won the contest, and Jin nodded in agreement. Dominica taunted that if Rocco had joined, she'd have crushed everyone. Jin shot back, calling Rocco a machine gun, and vowed he and Dominica wouldn't hand her over to anyone. Sterina beamed in admiration, and Dominica's eyes slitted into a cold, ugly smile. Dominica instantly urged Rocco to join the hunt for luas, in case they were somewhere she couldn't reach. Jin hesitated, agreed, called Rocco and demanded her help. When Rocco tried to object, Jin jabbed at his ear and she noticed. Reika slammed the column into place and declared she understood, Sterina gaping at Reiko's raw strength. Dominica thanked her, and Reiko grinned, promising she'd return once she found Loaz, then fell silent and followed Dominica, her eyes sweeping the area. Rocco shouted that the Luas were nowhere to be seen, and Dominica shot back that she'd ordered them to circle. The Luas dove to her instantly, and she revealed they were bait to lure Rocco here. Rocco demanded to know what it meant, and Dominica snapped that Rocco already knew how to nullify Elrodite's magic, fuming that Valentino's endless blunders had ruined everything. It would have been so much more interesting if he hadn't been such an idiot. Rocco's eyes went wide with sudden understanding, and she tried to speak, but Dominica cut her off, announcing herself as a specially dispatched magical craftswoman from Siluria. Luaches surged into a furious orbit around Rocco as Dominica brandished a colossal crystal. Rocco's attempted scream choked off when Dominica declared she was of the Union, and from that moment on, before Recco's mistress, Recco sank to her knees. Dominica reveled in her triumph, flung her arms wide, shouted that Recco was hers, and erupted into triumphant laughter. Sitting behind Dominic, she hissed with burning intent that they'd raise the country and make it how it once was, and Rika, sluggish and reluctant, agreed. Dominica stormed back with Rocco at her side, and Sterina snapped, "Did you find the Luas?" Dominica laughed that it was all Rocco, who had a Luas perched on her head, then thanked Jin, who waved it off, insisted it wasn't worth it, and heaped praise on Rocco. Dominica blurted that Rocco had said she no longer wanted Jin, and then brazenly claimed Rocco as her own. Jin, Vina, and Elsa reeled in shock, as Dominica crowed that Rocco had said she didn't want to hear any of it and now belonged to her. Jin exploded in panic, shouting why and what she'd done to Reiko, while Dominica sneered that she'd tell him everything so he could die in peace. His countermeasures against the Elrodate had failed. The defenses buckled beneath the resonance of 4 Elrodates. Reiko was reduced to her plaything, and Stelina cried out, "Why are you doing this?" Dominica hesitated, then declared she belonged to the Union. Reinhard erupted, calling her part of a pack of lunatics. The king proclaimed they wanted to rebuild the world torn into small nations after the Great Magical War. The prince snarled they would use violence to do it. Louis demanded, did she mean the recent golem attacks across different countries were the Union's doing? And Dominica shot back, "Why are you all acting like idiots?" Dominica snarled it didn't matter.
She'd kill them all, drag Reiko with her, seize the throne, and drown in power and money. Jin finally scoffed that she was boring, and when Dominica demanded what he meant, Jin clarified she was a magical craftswoman too, able to use that power to make people happy and prove those birds could be more than instruments of evil. Dominica twisted their gifts into misuse. They were meant for so much more than these primitive chores. Rage flared in her and she demanded again, screaming, "What is the point of doing something for people? You idiots taught me nothing. You live without purpose, fools who make tools just for fun. What is the point?" The born prodigies, the pampered elite, and those propped up by powerful mentors tore apart everything she made, but she kept forging creations until she rose as Soluria's special envoy. Still, they never saw her as an equal, so nobody bothered to make her laugh. Dominica warned people are scrambling to survive while nations scheme to outwit one another. This party proves it. They staged it for a small child, and a swarm of opportunists is circling to exploit it. Soluria, Igrea, Klein, and Dominica thunder that they're smashing boundaries and becoming one. Jin nods and says he feels her pain. She's been through hell, can't purge the rage she's swallowed, and now she denies everything around her. There's no excuse for hurting people. She spits on her fellow craftsmen's feelings, twists golems meant to protect into weapons, and revels in it. Dominica hysterically screamed at Gina to shut up, clamping her hands over her ears. Dominica barked, "Kill Genito, that vile craftsman!" But Rocco stayed rooted, unflinching. She pulled a face and snapped, "I refuse!" Dominica's jaw dropped, and Reiko blinked, bewildered. "I don't even know who's supposed to kill who." Dominica scrambled to explain who needed to be killed, but Reiko, smiling like poison, echoed the words about the vile craftsman and lunged, locking her legs around Dominica's arm and neck until Dominica's whole body crunched. Reiko claimed she was only following orders, and Jin, unable to bear it, begged her to stop. Bound and helpless, Dominica demanded how that could be, if Rocco had been listening. But Jin sneered that Rocco never did. Then they pulled out long-range comm devices and admitted they'd overheard the entire conversation. Dominica went rigid with shock. Jin burst out that they always tote negotiators, which explained their strange behavior. They were sneaking for information. And when someone said the Elrodite's resonance couldn't be resisted, he snapped that he'd rerouted the magical wave with a Manakamu transmission. He even noted the golems hadn't singled her out, which felt odd since he'd suspected her from the start, while Dominica just griped about her lack of experience. Starina demanded why Dominica wouldn't share her feelings with a fellow artisan, and Dominica snapped, "Don't compare me to you." Gamma ranked third in the country, while Dominica clawed her way to become a special envoy. They came from different worlds. Dominica's crystal, mirror-bright golem against Starina's golems that couldn't even fly without Elrodite. Dominica suddenly shot her gaze upward and cried that even if they weren't themselves, and even if they couldn't soar high, she still wanted them to fly. What happened to her dream? A little later, Styorina knelt and apologized to the king. He said it wasn't worth it, blamed the unification, not Solaria, and refused to let a war ignite between their countries, while Styorina insisted someone had exploited Dominica's weakness but didn't try to excuse it. Vina surprised herself with a flicker of understanding. She'd once been racked by disappointment and sunk into despair, but Lewis snarled it didn't make her forgivable. She must be punished. And when the professor and others erupted, shouting that only death was a worthy penalty for anyone who tried to overthrow the government, Vina's cold voice cut through them as she asked them to be silent. She confessed she'd fallen into despair and forged enchanted trinkets to keep her brother and sister alive, born of powerlessness and ignorance. If Jean hadn't arrived and someone else had gifted her power, she might have turned out the same. Reinhardt snapped that the fault wasn't hers, but a larger rot. There are still magic artisans like them being used as tools for other people's ends. Reinhardt pressed on. These are the same golems Elrodot once subdued, and the thought of villains wielding that power drives cold fear through him. He sides with Vina. Louis insisted there still must be a fair punishment, and Reinhardt shot back he was only saying the threat is far graver. John warned that, magic or not, you can't do evil to anyone. Anyone can turn and start hurting people. Pulling Greco into a tight hug, Jin said Dominica must atone for her sins. He couldn't hate her, so he'd force her onto the right path, even if it took forever. That evening, Reinhardt and Elsa were blindsided when Jin announced he was going home. Jin shot out that he had to go home so Reikos could service him. It couldn't be fixed with the tools here, and he hadn't checked her since the battle with Valentino. Reikos just nodded. They'd pulled it off this time, but the unification could strike again, and Reinhardt agreed, and isn't his home all the way back in Elias? Then Vina dropped a bomb. There's a warp gate by her old home, and Jin and Reinhardt were nailed to the spot. Vina snapped. "Did Jin tell you?" Reinhardt shot back. "What do you mean by the warp gate?" Elsa blurted, "I want to visit Jin." And Reinhardt immediately seized on it, insisting they all go. Jin, dazed, tried to object, but the others one by one said they wanted to go, Lewis adding it would do him good to see somewhere beyond the royal palace. Jin relented, and Reiko sighed, exasperated that Jin had once again failed to put any real pressure on him. Reiko's memory slammed back to the moment after she'd pulled Hannah free from the forest bear in Cana village. Soaking in the tub, Hannah waved her leg and declared her little sister strong, and Reiko nodded with a smile. Reiko flashed a smile and declared her mother forged this body and her father restored it. Since her parents are the strongest in the whole world, this is the strongest body, so Reiko is number one. She's the strongest. That's why she's number one. Hannah noted her older brother is really cool. He made a pump, a cart, and a stove, so he's definitely number one in the whole world, probably. Reiko confirmed Hannah's words. Hannah said when the older brother plunges into something, he stops noticing anyone, even if you shout at him. Reiko warned he even forgets to eat and sleep, and it's destroying him, so she asked Hannah to tell something else about Jin. At the party venue, Rocco's breath hitched as the truth landed. Hannah had been right. Jin's fatal weakness was his own breathtaking beauty. The moment the boys arrived at Jin's home, a flawless sky stretched over towering mountains and an impossibly blue sea, and everywhere they looked, golems, golems, and more golems. Vina spun and blurted to everyone, "What kind of place is this?" Jin flung his arms wide and roared to the boys, "Welcome to my home on Hooray Island!" A whirlwind of flowers and golems exploded around them as maids in 5 colors swarmed forward to greet everyone. Sky and the golem rangers snapped into formation, and the guys were swallowed by a screaming, colorful horde of talking golems that grabbed their stuff, shoved food and drink into their hands, and even offered to fly them on a plane. Stunned, they gaped until Jin stepped up and invited them to the mansion. Already seated at the lunch table with cups steaming, the guys froze in a cautious hush while Jin sipped his tea and sank into calm, resting. Jin quipped, "Home sweet home," but the guys disagreed. Some called the structure strange, others said something looked off, and a few actually praised the tea's scent. Jin apologized for the island's emptiness. They insisted it wasn't empty at all. Then Vina demanded what kind of golem it was and whether they really moved of their own free will, and Jin nodded. He revealed he'd set everything up so they could rebuild the island while he was away. Tend the fields, plant orchards and vegetable beds, scavenge materials and do whatever they wanted so they wouldn't feel so lonely when they had freedom of movement. In a way, they'd become villagers. Elsa asked if anyone else lived on the island. Jean said there was no one. When Reinhard asked about the master, Jean said she had left long ago and Vina said she would like to meet his master. Reinhardt declared she could build a rap gate, so the man demanded Master Jin's name. Jin blurted, "Andriana Barbara Susie." The man sneered. It was a lie. Reinhardt argued island life might have hidden her real name, and Jin snapped, "What are you talking about?" Elsa revealed Adriana. Susie was a fabled magical craftswoman. Jean's jaw dropped, and Reinhardt conjured a shimmering image while intoning that 1,000 years ago, she wielded her power to teach people how to prevent disease, properly fertilize the land, light their way through darkness, and grant everyone the power to protect one another. Adriana roamed the globe, healing strangers with breathtaking magic that drew grateful crowds, yet wherever she went, shadows trailed her. Some schemed to exploit her power. Some of her students twisted that same magic into weapons of war, and watching her gift become a tool to kill.
Despair boiled inside her. She vanished without a trace and was never seen again. Jin's voice broke. "That's heartbreaking." Reinhard said it was a warning aimed at magical craftsmen and magic users. Elsa admitted she'd heard the tale since childhood. Then Reiko suddenly screamed that her mother wasn't a fiction but real, and Jin rushed to calm her. Jean declared they'd remember her even after 1,000 years. Reiko nodded, and Jin volunteered to scout the island, but only after extracting a vow from the guys to tell no one, because if they broke it, they'd never see him again, and he'd fade into legend like Adriana. They tore across the island, scoured the seashore, mounted clanking golem horses, tasted fruits grown by Jin, and soaked up every strange, thrilling new wonder. Jin ushered the guys into his laboratory and set to work, conjuring dazzling wonders for the world. As their eyes adjusted to the light, shock melted into pure delight across their faces, and Reinhardt grinned like a crazed researcher. A colossal library that sent Reinhardt and Elsa into raptures. Robots whirring to fetch any needed book. A lab crafting experimental golems, and a hulking golem minotaur still under construction. Vina and Louis could hardly believe their eyes. As the boys explored the lab's opening rooms, Jean ignited a magical jet engine test that blew them away, matching the awe of the island inspection and the lab's initial reveal. Then the guests plunged into a colossal metal mine, and Jin revealed that the rarest treasures, adamantite, mithril, and other ores, are torn from the earth here. Jin explained the golem had hammered away non-stop, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for 1,000 years, and a colossal mountain of metal had built up. Reinhard and Louis came to inspect it and gaped at piles of mithril, adamantium, and even glittering magic crystals, both guys amazed to the depths of their souls. Louis warned that if this haul flooded the shelves, the world economy would implode, and Reinhard demanded how much Louis thought Jean could snap up. The pre-Great Magical War supertech and all those documents, because if they resurfaced, the world would go insane. It was a sealed treasure chest. Reinhard admitted he could hardly believe it, but a fairy tale had come true, and Louis asked if it seemed funny. Louis froze. This place felt like a dragon's lair. Jin, meanwhile, was showing and explaining something to Elsa and Vienna, pointing and narrating every detail. Later, exhausted from too much walking and a flood of sights, the girls sank into the hot springs, Vienna rubbing her aching jaw from non-stop surprise, while Elsa gaped at how Giga's springs dwarfed the castles and felt utterly bewildered. Around a half-empty bottle, the men leaned in. Louis admitted he still couldn't pin down Jean's goals or what drove him. Reinhard shot back that Jean mirrored Adriana in an important way, then strode to the window and declared Jean a good man who freely shared his knowledge, held firm beliefs, and trusted people. Reinhard snarled that betray him and that same gratitude would boomerang back at them. Maybe no one would ever set foot on this island again. He refused to let their story end like Adriana's, and Jean couldn't be left alone. Jin crouched over Reiko, twisting the magic wave dials to blunt the Elritite's pulse. Then he realized the lab had gone eerily quiet. Sometimes that hush was welcome, and Reika flashed the same grin Jin wore. The crushing silence hit him. Maybe he'd already gotten used to the noise, so he asked Riko what she thought, and Riko opened her eyes and admitted she felt a little lonely. At dawn, the girls swept in to greet Jin. He asked how they'd slept, and they beamed, gushing about the bed's cloud-like softness and the tatami's simply incredible scent. Elsa and Venus began dreaming out loud about living here, but Jin cut in, saying they had to go to Shoro, and introduced him to the automaton that commands the golems when he's not there. Some things they can't do without him, Raykor said. And with one they'd make incredible progress. When Louis appeared with a sleepy Reinhardt, announced they'd hand out awards at the golem party in a week. Asked if he could get back by then, and Jin promised he could. Vina emerged victorious, and the prince demands to be returned untouched. Louis said that was fine, though worry knotted in his chest, so he asked for a walk along the shore, admired the island's stunning landscape, said politics, money, and power felt miles away. This is a place to dive into research, and Louis needed to ask him something. Louis blurted out whether Jim liked Vina. Jim froze, protested it was only as a friend. What was Louis getting at? He argued that after recent events, Vina would be better off here and far from Louis, since Louis serves the country and might have to use mages in a war. Louis blurted that he liked Vina, loved her fiercely, and Jin burst out laughing. Louis's indignation flared. Jin chuckled and apologized that he'd assumed Louis wanted to do something with the island, but Louis snapped he wouldn't risk losing a friend, and Vina would hate him for it. And Jin remarked Louis's policies didn't look very sound. Jin's voice went razor serious as he told him to listen and confess to Vienna, and Louis, dumbfounded, blinked and demanded Jin repeat what he'd just said. Jin pushed Louis again to confess to Vina. Louis went beet red and exploded. "It's not that easy!" And Jin vowed he'd help. Then Reinhardt burst in, face alight with an oddly inspired, benevolent grin, said he'd overheard and wanted to help too. Jin matched the grin and Louis snapped, "What's wrong with you two?" The next day, in the research center's conference room, the whole council gathered. John, glasses perched, declared the meeting open to discuss Louis's plan to make Vina fall for him and asked for ideas. Reinhardt jumped in first, saying the sea here is stunning, and Louis should bring Vina to the shore to watch the sunset. And Sky answered with a wilder pitch. Take her on a plane. Pull a barrel roll and an Immelman so she'd definitely fall. But Jean shot back that falling wasn't meant that way. Louis demanded why he had to ask the golems, and the Jinn insisted the proposal was what mattered most. Then the elderly stranger stepped forward and spun a legend about a tree at the foot of Mount Horai, whose full moon crown binds any lovers who confess beneath it forever. Louis swallowed the story instantly, while the Jinn simply stared at the elderly man with cold skepticism. The stranger laughed, scoffed it off as a lie, mocked Louis as a young nobleman, and then proclaimed himself Jean's grandfather. Jean snapped, "Don't lie." The man insisted he was genuinely interested. Reinhardt shot, "Is that a new machine gun?" And Jean confirmed it. The machine thundered that it ran the island and gave its name, Roku. Jin shrugged that the shell was just a vessel. Roku revealed his true form, a gargantuan magical brain, then cheekily urged Louis to ask Vina out, claiming a walk through the island's wilds would open her heart, and instantly sketched the perfect route. Roku urged a confession at the end of the walk and told Reinhard to craft a ring. Jin shrugged he'd rest for now, but Reinhard pressed him to make Elsa a gift. Jin's face lit up. "Is it for her birthday?" Reinhard nodded. Yes, right on the day of the award. Jin said he could, but asked why Reinhard wouldn't do it himself, and Reinhard admitted he wanted to say it but couldn't, that he'd botch it worse than Jin. Jin agreed and asked him to explain the problem later. After the date, Vina burst out that she'd invited everyone to the picnic, and they all turned her down. Louis shrugged and said the reward and Elsa's birthday landed on the same day, and Elsa claimed she felt sick. Reiko watched Louis and Vina riding golem horses and crackled over the intercom that everything was going according to plan. Roku barked, "Begin!" And when asked what he'd cooked up, he just called it a small surprise. Reiko burst forward to cut off Louis and Vina, demanding to see the footage streaming from the magic eye she wears. Then a blinding beam slammed down between them, and a golem mate rose from the crater, instantly recognizing Luna. Vina sprinted to the golem and cried out if she was all right. The golem winced that her knees hurt and explained they were rehearsing a performance before the banquet. Vina repeated in surprise that it was a performance and felt a surge to help. But these were Jin's golems, so Louis stepped forward, offered his horse, and told them to go to Jin. The golem asked why he'd give a horse to mere golems, and Louis snapped one would be enough, so hurry. Golem flashed a crooked smile, thanked her, and said she shouldn't interfere with their date. Vina blinked in surprise and said she'd go, and Louis grinned, asking if she'd like to join him for a ride. They kept walking together. Vienna fired a worried question. "Is it too heavy?" Louis trembled with nerves. Rico radioed headquarters that the guys were moving together, and Roku barked to stick to the plan. As they gaped at the bird, golems burst out of nowhere, flooding Louis and Vino with terror. Louis clamped Vino to his chest and sprinted away from the charging golems. Louis vaulted away from the golems, every inch of him carved with stern, noble resolve. Vina stared, admiration bright in her eyes. Rocco watched silently. Jin munched popcorn and nodded at Louis's tireless diligence. And Reinhard laughed that aristocrats like him are rare. yet he was painfully serious. Leaping onto the tree, Louis demanded what was going on with the island, and Vina marveled that the golems were incredible. Louis suggested it might have been Roku. Vina agreed, calling him very cunning, and Louis laughed, admitting it had been a blast with her. Vina sighed. She wished it could stay like this forever. Louis beamed it would be wonderful, and promised that if she stayed, she'd get to enjoy it every day. Vina protested it wasn't so, and when Louis asked, she said it was all because they were together. Louis agreed. Then Louis, voice serious, admitted he'd had fun too. Everything because of Vina. Wherever they were, being with her turned life into joy, and after a trembling pause, he hesitated, then poured out his love, making Vina's heart skip a beat. Vina blurted she was a commoner. Louis shot back, "And what?" She admitted she reeked of poverty, was stingy and clumsy with words. Louis immediately vowed he'd teach her. Sure, they'd face everything together, then open the ring box, and Vina's eyes overflowed with tears. Vienna's smile exploded into a confession. Ever since Louise saved her from Count Garon, she'd fallen in love with him, and with that she hurled herself into Louise's arms. Above the tree at the foot of the mountain, the full moon rose as the two lovers laid their hearts bare and finally kissed, while Enrico stood to the side, watching in silence. Reiko announced the mission was accomplished. The golems erupted in triumphant cries, and Jin crowed that this was how Roku made the legend come true. Roku only shook his head and said everyone forges their own legend. When Jin pressed him, he explained the truth of the tale doesn't matter. If no one knows it, it never becomes real. But spoken it becomes a legacy that sparks others to carry it on. Roku declared that stories passed mouth to mouth forge legends that refuse to fade. Jin grinned and swore they'd make today a legend and weave their own fairy tale. Roku agreed. And later, the two stood in E-Gray at Vina and Jin's awards ceremony. Vina snagged the honorary Magic Craftsman title for driving Rothern to first, and Gina earned hers by reining in the chaos. If people hand out titles, who coined Master of Magic Craftsman? Gina still hasn't a clue about this fairy tale. Where could Jin pry the truth out about her? A little later, the guys piled in to celebrate Elsa's birthday. Elsa lauded Vina's award, and Vina shot back birthday wishes. Then Vina demanded why Elsa never mentioned her birthday. They'd never have known without Reinhard. And Elsa defended herself, saying it fell on the same day as the award, and she didn't want to bother the guys. Vina, convinced good things grow when shared, pressed a cat-headed thermos into Elsa's hands. When Elsa asked what it was, Vina beamed that it was her signature popcorn machine. It lets you eat popcorn wherever, whenever, but only pops 10 kernels at a time, so Elsa vowed to eat them slowly. Louis presented a carriage made for long trips, and Jean declared the stakes had been raised. Jin warned it would be tough to surpass the carriage, and Elsa immediately blurted out whether he'd prepared something for her too. Jin admitted he wasn't sure she'd like it, opened the box to reveal a brooch. Elsa's face lit up with pure joy, and Jin said he'd crafted it in the form of magic crystals using a design Reinhard invented. Elsa snapped the brooch onto her dress and asked if it suited her. Venus beamed that it did. Louis declared she looked so grown up. Elsa turned to Jin and thanked him, glowing with delight. Reiko's envy flared while mine mulled over a gift for the young lady. And Jin smiled, relieved Elsa loved it. Jean locked eyes with Reinhardt and crushed the urge to give him the gift right then. Elsa, meanwhile, held the brooch up for her brother to see. Later that evening, Reinhardt called his sister and then handed her his gift, and Elsa tore into the wrapping with restless impatience. Elsa gasped, dazzled by the dagger, and Reinhardt said she'd always wanted one like it. She replied she'd always wanted a dagger like her mother's. Reinhardt confessed he'd asked Jin to make it. Elsa lit up asking about Jin, and Reinhardt's smile fell as he said he'd done it to remind her why a noblewoman needs a weapon. The dagger wasn't meant for attack. Reinhard pressed the dagger into her hand, ordering it be used only in a true emergency to protect himself and his dignity, then wished that Elsa would live unashamed with that blade. Elsa nodded, whispered thank you, and called him Big Brother. Later, Vina sprang to her feet, indignant that they had to say goodbye. Jin just reassured them they'd meet again soon. Reinhard's eyes flashed as he remembered a warp-like gate in the ancient ruins. Jin pressed him,
and Reinhard said the gate might connect to Adriana and offered to check it out, and Jin agreed without hesitation. En route to Shoro, sickness ripped through Elsa, forcing the others to halt and pitch camp to nurse her. But Elsa, stubborn as a storm, insisted she still wanted to go to the ruins. Jin's voice cracked as she asked Reinhard if it was okay to leave Elsa like this, and Reinhard replied there was nothing he could do now. It would get better with time. She'd carried it since childhood, and when Jin pushed if it was chronic, he said Elsa suffered from magical hyperplasia, a rare disease, explaining that everyone has a magic cap and only spent power normally renews, but Elsa devours the excess instead. Magic is devouring Elsa from the inside. Jean snapped, "Is she in danger?" And Reinhardt shot back that her life isn't at risk. If she releases magic regularly, she's usually fine, but Elsa slacked off. Now Udberg and I are by her side. Jean's golems stand guard, and the instant anything goes wrong, they'll be contacted. Jin snapped that if he'd known, he'd have added a function to the brooch to keep its magic constant. Reinhardt asked in surprise. Jin said it was quite possible. Reinhardt agreed it could work. And if it did, it'd be like an ancient relic, the same lost technology buried in these ruins from the Great Magical War 300 years ago, when lives, technologies, and knowledge were wiped away, and by the time those remnants were forged, nobody remembered how the craft had been done. A man crashed into their conversation, saying research ran day and night, that those buildings were raised 300 years ago to fight demons and were driven by incredible technologies you can't find today. Rukul's partner yanked him back, hissed it was too sudden and they'd never understand, then mouthed an apology for butting in, and Jin demanded who they were. He announced himself as Roland, a magical craftsman, then presented Rukul as the researcher, and finally, hesitating, he named her sister Elena, who peered out and locked eyes with the guys. Jin barked that it was an automaton. Roland, panic cracking his voice, demanded how she knew. Reinhard slammed out his honorary magic craftsman medal. Rolana immediately lit up at the sight. Jin confirmed she'd known, and Roland, breathless, confessed he was a magic craftsman, and finally understood why he was here. Rukul warned this place draws plunderers, that's why he called them, while Roland butted in, offering to tell the ruins story. Rukul snapped he'd explain everything, claiming Gryan ruins are his specialty, and Roland laughed, calling him an idiot. Rukul said before the war it was a research center. After the war it became a shelter, and rumors whisper ancient warp gates once stood here but were never found. Ruined halls and scorched gear screamed of war. Armaments and arcane tools lay heaped among jagged veins of adamantite and mithril. Reika asked if everything here was destroyed. Rukul shot back. That adamantite and mithril don't break easily, but these were clearly remnants, Rulana said. Swarms of golems and even a machine gun had been hurled against the demons. Jin pried at a metal finger and explained the formation had been used to forge mithril into artificial muscles, and Roland stared, clearly impressed by his knowledge. Roland noted people once dominated technology, deadly weapons to fight demons, towering golems and cunning automatons. But the war wiped out most magical craftsmen, and the craft fell into decay. Not all is lost. The deeper they dig into those ruins, the sooner they'll touch the past and claw back bygone glory. Jean seized on Roland's passion. Reinhard backed him up, and Rukul sneered that Roland was a ruined botanist. Roland muttered an apology as Alina patted his back. Jin assured him he understood, but shame flushed Roland. His research had produced nothing. Jin swore it looked promising, and Roland admitted they couldn't move it. They stood before a colossal patterned door with something embedded in its center. The guys stared as Jin scoffed. It was absurdly huge. Reinhard declared it an emergency exit, and Roland backed him up. They found the door a fortress. Magic bounced off it, so they couldn't get past it. Roland, sheepish, begged Jean for help. Jean shot Reika a look and tried to refuse, but Reinhardt said a little might work, and when Jean asked if he was sure, Reinhardt admitted he wasn't fully confident. Reinhardt swallowed, and admitted Elsa wanted this desperately. He'd have to tell her. The building was historical, the obvious place to search, and curiosity gnawed at him. John nodded, and Roland barked orders, pushing the others into motion. As the guys scoured the room, arguing and scrambling for a way to open the door, Rocco sidled up to Alina and locked his gaze on her. The liner spun back to look as the machine answered in perfect sync, its arms slicing outward along parallel tracks in opposite directions. The boys barreled into camp with new faces in tow. Roland's grin blazed, while Rukol froze solid, nerves pinning him to the spot. Roland begged for hulking allies and cute girls. Then Alina socked him in the gut. Even Jin winced. Roland demanded why he was being beaten for praising the other golems and the machine gun. Reiko snapped at Alina to stop and insisted that if Roland was her master, she should respect him. Alina grimaced and spat that Reiko had pissed her off. Everyone froze. Reiko echoed Alina's words. Alina hissed at Reiko to mind her own business. Reiko snapped that she should beat and humiliate her master and that the machine must protect him. Alina shot back that her master is Mama, not Roland, and why would she listen to her? Alina flashed her tongue and pulled a ridiculous one-eyed face at Rocco, who couldn't stand it and tried to fight. And in the end, Jin and Roland were stretching the machine gun. Reinhardt noticed that was the gun's unique feature. They were acting like kids, and Elsa laughed. Mine told her they reminded her so much of little Elsa, and Elsa froze, horrified to realize she'd been like that. Mine explained every child acts that way and parents only find it charming, and Elsa smiled at the way Mine looked at her before resting her head in her lap. Mine begged Elsa to go rest, but Elsa's condition crashed and panic erupted. Jin yelled for Reiko to use healing, and Alina slammed a hand down to stop them. After asking if it was magical hyperplasia, Alina branded Reiko a fool and barked at her not to saturate her with magic, but Jin hauled the enraged Reiko back and demanded how Alina could determine it so easily. Alina shot back that it used to be a common disease and she knew how to treat it, then scoffed that they were magical artisans and still didn't know, while Reiko bit her lip to stop herself from snapping. Alina fired off one sharp order: let the magic inside me be moved elsewhere, then ripped into the procedure. Convert ether. Convert magic into mana. Forge the magical link. Channel the outflow, and finally screamed, "Start!" Alina surged, siphoning Elsa's overflowing magic straight into the pulsing sphere. Alina finished, and Elsa slowly woke. Alina shattered the sphere and warned the ether was unusually thick and would strain her, so she had to be careful. Elsa thanked her, and Alina said she did it because Elsa helped examine the ruins. Alina strode up to Roland, who snapped, "You're a liar." Jin realized she'd used her own ether converter, thanked her, declared they were obliged to help examine the ruins, and Reiko agreed, mulling it over. Reiko locked eyes with Alina, and a cold premonition slammed into her. The next day the guys were back in the ruins at that very door, Roland confirmed, just as he'd suspected, that it wouldn't open, and Jin snapped that a door that huge must have a mechanism to open it. Jin's voice sliced through the hush. The door was gigantic. If they tried to batter it down, the whole ruin might collapse and any magic would just bounce off. He dove into a rapid rundown of ether, mana, magic, and hypermagic. Then a spark of realization hit and he demanded the ruin's map, which Rukul handed over. Jin hunched over the map, confessed he didn't fully get it, but insisted the whole thing was a massive ether converter. Roland fired back that it looked like it fed a mechanism that made something move and asked if the door moved, and Jin shook his head. No, it was something else entirely. A structure, a vast open space. Jin roared that the warp gate theory was right. A vast hollow, gates meant for people to pass, lay fractured and unusable, raw magic pouring into the doorway. When Reiko demanded what to do, Jin snapped, "Do what we did with Elsa. Siphon the excess magic and the two of you handle it." And Alina stared at them. Jin asked if the automatons were ready, and ordered them to simultaneously unleash the ether transformation at full power to purge the door's magic so the barrier would dissipate. Alina snarled that Jin was stupid and no ordinary automaton could do it, then crowed she was the strongest automaton so it'd be fine. Reiko pressed again. Alina bellowed she was the best automaton in the world. Reiko coolly said she was asking for her help, and Alina snapped for her to be silent. They unleashed the ether transformation as one. The machine roared its command to open the door, and the door's sigils exploded into light, the core blazing brightest of all. The door flung open in a burst of sparks. Reiko whooped, thrilled it was open. Reinhardt recoiled, shouting how they'd siphoned magic from every ruin. Jin confirmed it,
and Roland just stood there, utterly awestruck. Jin's eyes locked on Alina, and a cold, terrifying possibility snapped into focus. She wasn't alone. Other powerful machines were here, maybe even her mother, but he had no time to finish the thought. Alina met his gaze and grinned, smug and unbothered. Jin stroked Reiko's head, convinced the words wouldn't come. Rukul laughed and yelled, "Go! Roll in and stop him!" And Reinhard stood dumbfounded at the sight of a field of shattered golems. They stormed inside. Roland stared at the machine, his mind racing to figure out what had happened, and the boys peered farther down the passage. Rukul's jaw dropped at the battlefield before him. Columns shattered and ruined. Nothing about this was natural. Jin stepped forward, inspected the pillars, saw iron reinforcements holding solid concrete and flashes of copper, then noticed a mithril sheath and, after a quick analysis, detected transformation magic. If they'd built this to channel magic into the warp gate to strengthen it, they would have used iron to transmit the power. So, this is not the best way, Alina called out to everyone. She jabbed a finger at the slope and declared a descent. Rukul's eyes lit. This was a find, a hidden room, and anticipation buzzed through him. Then someone called out to them. They unearthed a battered maid automaton that had somehow endured 300 years, and she shrieked at them, desperate, "Don't go there!" Before the machine could finish warning them not to go there, her hand was sliced off. She still thrust it toward Roland, and Rocco, Jin, and Reinhard froze, mouths agape. Alina severed the hand on the spot, snarling that the stupid doll wouldn't stand in her way, then struck her and sent her hurtling into the column. The machine gun barreled into the column and sank. Alina exhaled sharply, told Roland to go, he agreed, and Jin called out to them. Jin asked if this was normal. Alina admitted she'd reached out to Roland and even stood in their way, but Reinhard cut in, insisting they were researchers and a functioning automaton was a valuable find. Then he turned to Rucho, who replied yes, but hesitated. Rukul scoffed that he didn't care. Plenty of them lay on the floor. Then he barked for everyone to get out fast. Jin turned away. Rukul said he was more interested in the machines and told Jin to do as he pleased while Alina stared at him. Roland barreled up to Jin, panting an apology. Rukul had exploded the moment the door opened, and Alina had thrown herself between them to protect him. "She's not evil. She's just who she is," Roland insisted. And though Jin only half believed it, Roland swore he'd watch Rukul and notify Jin the instant anything went wrong, while Jin just stood there, puzzled. Reinhard barked that the machine was trying to tell them something vital and had to be fixed and heard. So Reiko's crew dove in, restoring it piece by piece. The repair finished and the machine rebooted. She snapped her eyes open and let out a blood-curdling scream. "I told you we couldn't go there!" Then she stumbled back, eyes wide with shock. She gasped when her hand proved unharmed. Reinhard said he'd patched his clothes. Jin brushed it off as nothing. The automaton immediately thanked them and confessed that as just an automaton, she had nothing to repay them with. Jin lunged to cut her off, but she blurted that to repay them she could give her body to that Rocco, placing herself between her father and Reinhard. They slammed their eyes shut and shouted, "We don't need this!" And the guys fumed at being left blind. Automata murmured, hollow with defeat, that all she wanted was to serve her new master. Pressed for answers, she revealed Jin Nido had set her up. Jin hiccuped, blushing, claiming he'd probably done it by accident while fixing her. Rocco screamed, "How could you?" And Automata vowed she'd wait until she could help him. Rocco spun away, affronted, snapping they already had enough maids. Reinhard lunged in, insisting they were golems, and Rocco scoffed that one automaton would be plenty. Jen, meanwhile, christened the automaton Anne and demanded what she meant by forbidden to go down to the basement. Anne gasped, asked if anyone had gone down there, then whispered that 300 years ago, something had been sealed below. They locked Gigas away there, the magical weapon of terrible power, and Rukul whooped with triumph, declaring this was it, the core of Gigas he'd chased for so long, while Alina's grin went nakedly greedy. Rukul snatched the core with both hands and blurted, "I'm with him! No, they—" but never finished before the core exploded, spitting writhing threads as Rukul unleashed a raw, hysterical scream. The earth convulsed.
Jin staggered and blurted that it seemed they were too late. Reinhard demanded what this Gegas was and explained it was a weapon of incredible power used in the Great Magical War, a furious, ever-growing giant that drains ether from soil and rock. Roland ripped out Gina's name and then screamed they had to run. Rukul was pinned inside the rock. A hulking stone giant crashed through the wall right behind the running Alina and Roland. A hand yanked Jin, and someone screamed they had to run. Reiko erupted. Furious, it was her duty. Anne snapped whoever grabbed it first would be master. Jin barked. This wasn't the time to argue, and the guys bolted at full speed. Rocco and Anne burst out and tried to slam the door shut, but it wouldn't budge, and Jin shouted for them to lie down as splinters of wood and chunks of stone flew in every direction. Reiko spat. He's only big, and unleashed a flaming shot that slammed into Gigas. Jin couldn't stop her, and the blast nearly tore him in two. Jin bellowed there might be explosive gas. Reiko gasped and stammered an apology. Roland cried that Rukul was still trapped inside that thing. Alina spat. Fool! At Reiko. Jin snapped. They had to help him now. Anne screamed it wasn't over yet. Gigas still stirred to move, and Jin and Roland spun in shock. Anne warned it would ravenously siphon ether from the rocks, the flock, and the soil, relentlessly regenerating until the one trapped in the core finally died. Igus regenerated and exploded into view, rearing before the guys, bigger than he'd ever been. Jean bellowed the weapon's type, spat that it was disgusting, and Reiko unsheathed her katana. The made golems shot to Jin's side, unleashing wind and earth magic as they crashed into Gigas, desperately trying to weaken him. Wounded and relentless, he lunged forward. Ranger Golem slammed into him without warning. The Golem Ranger's sword wedged into Gigas's skull, and the three of them bolted as Gigas lunged at them again. The Golem Ranger snarled. They couldn't do it. A maid cartwheeled straight at Rocco. Jin demanded what they should do. The maids admitted they were low on mana. Rocco begged if she could. Jin ordered her to buy some time. Reinhardt growled. They were at a dead end. Gigas lumbers. His blows never reach the golems or Reika, and no strong magic can touch him while Rukul is still inside. Weak spells only let him stitch himself back together, and the ruin's thick ether can't stop him from drawing its power. Jin realized the whole structure was built to lock Gigas in. The magic-absorbing door and metal-framed columns were designed to stop his regeneration. Anne scoffed that it was ineffective, and when Jin pressed her about how they sealed him, she said they waited until the captured person died, which made Jin roar that using a person as an ether converter was vile, while Alina said she thought it worked and warned, "Whatever you do, come back alive after a demon fight." Alina jabbed at Jin. Did he really think they could mass-produce those outrageously expensive mana converters? She snarled that slapping one onto a battered combat weapon would be suicide. Using people as converters would demand a mana driver and a magic substrate, and in this era, human life was worthless next to weapons like this. Alina sneered that the demon-hunting weapon had begun attacking people, smirking as she mocked its absurdity and admitted she had no idea why it was made. Jin's mind raced. Roland strode up to Alina, and Jin's mind went into overdrive. Magic converter, mana driver, stone accumulation, magic power release, and volume increase. 300 years ago. Magic consumption efficiency and absorption. Then Jin snapped his gaze to Alina and blurted that maybe Gigas was based on a magic device to treat magic hyperplasia, and Alina stared at him, stunned. Alina asked why, and Jin shot back that he had no proof. But if Gigas were just a killing machine, it would hit harder, move faster, and unleash far stronger magic. Its insane regeneration, he argued, was because it was keeping whoever's trapped inside alive, and after wondering why it was built, Jin figured that's exactly what it was meant to do. Jin snapped that if we assume the magic craftsman who forged Gigas was anything like him, he wants to believe it. He still can't accept that such a mechanism is normal. Alina, who'd listened in silence the whole time, finally cut in. It's about where Rukul's imprisoned. The flow of magic is concentrated there, so with digging magic, maybe. Jin blurted the suggestion instantly, and Roland, who'd been watching, abruptly frowned and called her name, his voice laced with pain. Roland charged up to Jean and vowed they'd check on Elsa just in case. Jean thanked them. Elsa called out to Roland, and he told her to leave it to them. It was too dangerous to stay, and whoever won, they'd already achieved their goal. Reinhardt demanded, "Do we use Alina's digging magic?" Jin vetoed it. Magical Descendants interference garbles Rukel's exact position. One misjudged depth and we could strike him. And even if we punch a hole, we'd have no plan for what comes next, and Jin wants to reforge the Schwartz Rider spear. Jin vowed he'd build an excavator. When Reinhardt pressed him, Jin brought up the mine's golem. Its shape might be different, he said, but he'd conjure a magic tool to dig through the earth. Reinhardt snapped, "From a spear?" And Jin admitted he didn't know how, only that they had enough material, even if it was 300 years old. Reinhardt nodded and ordered Schwarzritter to hand the spear to the genie and shield Jin. Jin shouted for Anne to sprint and scavenge parts from the shattered golems and the ruined machine gun, then begged Reiko to hold out a little longer. Reiko agreed and immediately told Ran to break Gigis's leg. Ran detonated a blast and slashed with his vibration sword, barreling into a brutal assault on Gigas. He ripped Gekis's leg apart with a single savage strike, then crashed down yards away. Topaz and Peridot barked orders at Reika to stop Gigas, then fused their magic with hers and blasted him off his feet. Meanwhile, Anne had already raced the parts to Jin. Deep in thought, Jin realized Gigas devoured mana, but couldn't swallow magic itself, so he had to forge a barrier to stop the drill from regenerating, and the hole had to be wide enough for Rocco to reach Gigas's core once he attuned his power to her. A moment later, Jin shouted to Rocco that it was ready, and she turned around. Schwartz lunged, driving a drill spear at Reiko. Jin screamed, "Catch it!" And she snatched it, stunned for a heartbeat. Then Jin yelled to grip the lever and crank the handle with everything she had, so Reiko heaved and spun the Gigas. Reiko seized the lever and handle and wrenched them with every ounce of strength and blinding speed. Reiko leveled the drill at Gigas, drove it home to rip the first hole into him, and Jin snarled that it was time to strike back.